what's up, everybody? Okay, looks we got some of your fans, brother. Some fans in the house. Let's see. I'll show my ugly mug for a little bit. Let's see. We got Sheldon. What's going on, Sheldon? We have Mike in the house. Thank you, brother, for showing up and for you guys supporting. Gosh, my mind just went blank. What's your name again? Eric? I know it's right. I can see it right there in front of my face. So, anyways, but yeah, I'm kind of really worn out, man. It's been like 2 days looking at images. I'm just totally worn out. If Long Island LIB is in the house, Mr. Mills is in the house. Anybody else is in the house? Thank you very much. And with that, do some of my images I filmed this, spears I filmed this week. It's not very good, but anyways, I'll work on that. Let's see what's going on here, man. So anyways, how's it going, man? Thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's going great. Thanks for having me here.
And since you're not showing your face, I'm not going to show my face either because nobody wants to see it.
I figured out how to do that, dude. I'm not tech savvy.
Well, I hope just
I thought it would come up.
So, let's just look at images.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about who you are first, if that's all right with you.
I'm live in PA, work construction. I guess it's I really got into Bigfoot with the Reader's Digest. Same issue I guess had the Oak Island in. I've always believed it, but it hasn't been until the last few years that I've really come into my own on some things, and it's had a lot of help, especially with friends like LIB.
Yeah, good old Mike. He's been there.
He taught me a lot. He gave me a lot of confidence too. What I like, I thought some of the stuff I was seeing, I was crazy.
Well, hopefully this will be the start of you doing your own thing, buddy. So
yeah, I'm hoping to.
I haven't known you very long, but we had a heck of a good conversation last time we were together.
Oh, I know.
You sound like a genuinely good guy. And so, yeah, start your own channel, man. Start your own thing, man.
Yeah, I have an idea for it. I just got it in the works on there. But I haven't really did a lot of filming on my own. I have a couple that I done, but most of it's just been looking over videos from different places and finding it in screenshots. And it's amazing what's out there.
Yeah, I think once you train your eye a little bit, it becomes quite shocking how much is in those images. Yeah, Sheldon, the wind was terrible in my place as well. I was kind of hoping I might be able to go do some more field research, but it was too damn windy for me. I'm not in the cold weather, getting too old for all that. So,
well, I'm 57. I don't do a lot of hiking, so but I can find them in pictures. And like I said, I've wanted to just see one time what I could find in something that wasn't like Bigfoot related videos, but it was forest related, and I found them all over there too. They're everywhere,
aren't they?
It's amazing. And,
let's talk a little bit about you. So we talked about you're in construction. You told me that you had possible sighting.
Yeah, on my job site, we put in 5 warehouses on this one big job site. I run off-road trucks, and we build the pads for them. And I was just sitting out near the edge of the property, and I felt like something was out there, but I wasn't sure. So I snapped this picture.
Brenda?
And because it looked like this tree was upside down, but it actually got pine needles on these branches at the top. But that one on the right before you get to the top of that bend is the first one I actually sort of almost had a real good high contact. It wasn't like clear, but I could see it. I mean, I was at least 70 foot away from that, where I took the picture from. Yeah, you can see how far.
How tall is that?
That The hill goes up right there. There's a hill that goes up on like a 30-degree angle. So he might be 6 to 8, somewhere in that area. I couldn't see his bottom, just judging by the side of his head to how high that tree is. That tree's about probably 13 foot. But like I said, there's a bank there, so he isn't standing as low as the tree.
Yeah.
Right where it goes into the woods there, the bank goes up in there.
Well, there's something going on right here. There's something going on right here, right?
Yeah. There's like 4 or 5 things.
There's quite a few things going on in there. As far as Brenda, thank you for joining us. Yeah, if you're asking me, I would love to interview anybody who's a fellow researcher. And if you're talking about Eric, yeah, Eric, she could be your first guest.
That's nice.
Or maybe both.
Yeah. Like it might be her, have to be her guest because I don't have a channel set up yet for.
Well, it will not take that much of an effort. Seriously, I could sit down right now and help you set one up or live if you want.
Yeah,
it's really not that difficult.
Yeah, I'm working on my intro, what I like and what I want to do, and what I do, and then just go through a screen.
Well, I was showing Eric some of the ones I filmed this week, and it's like that one peeper is pretty sticks out like a sore thumb.
Oh yeah,
but it's not about me. So, anyways,
it's anything that helps get it out there and known is best. So sometimes I'm sort of nervous of it being out there because of the human nature.
Oh, the criticism, the haters?
Well, no, not the criticism. Even though they're strong and they are way on another level, I fear for them because with humans, look at how we did for them when this country was started. It just never works out good for indigenous, even though I think they wouldn't have a problem with. It's just I don't want to see anything happen like that. Somebody going out there and stupidly killing. You know what I mean?
Do you really think that they even have the ability? I mean, to me, these things.
I think it would be pretty damn hard, but
yeah, these things. I think these things
are be out there. It would happen sooner or later.
Right. Well, I mean, I imagine there's always a possibility, but
plus you got all the land problems, and it's a whole slew of things that'll come when they are, brought out in the world. But that shouldn't stop us from wanting to be there.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What's the buzzing in the background?
What's that? The buzzing? I don't know. I know what that is. That's my damn hard drive.
Okay. It's working pretty hard. It's It's interesting.
You give me a computer, I'll kill a hard drive in a year. I don't know how, but you give me one that has space that I can't fill up, and I'll still kill a hard drive. I don't know how I do it. I have bad luck with that.
So, this is very interesting. So, what time of the day was this? What time of year was this?
That was probably October, November.
Okay.
And it was probably around 9-10 o'clock in the morning.
So it's still green. It's just starting to turn brown now.
Yeah, so it might have been September. I think it was. It wasn't real cold, so it was just started in the winter.
So well, okay. So let's just start from the beginning. So, and I like it. I don't. We talk so much. I have a problem sometimes, folks. Obviously, I'm not a great host. I never intended to be one. I'm just a guy who researches. Who figured that it would probably be a good idea for reach out to other fellow researchers and talk with them, like fellow researchers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I have no intention of becoming big or anything like that. So
anything you want to know, that's fine by me.
Yeah. So, but we had a great conversation. We talked for 2 hours at least.
Probably. It probably would have been more if we wouldn't have stopped.
2.5 hours. Yeah, we were talking like 3 in the morning. So, I'm trying to think of where to go and go back in time here. So, okay, Eric Monroe, he's a construction worker. If you told me you went out on the field with Mike Ella,
Yeah, I went on one walk with Mike. I wanted to meet up and be able to talk to him face to face rather than try to type everything, And I really confirmed a lot of what I was thinking. And I wanted to show him a lot of the screenshots that I got from different things. That way he can also confirm that with some of the things I've been seeing. And I believed it, but I wanted to have that meeting with him. And it was a great time walk on that walk. Beautiful place. Didn't feel like there was a lot going on when we were there. But when I watched the video back, there's some right beside us there. Areas where there's kind of blurred behind us in different areas.
imagine that.
Amazing how close they were, and there was other people there at that little place, but they were there. I got some good pictures from that one. But
So that was that last year when you guys went out.
that was about that was about a month ago, I think. Or maybe I'm wrong. Mike would know for sure. I think it was a month and a half or less. But it was pretty neat.
Um, when did you? So you, as a kid, a child, you were watching or
I saw it on Reader's Digest, the famous picture of Patty in Reader's Digest. That's when I got into it, and I've
No,
always.
you said you got into it. Did you mean?
I mean, that's when I first knew about Bigfoot or found out about it. And then, other than that, I really didn't have a lot of experiences, except maybe the sixth sense of something watched me when I was out in the woods. There's always seemed like there was something more out there that I was missing, but I didn't have uh, you know thoughts of Bigfoot. And like I said, I believed it all my life that it's there, and it's only been the last maybe 6 to 8 years that I've really like. Okay, now I know it's there. I'm really firm on it. I've seen too many things. It's just weird that I've seen what I've seen, but it's also neat and exciting that what I've learned.
right?
There's there's so much out there more than just Bigfoot.
Well,
That
that's what I've come to realize. Well, I came to realize back in 6 years ago of that. But see, that's part of my mission is to share that message that there's much more than Bigfoot or Dogman or
don't,
Sasquatch. There's a whole bunch of things going on in those woods and I think that as investigators, we should take it all seriously and not just be so
mhm.
selective because I
Oh
think
yeah,
we can end up our biases and our prejudices could get us, you know,
yeah. You never know what
led
happened.
down the wrong path.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yep.
Um,
I believe the Bigfoots are actually looking out for us when we are in the woods,
well, I
like
have my story, that's for sure.
any other uh, type of creature or being. You have your bad ones, but I believe for the most part they are all good and benevolent, just want to live and enjoy life with their family like we do.
I have not seen Jimmy Boots, and how long has it been since we talked, Jimmy? It's time for you and I to do an interview again. It's been at least,
That name sounds familiar.
yeah, Jimmy. Jimmy's a researcher, and it's been like 4 years. Jimmy, how long has it been since we did a show together? Probably 4 or 5 years ago. Anyways, I haven't seen that name in a while.
This is from Tim from Florida. This
Oh,
picture, one of the walks he was on.
now tell us who Tim is and from Florida.
Tim Matthews, I think his last name is. I might be wrong there, but he does a lot. He has a channel with him and his wife and a couple other people I know. I don't know. I mean that I know that they do go out together. Um, I have to look to find his channel name, but it's Tim Matthews
It
from
definitely looks Florida-ish. Is
yeah.
this close to the mangroves or something like that, or where in Florida?
I think some of it is. He's also been. I've seen some of his. Oh no, that's not him. I'm sorry. I've seen some of. He's there's they're all around him more than you know. They're like with Mike. When you watch some of his videos, they're
Tim
all
T from Florida. Okay. Okay.
yeah. There it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. L-I-B Mike.
Well,
There's a lot of mics. There's a lot of mics right now. There are at least 3 of us out of the 9. So
I'm outnumbered here.
yeah. Uh, yeah, it's interesting looking there. Now, is this what you captured in one of the videos?
Yeah. This was just one of the screenshots that I captured. This is part of one of the screenshots, and if you see the faces all across there, about 2/3 of the way up, and they go all the way across there. You zoom out a little. It was like there's like if you zoom out a little, there's like oh yeah, there was like a crowd standing. There was almost like the whole family there looking at them the whole way across that one.
I'll just work my way this way because those are very self-evident. You don't have to.
They're right down in the bottom middle. You can see them in behind the branches.
There's something going on here. Is this one?
Below that.
Oh, there's this.
Below that light branch where you were at there. To your right in that area, to your right, there to the right a little. Yeah, right in that area of the branches. Up to the right of the screen, there's a bunch. Right there, your cursor's on one. Big nose right there, dark one. Right there.
So these, how big do you think these are here?
There's, in some of the Colorado Bigfoot one pictures I have, there's some of them screenshots from that one screenshot. All the pictures are from one screenshot. There's little ones that are 8 inches tall. It looks like.
Did you see the message, Eric? Eric, look at the message. Look what CP asked.
Oh.
Mike, Eric doesn't have a channel yet.
I don't have the channel set up yet.
Trying to twist his arm to start his own channel. That's what we're trying to do here.
I see that.
He's a good guy.
I know. I gotta get kicked in the ass to get something going. I just want to have like the right opening and the right intro video. Plus, you see, I use. I don't want to go copyright infringements, but I'm only using screenshots. I'm not like using videos from people.
Well, let me ask you: is it some personal questions? Is all right since we're all
Go
here?
I don't mind.
We're all fellow researchers, and maybe we can help you if you need any help here. What's stopping you from just filming some stuff and putting it on the?
Nothing's really stopped me. I just haven't got out there to do it. I've been, I guess I have to get my kick to the ass to get started to do that. I mean, I've been finding so much just to get videos.
And is it too early to ask of a commitment out of you?
No, it isn't. I am committed to do it. It's just a matter of when.
If I ask you, I know this is like, what does this show? If anybody follows what I do, you know that I don't follow any. There's no script here, man. We just do what we do. So
go for it.
Sorry, that's just how it's going to be, and it's until my last breath. I'm not, a content. I do produce content, but I just do my thing, like most of us here. So, anyways, if I ask Eric by the end of April that you will have a YouTube channel and you will have your first YouTube video up, will you make that commitment?
I will give you a yes. I will try to. I would say I definitely want to have it up by the end of April. I definitely because I've got so much.
I'm giving you more than a month here, man.
Yeah, I know. No excuse.
And by the way, you're gonna feel so silly about the fact that you just didn't bother to spend the half an hour it takes to actually set up a YouTube channel. You don't even have to get it perfect right now, as far as
I have my channel and the videos that I have seen, but I don't have nothing for like a channel like this.
Yeah, well,
thank you, CP.
So we all heard from you a week commitment, but within a month you're going to have your own channel. Now listen, once you start this up, don't worry about it. Just take it easy. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be. Just make a 1 minute video.
Yeah, I got to see.
You don't have to show your face. You don't
Oh,
have
I
to
ain't
show
worried
your
about that. I just never had it set up. I just I want to see. I'm like the screenshot I sent you, and with all the other ones from that picture, I could sit there and take a half hour to an hour just to go through and find them all and show you them all where they're at. I
There you
mean,
go. There you go.
that's the kind of thing I want to do, and I don't think I'll be copywriting anybody because I'm only using a screenshot, not a video of them.
Yeah, if you give credit to where credit's due, it's no big deal, right? And if you
Right.
don't,
Get credit from yeah, just like the Real Eyes do and the NVTV does. But I don't want to, I just find
and
so
after
much.
a while, I can tell you real fast. And then once you start this up, you're not going to need to use anybody else's material because that's going to come at you fast and furious. I
Yeah.
mean, for every 1 hour out in the field that I do anything, there's easily, um, I would have to say it's anywhere from 6 to 12 hours just going through the images. You know what I mean? And just,
Oh my God, yes. And you can always, when you go back, you can always find more sometimes.
oh, you always do. You know what I do is, so everyone's strategy is different. Mine is stills. The other
Yeah.
guys they do live video, and there's no right or wrong way of going about this. But
You, you don't,
but I do think it is important as well as that we do as a group that collectively we try to do things a little differently. So for me, what I do is just I primarily once in a great while do I do a video if there's something I feel that's worthy of it. But stills, you know what I mean, and breaking them down and just showing the images.
you can still,
Now, to each person with has their own gift, right? And there's
right.
no set way of going about this. So there's no you don't need to mimic me or Mike, or
Right.
the other Mike, or the three Mikes here. You know
It's
what I
always
mean?
good to
Hey,
listen.
you do your own thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's always good to listen, though. You can learn a lot just listening. But you could get
Oh yeah,
multiple stills out of that video that you take too.
absolutely. So, like I said, each person has their own approach, and there's no set. There's nothing set in stone how you go about this. The most important thing I think is, for me, my own personal opinion, is that if each and every one of us tries to do things just a little bit different
Yeah.
for the big picture of
Right.
investigation. So,
Yeah.
so
Put all the puzzle
you
together.
know what I mean? Yeah. So, and it will help in the long run. So, say MT Paranormal Mike, he's doing the EMV, the EVPs, and that's what I'm meant to say, and the MPs and all the other stuff, the audio. And whereas Long Island Mike, he's doing like his, strumping on the woods and going revisiting like tree structures and areas, and and there's no right or wrong way going about this. It's just getting out there and doing it. That's the big
Yeah.
thing. Just get out
Yeah.
there and do something. You know what I mean?
But
And
there's so much
obviously
material.
you have an eye, so I think you have a tail.
I will do videos of my own, but there's so much material out there from the few people, not the few, but the people that I do watch their videos. There's so much material I could find it. I got thousands of pictures.
Judy, you are everywhere. You are like there's just one person I can count on that wherever I go, that someone's going to be in that chat room. It's going to be Judy. It doesn't matter what show it is. She's going to be
This
there.
is
I don't know how you do it. You must have like 4 or 5 monitors running right now to be watching all these different shows, Judy. I know how you do it. But thank you for showing up again. So
this is a strange guy here. This is from Tim from Florida.
okay.
Tim T.
So tell us about this strange guy.
Well, right where that branch goes through the middle, right in the center of the screen, that's where his chin starts. You can see his face there, sort of wrinkled forehead, dark nose. Oh, too much.
Yeah, it's a little blurry.
Down a little. Bring the screen down a little. There you go. Right there. His head is right near the top. Just a hair down.
Right here? Right here?
No, right above that's his mouth. Right there is the mouth. And then go up his dark nose. Right, his mouth. Go up, and then it's a dark nose there, the eye, and then he has like a wrinkled forehead right there. Big white hair all around that. And then his body's down below. comes down to the bottom there. Sort of tubular looking there, but
I noticed that there's a couple guys from down south, and they film these
I
certain.
thought I sent one where I have him outlined. I'm not sure if I did with
You
that
did.
picture.
It's right there.
Yeah, there you have. It's not tight outline, but you can see where he's at. And then there's a little one on the bottom right there, like at his to the right by where it kicks out. There's a little one right there beside him. And I don't know what this like yellow thing here is in the bottom. It looks like Pac-Man. Yeah,
Says
that's
no
weird.
leaf.
That could be just pareidolia too, but that's weird. But there you can see
Well,
his
one of the things I'm going to bring out is I noticed that some of these guys that film these things in Florida, Mississippi, and parts of Louisiana, they got this what they call them boogers or Bigfoot down there, and they got this more kind of a like an apish monkey thing going on.
yeah, like skunk ape looking.
Yeah, but then, and I noticed that they're very, very green. I wish I had some of my old images. There's some of the guys from like Mississippi that
I don't push.
I've seen. There's one image that I found. The guy, well, I know who did it as well, in which there's a whole group of them. You can see them a profile. It's one of the best images I've ever seen, and they're just popping out. They're literally just popping out of the leaves, out of the branches, but they're not small. They're like we're talking 6, 7 feet tall. They're not talking like.
There's times I've seen like heads. I guess they're closer to the camera, but it looks like they're farther away. They're huge. I mean, like 20-foot round. But you see the eye and the nose, but they're not clear.
Yeah.
Like that. There's a clear one of that little, I guess, green dinosaur looking thing. From Bigfoot and on one picture is. I say that little green dinosaur thing. I don't remember where that picture's at, but
that's my guy.
I think you have it. If not, it's in the Instagram. It would be that little green dinosaur in the very center of the picture. That one. Now that's not. Okay. There's one there, but that's not a. There's a Bigfoot there. But.
What is the Kermit the Frog thing?
Yeah. There's a clear face there. If you zoom in right in the center.
Well, which one do you want me to? I'll tell you what. We're gonna do it this way because we will be going all over the place and back.
Oh, I know.
So we'll just go from this image now and tell us what we're looking at here.
Right in the center of the tree there, it looks like an Ewok in a way. Right there, you can see the nose and face and mouth and eye. Right in that dark center.
So So this would be the eyes.
Yeah, nose right there in the mouth. Right, that's the nose. Their mouth. Looks like an Ewok. I mean, that's all.
Like a white chin.
Yeah.
Was like? It's not cannabis. What is the heck? Yeah.
Up in the top right, there's one. Yep. And there's one in the hole on the left.
Shiny faces.
Yeah.
Black shiny faces. They got this.
Sometimes they have faces that combine into one. I've seen. And like in the branches there below that guy, there's little faces right below him there. Yeah. Right below that guy that was in the branch area there, below that first one you saw.
Sorry about that, Mike. Yeah, I don't know where you guys are at, but here in Ohio, maybe I don't know what it's like out east. And what was it like in Pennsylvania, man? Was the wind bad for you?
It wasn't bad today.
Oh, it was horrendous where I was at. I mean, it's like things blowing all over.
Some wind and rain last week.
Wires flying all over the place. I'm like, I'm not going anywhere today. I'm staying buckled in. Anyways, Mike, MT Paranormal, might probably be a good idea if you just buckle down yourself. Well, you have enough energy or electricity to drink some warm tea or something, man. He's getting sick.
Damn.
Pushing it too hard. Is
medicinal purpose.
Yeah, well, whatever you need, man. Whatever you need to help you.
Yeah. There's a little. This one. Is this yours? Right there under that tree, there's the eyes and the bridge of the nose. Center and to the left a little. You can see the nose.
Whose image is this?
Is this yours, right? Or just one of mine? Huh?
It can't be mine because
okay.
I sent you 2 images, 3 images
Okay, you
Uh,
look right in the center there. You can the
there's
light
no,
spot.
we don't have any greenery where I'm at as far as trees.
Okay. Well, these I couldn't know when the time these pictures were had. I don't remember, but either way, you can see the eyes and face right there underneath the
The white
big.
faces, I call them the white faces.
Yeah, right underneath the big horizontal. Yep. And then if you go to like 4 o'clock under these leaves, there's a face under them leaves, right below them leaves there. That right there. And
Right here.
no, look, come down. No, yeah, there's one there.
It's funny.
I'm talking right under them leaves.
If you're not a Bigfooter and you're not a researcher, what we're doing right now, people must think we're just bat guano crazy.
Well, if you
But
go to the right
we
side,
are not, and we do know what we see. And I understand if it's hard for you guys to see because of.
right side middle,
Uh,
right side middle of the screen, there's a real nice face under that log where the other white one was. Up a little, yeah, right up a little, right there. That's a nice face right there.
okay.
That really see the eyes, nose, and mouth. That almost looks like a wolf man or dog man in a way, but
But
it's not a long snout.
it's cartoonish. Most of these things are very cartoonish in my opinion.
I've seen so many weird. Did you ever see ones with square white eyes and like they look like those are real cartoony looking.
I filmed one the other day this week. It had the rectangle eyes, and
Yeah,
in the middle of the day, and they're shining,
yeah.
like eye shine. I'm like, what in the heck? And it's right up there in the tree, and I'm like, that was not. It's not the sun, because the sun is behind it, not in front of it. So it's
See
not.
that would
So it's actually projecting eye shine in the middle of the day, which I thought that was kind of.
their eyes are weird. People say about the red eyes and green eyes. What if they have filters like sharks have lenses that they can come over red for infrared light, see green for night vision. You know, they can have lenses that come over their eyes just like geckos and different animals do. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. It's like MT. I don't know, man. It's like a hurricane hit us. I mean, it was strong hurricane winds. I'm like watching power
It's
lines and everything just go
they
flying
got
over
to
the
shut
place
that heart
for
down.
hours and hours.
They got to shut that heart down
You
and
think?
stop the chemtrails. That's
Well,
a whole other stomach, though, and you can talk about that for hours.
oh, I can. I've done it before. I've done hours and hours of videos of it as well. So
People don't think they can't control weather. They've been doing it since Vietnam. They try to rate
his ideas are not. He's right about what from we talked. From my research, and it's not watching videos. I mean, I actually did research on the issue when it came to HARP, or when it come to weather modification, and there are literally hundreds of public
hmm
documented patents out there, and the government is screwing with our weather, and it's
That's
been
what
doing
government
that.
does. They see
Well,
somebody's idea come up, they'll buy them off, then they'll shelf that idea until they want to use it.
right. It's they don't even hide it. The problem is we don't pay. We're too busy living our lives. We don't pay attention. So
Yeah, but that's got to stop because it's the more they hurt too many people and too many things,
yeah, there's a lot of bad things going on. A
especially
lot
the
of bad.
children. Child trafficking has to stop.
I spent, like I told you, I'll tell you, from, I mean, I spent a decade trying to share different aspects about what's going on in the world. You know what I mean? So I think maybe that's one of the reasons why the Bigfoot community doesn't know me that well. Not to say that they know me that well, anyways, is because I diversify. I go over. I don't stay specific topic.
Nothing wrong with being well rounded, man.
So, and I spent from the beginning of 2020 to the middle well, April of 2022, warning people about the agenda. I was so
Mm-hmm.
burned out after that, and just I think by the time that time got around to 2022, if you had not figured out what's really going on around us, I don't think you were going to.
It,
You don't want to. you don't
they're
care.
just
Whatever.
programmed so much over the last 40 years, and really longer than that. Just indoctrination and the way they do stuff. The powers that be, so called. They
Yeah,
get you there. It's like when I hear that one story. They put 10 monkeys in a cage, and they have a ladder. When the bell rings, they'll run up. One monkey will make it up and get food. The rest will get rained on. Well, after a while, those monkeys start beating that one that tries to go up there. And then they change one monkey out at a time until they have all new monkeys in there. And the one monkey, why are we beating that guy up? I don't know. It's just the way it's always been.
just
It's how
pretty much.
they
It's true.
brainwash you that way subtly and over time.
Yeah, I spent a lot of hours. I mean, I literally spent
Look at
thousands.
Jesse Ventura, his show, Conspiracy Theory. He had a lot of stuff he had on back then were coming true now. The FEMA camps with the thousands of
And the
plastic.
damnest thing is that he was just listening to guys like me back then. And seriously, he didn't share anything that was new to us. You
Yeah,
know, they called
but
us
the thing was, he was getting it out in the
truthers.
mainstream. That was he was being able to get it out of mainstream a little more. You know what I'm saying? Maybe just a little more, touch a couple more people, but to ones that weren't paying attention in the first place. That is what I mean, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, right there in the center. That's pretty wild
Now,
guy.
did you ever figure out who did this one?
That I'm pretty sure that was from Randy Branson
Up in
up in Ontario
Canada?
there.
Canada?
Yeah, in Canada. I'm not sure if he's in Ontario. He might be out in British Columbia, I think.
British Columbia? It could be. Has it got moss on that tree as well? Not that it has to have it. So what's the story behind that? What do you know much about this picture?
I was watching the video and I just saw something. Sometimes I learn. I'm going to give a shout out here to Diesel in New Jersey because I learned from watching some of his stuff how he
Yeah, where is Diesel? Right, Diesel should be in this show. What? Somebody
he's
tell
probably doing more
Diesel.
live. But I watched him. How he watched my videos. You watch the videos at a quarter speed, and a lot more stays out there more. At a quarter speed, every second is actually 3 seconds. And you should see a lot more. Now it makes a 15-minute video 45 minutes long, but you catch stuff like this.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I paid attention to Alex Jones 10 years ago. I don't pay attention to him since then. I've moved on from
He
that.
had a meltdown, but he still has more knowledge than a lot of
No,
people.
I think it's just you start where you start. So I don't have anything against the man. I it's just like, okay, this is how I see it. It's just like Bigfoot research, right? You can only watch guys so long until either you do it yourself or you'll just stay stuck and you'll never know for certain if there is anything out in those woods until you do it yourself. You
Yeah.
go out there and
Well,
you
that
make,
would be
you
more
know what I mean?
confirmation. Yeah, that'd be more confirmation of what I'm seeing, I guess. And I will have some up there, buddy, but it'll take time till I get that running. Run CP
So
there.
right. So what I was just trying to get was referring to Jimmy is that I and I'm not preach. I guess I am preaching, but I don't mean to. So what I'm saying is that I
No, no,
realized I was
debating.
going to have to do my own research. I was going to read my own books. I was going to have to really seriously look into what's going on over there in the Vatican and Washington D.C. And the central London and all those other
Nothing
places.
good. Nothing good.
No, nothing good. Nothing good for the average Joe, that's for sure.
That's true.
So but
See all
yeah,
the everything in this one? There's faces. To me, there's faces everywhere in there. And it's weird how the pastel colors come out. And in a live picture like this, you wouldn't actually see these leaves. Don't see.
it's so funny what he just said. Jimmy, I'm sorry, and then it will go. I've had that. I've had when people invite me to protests and conventions and all that, thinking that I was the health ranger.
Hey,
And they
if
didn't
you
bother after effect. And the reason why they did it was because of I was at one time I was going to be the poster child for treating my multiple sclerosis with nutrition, and so I was, And I was warning people about how I got that. And it came from the jibber jabbery thing from the swine flu jibber jab thing,
Mm-hmm.
2009, in which not only I got injured, but tens of thousands of others. And it went right over everyone's heads, and they just did it again. So, anyways, so yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's awful.
actually had that. People were so upset. They're like, it's, when they didn't realize I was not the health ranger. I'm like, I know I suck. I never asked to be who I am, but
Well, yeah, a lot of people got to realize you don't need that little PhD letters to make you knowledgeable.
right.
Some of them guys are
You're
just
you're breaking up, brother. I know what's going on now, but you're
some
breaking
of
up
them
again.
guys that can have a fancy name at the end of the title at the end, and the letters aren't that smart.
You started breaking up again, brother. I don't know what you did.
Wow,
You hit something.
I didn't do a thing.
Okay, you're breaking up, man. So shoot.
Wow, that sucks. I didn't do
Well, I'll
it.
tell you what do
That's
us
my
all a
hard drive.
favor.
Go
Punch out,
ahead.
punch out, and punch back in. See if that helps. Okay.
I'll try that. Wait, my hard drive quieted down.
It sucks. It will drive people nuts, and so I'm sure I drive people nuts anyways. But remember, it's just researchers hanging out. This is what this is all about. It's not about. I get people giving me a hard time. You have guests on, and you're supposed to interview and mess. And I'm like, yeah, I have guests on, fellow researchers, and we're just talking like two human beings. We're not like this is not. This format was never. I never intended this to be like the next dude interviewing people. I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody, but that's not what I wanted. Hey, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back here now. Did that help?
Yeah, you're a little distant, but we can live with that. It's better than definitely all the
I
crack.
didn't change. That's weird. I didn't change anything.
Well, like I said, sometimes just refreshing it by coming out and coming back in.
No problem. Whatever. There was some interesting things I've seen in that screenshot.
No. Breaking up. Anyways, let's try to go to the next one. So,
Yeah.
what's going on here?
That was an orb that Colorado Bigfoot had filmed with another guy. They were out, and I saw what was behind it. That's the orb is basically in the center of the chest of the Bigfoot that you can see behind it.
Well, okay, well, I want to. Dang, I don't want this to go down this road.
Like the head is above the
Listen,
orb.
guys, whoever's left here, do you guys hear the breaking up as well? Because if you hear the breaking up, let us know. If you can't hear the breaking up on Eric's end, we're just going to go with it because I can live with the breaking, the static. But if you guys,
Solar flare.
that's all you're hearing. It's breaking up. Yes, Jimmy says it is breaking up.
Oh damn! I'm sorry.
So you fixed it last time and then it stopped. So, okay, so this is Colorado Bigfoot. This is an orb, and it,
help.
You gotta speak some.
Did that help at all there?
No, you're breaking up.
Wow.
It's like you either have a loose wire in your, or are you using some kind of external mic?
The internal mic on the laptop, and I didn't touch anything. That's what gets me going here because it's all set where it was. I wonder if it's a feed. I might be in a bad area. We might have because I have electrical storms, but there's rain clouds.
Did you move in your room?
No, I'm sitting in the same spot I've been the whole time.
This is a pretty cool image, by the way. You're gonna drive everyone nuts if you don't fix this. So. Strategies. The last strategy we had is that you dropped off and you fixed something on
there. Yeah, that time I turned the mic volume up on the settings. Did that help turning it down a little?
I don't know. Turn it down and see what happens.
I turned it down a little there. Did that help at all?
No, it's not going to help at all. You need to log out again. Do me a favor. Do this, okay? And we'll wait for you because we're here to support you, man. So just log out, reboot your computer, then come back in. How long would it take for you to reboot?
Shouldn't take that long.
Maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Reboot, and let's see what happens. He dropped off already. Okay. Well, in the meantime, I'll show you guys some images. I thought this is cool that I filmed. I always got stuff to share on my end. So this is a peeper that I filmed, and hopefully he gets here soon. And if I can go find him. So I filmed a lot of stuff this week. It's weird. You don't go out very long. I mean, I don't like spend a lot of time out in the field, but I come back with a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm totally convinced that this has nothing special about me. There's just what normally happens. So anyways, you see here's a road that goes through a park. I'm by myself in the park. You can see the time, and it's the 21st. It's 4:01 p.m. of this last week, basically. So there's a dude right here popping out of this tree. Now check this out. It is not part of the tree. There's a black head popping out. All right. Now, go next. That's the dude that was popping out of the tree right there. And let's see. No, it's not him. Let's see the difference. That's one of those fungal growth things. But this guy, so he's right here, right? And just show how really they are everywhere. And I mean, you explained to me how a head's popping out of a tree, and I just don't see cloaking here. I see something that's popping out of a tree. I know I keep bringing this up because it is a big part of the scenario. Device is not connected.
Back here.
Okay, let's hear you, buddy. And he's dropped off again. We can't hear you, man. You seem to have lost connection. So anyways, while he's figuring this out, so this guy's popping out of this tree, and there he is. And I don't know. Do you guys see what I mean? I don't know what it is. It's like it's not a dog, man, and it's not a Bigfoot, but it's like almost got like, I don't know. You guys tell me. Do you guys see anything in this popping out of that tree?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. So we can hear you.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yep. I bumped my cord on my laptop and the power was draining. That's probably why it was cutting out.
That makes a lot of sense right there. So you have it on power cord, isn't it?
Yeah, it didn't come with a battery. It's a nice little laptop.
No, that's okay. It sounds great right now. So anyways, now I don't have to. But anyways, I'm just showing them that peeper that I showed you that I filmed on the 21st.
Well, the top right of it looks like an ear, like a dogman face almost.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's like it almost. All I know is something was popping out of that tree, and you can see it, and we're going to move on. That's not it.
There's a peeker.
No, that's one of those things that those fungal growths.
That's a burr.
Those fungal growth things that I can't. They make tea out of. I can't remember what it's called. But that is an entity. It's black as. And why are they always black like oil or coal? That's something to ask as well.
I'm not sure enough. Maybe darker colors blend. There we go.
Okay, let's get back to the business at hand, which is your business. And,
right above the orb, in the center of the screen there, you can see the Bigfoot head, and on the left side, you can see his one arm coming up to the side of his head, and it looks like the right arm does it too. It's like the orb is in the heart of the Bigfoot. That's the left arm, right arm. You got it.
Okay, let's think about some stuff here, right? When we were tying the pieces together. Mike and cameraman, and well, cameraman and Trapper, and they were filming. I think, well, Mike, were you involved in that filming too? I can't remember. MT, were you part of that? I don't. Anyways, they filmed. Remember the entity, the orb in the center of it? Did you watch that by chance?
I,
Eric, if you did, if
I
you
saw
didn't,
it.
go back and watch that show. And we talk about that. Now we got another piece of data of an orb in the center of something that looks like a Bigfoot, and it's manifesting from the
Yeah, it
around
almost
it.
looks like you. It almost looks to me like the orb is in his heart, and there's a white face there to the
Which is a very
bottom.
profound statement that you're saying there. I don't know if you realize that, but you know what I
Yeah,
mean? An orb in its heart, like it's the life force of it. You know what I'm saying? Well, let's think
yeah.
about this because before you always start hearing about it, or there's orbs.
That's
And
how they went.
I've had my own experience as well, where there'll be a night and I'm filming orbs. Next thing you know, I'm going to film, two eyes floating around and in the high in the sky, and then or I'll film something, and when I lighten it up, there's a freaking Bigfoot sitting in a tree or something that
This
looks like
could be a good explanation of why they don't leave tracks after so far. If they're
like
not
it's
all
like
together here,
it's like beam me up, Scotty. I
yeah,
swear to God, this is Star Wars. Excuse me, Star Trek had to get
it
this
would
idea.
explain why they look like they glide. Because if you're not really touching the ground or anything, you would be gliding.
Yeah. So this is and who filmed this again?
That was a picture, a screenshot from a Colorado Bigfoot video.
Okay, and how long ago was this? You remember?
I think this is probably a year maybe ago.
A year ago. Okay. Does he know about it?
So many
Does
pictures,
Mark?
dude.
Does
Sometimes
Mark?
it's hard to
Does
remember.
Mark? Does Mark know about it?
Mark, I did send something to him, but I didn't get an answer back. I mean, he responds sometimes, but I I follow him and I watch his video. I love the structures out there, the size of the tree structures out there.
Oh,
They're
Mark's the one that taught us all about the tree structure.
intense. Yeah, but
One way or another, he's taught.
gets a little bit on himself so much sometimes. Yeah, I turn the volume down and just watch the video sometimes. I'm not trying to be mean to him, but he does get a little bit full of himself sometimes and rambles on
Well,
and on.
I can't say much because a lot of people say that about me too, and they're probably right. So
Well, you got to
I don't
watch if
mean
you
to be
watch
a jerk.
some
I
of his
just am.
videos.
So
You hear.
I don't mean to be a jerk. But anyways, uh, but this is fantastic. Did you
Yeah.
find this, or did somebody else find
Uh,
it and you tweaked it?
I found it. I didn't get to hear nobody else see it or talk about it. Even Mark, I didn't hear him talk about
But
that. He talked about the orb.
this is a very important photo in my book. And so it's funny how synchronicity works, right? Because you and I, okay, so I've talked to the cameraman and Trapper about the orbs and the manifesting of like an entity around this orb, right?
Yeah,
And 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 that was what, last month. This month another piece of data shows up. This is why it's important to do this. It's not
yeah,
important. See, I hope you guys realize what I'm getting at here, and you join me on this journey. It's not about. I totally respect you guys and your shows, and if you got 1,000 or 10,000 or even 100,000, you do what you got to do. But here, this is about researchers getting together and sharing the data. It's not
yeah.
about popularity. We share it with other people because the reason is, or at least I am sharing, is because I'm reaching out to other guys and gals to say, hey, listen, let's talk.
This is not
Talk
about one
like
person. It's about
researchers,
all.
because this is the only time that we really get a chance to do this, really. You know what I mean? People from different parts of the country and the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And and I'm just using the platform as an excuse, really, to get you guys to come join me in the conversation. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So
Well, like I said, it's not about one
I'd be
person.
more than happy if my channel stayed under 500 for the rest of my life, and you guys get all the followers and all the subs and all that kind of stuff. I just want this, what we're doing right now. So.
I have one follower, my daughter, on my personal channel.
But this is
But
such an important piece of data. I mean, it really is. If you guys, and I imagined,
see, I didn't see the creature behind. I didn't see the being behind it till I used a couple different tried, like where you go in your editing and you have the different filters you could try. They have different names. Sometimes that brings it out more. The picture. I don't edit the picture. I edit the colors and filters on it. I do never touch a picture of what is actually in the picture. That I would never do. I just use different filters sometimes, and sometimes things pop out better in different filters.
yeah.
You got your what is it? Some of them called you got realistic. You got uh, virtual reality picture filter, and some of them.
Right,
They
right.
got alpaca, whatever. They have a bunch of different names for the colors, different colors you go through screens, but sometimes that brings out something you didn't see before. Like
Well,
I
always, yeah.
never seen. I thought that was a tree.
I wish I had my software editing stuff, but I don't. So, in some ways, it's good too. That way, people can't judge me
I
too
thought
hard.
that was a tree there with the orb in front of it till I did different filters and then the other features
Well,
came in there.
you can definitely see that must be its mouth right there, right?
Yeah, right above it to the right, straight up those, right to
There's
your
his two
left,
eyes.
right there. Yeah,
There's his top of his head.
yes.
This is one arm. This is another arm.
You can only see the hand. Now, see right there where you're at now, right on it would be his left leg. Right there looks like the top of the whole face there in
Well,
that
I'm
color.
going to ask you a rather bizarre question. How do you know that's a he?
I don't just figure speech.
Well, because he looks like he's got memory glands.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about there now. I never really looked at that.
He's got an
Could
even
be.
nipple, and I just and so I'm not
See, that's
saying.
I would never say definitively because somebody could see something different.
So female Sasquatch,
Could
and
be.
yeah, why not? I mean, could be either or, right?
You see,
He's
there's
androgynous.
another weird thing with these. I often see a lot of other faces on the one creature itself. It's
Oh,
weird how, like in the hair, the LIB told me one time. He says some of them group together to make you look bigger.
I totally agree. In fact, I've seen them. I call it hooking up. They hook up on each other, and when they hook up, they mass up to make themselves look like a bigger entity. You're absolutely right about that.
There's
Or just a blob, or whatever. I also think, remember, if we are correct, that they feed off energy and they're energetic beings, then they also could be, ironically, in a way, feeding off each other
oh,
energetically.
they feed off all energy. I think they can get a lot of their substance from the sun. They don't actually have to eat.
Well, if you think about the whole natural process, I mean, basically, we are walking batteries. A tree is a battery.
Mm-hmm.
It's yeah, I mean, it's clear to me. That's what I'm starting to see. I mean, you see what M, MT is doing, MT Mike is doing, and cameraman and the guys. They are using their EMPs and their EMPs and their uh, or EMF meters, I should say.
Oh
and,
yeah,
and they're getting readings in the footprints. They're getting readings where there's activity,
and under the structures.
or next to a tree. Now, this is all tying in together. It really is. As time
Yeah,
goes on, we're going to see that energy has a big part in all of this.
it's like it does because remember.
Electromagnetism has a big part in all of this.
Oh yeah, remember I talked about how I walk through trees and that. Well, how much space is in between our actual molecules that make up our being. If you vibrate at the right frequency of any other thing like a wood,
Jimmy
you
knows.
can,
Jimmy knows what's talking. He's saying here. So I have a lot of paranormal here, and I know he does because I've seen his images. Some of them, and at least back then, I'm sure he's got a lot more. And they do feed off each other's energy.
and ours.
Yes, they do. You just go back now to Bill Monroe and the Loosh, and they feed off our emotions and feelings and our own energy. I do believe that.
They say the lizard people feed off of fear.
Yeah, who knows? I mean,
I'm just using an example. Not saying
and
it's
then if you look at what, say, like what Mike's doing, and I keep on bringing up Mike and Cameron because I've been paying attention to what they've been doing the past couple of weeks, and that is they say you're not allowed to attach, no attaching to me, no attaching.
yeah,
I think there's a point to that too. I mean,
yeah.
I
You had a
how
hitchhiker,
many
didn't you?
times? Hey, listen, I've been out in the field. I remember after having like my first sighting leading up to my first encounter in 2017, I freaking pissed blood for a week.
Yeah, you had a hitchhiker.
Well, yeah, but
Not the being you were looking at, but there was other ones around them, and being open to that being lets you susceptible to the other ones.
well, it's so then we have to ask ourselves the question. So, if somebody, me, I'm pushing away a little bit from my Christian biases, right? Because it's easy to say there's demonic possession. What if what we're talking about here is when we say hitchhiking, we have these effects. Now we're going back to electromagnetic radiation, some kind of physical ailment. I mean, because it's very similar to what happens when you get uh, exposure to radiation, pissing
I've
of
heard
blood. One of the things
I've
that
heard
has
stories
happened.
about Bigfoot creatures going on to military bases, and they found radiation in their footprints. They used Geiger counter and found detected radiation in footprints in the area.
And their footprints, and then okay, say that again.
These Bigfoot creatures were found on go into military bases, jump over their 12-foot fences, and look into security cameras. And when they test out there, they have found with a using Geiger counter, they found radiation in around their footprints and around the area where they were at. That's where,
And
like Mike says,
what's
they can
going
feed off.
on? What's going on in and Eastern Ohio, Central Eastern Ohio, with MT Paranormal Life and Cameraman and Trapper and those guys? Same thing. They're getting readings in the footprints.
Mm-hmm.
That's something you just can't just ignore. You can't. Well, you
No,
could if you want to, but if we're
no.
going to be serious about research, we got to put the data together, the data points, and we have an orb that, once again, where there's this light and high concentration of energy.
Mm-hmm. It's got to leave a signature or footprint, not a like a footprint, but it's got to leave residual.
Well, if Sasquatch and these Bigfoot and all that, when they materialize, if and if they are energetic beings of a nature that we're not that we don't understand. I'm sure other people do, but we, the general populace, don't understand. And if they can materialize through some kind of energetic frequency or means, and and if their primary is, because we hear all the time about it's energy, it's a frequency, it's energy, and it's kind of this new agey stuff, and people, we kind of just look, we kind of, because we all are limited in our understanding, right, in our background.
Yeah.
So what if really what's going on here is, when we talk about quantum physics and all that, is that we're really talking forms of um, some form of either fusion or fission, some kind of nuclear reaction. It's at a more pinpoint and localized area, right? And so it's not like the whole. It's not going to affect the whole place, right? But
No.
that
Yeah.
one specific place where it manifests, then it's walking on the ground. It makes a few footprints. First of all, that would take an immense amount of pressure in the first place to make that footprint. Really, what I mean? These footprints are not, a lot of times, are not that shallow,
Well,
right?
that's the weight. Yeah, that's their weight.
But that weight does create. Uh, there's a how do I say this? The force of it, contact, would leave a residue, or is leaving a residue of a radiation, right?
I get what
So
you're saying there,
it-
but
it's the
I
same
think
thing as what the orb is itself. And we've heard how many times have we heard stories, or if you haven't, I have, where orbs go through somebody's house or room or go through that person, and soon after they end up having certain health effects, and in
Super
particular, like
radiation sickness.
radiation poisoning.
Yeah, that would be more like from the sun, the energy they get from the sun. If it'd be a fusion is sort of clean. It isn't as there isn't as much radiation from a fusion. Fission, like we have now in our nuclear plants, that leaves a lot of radiation. So they would get the residual radiation from the sun and the rays from the sun, which are UV and radio.
Which
You know,
I have talked to several guys, especially out east. I think actually this one dude he actually is in Long Island as well. There's some nuclear power plants around that area, and he films entities around the nuclear power plant, and he films even UFOs dropping off. Think of a UFO with like a Jacob's ladder, like a ladder, come from
mhm.
the UFO down to the ground and back, where it's picking up and dropping off spiritual beings, if you will, because we don't have a better word for it.
Got to be some kind of energy there to hold them. That isn't just light holding them. You know what I mean? It's got to be
But
something in them.
what if they're feeding off that residual energy from the nuclear power
Like
plant? It's a generation of that reactions. That
they might. I think they just get to. Sometimes they go in there just to say, look at them and poke them and say, look at me. I can be right here. You can't catch me.
Well, I don't think but they can do that anywhere. So when
Yeah,
I'm talking about, I mean, you can see. I don't know if he's even doing it anymore, but he himself has started having health issues as well. That's another thing to all this people. It's like this way, like I was watching Mike yesterday and cameraman and Mike getting sick, and I'm like, man, when you start getting sick, you start feeling that you need to pull back. You just need to take a break. It's hard not to. It's hard to do that, but you do. You have to take care of yourself because this stuff can destroy you. And what I mean by that is
yeah.
because it's like it's all consuming what's going on.
But then again, if you ain't living, you're dying.
No, yeah, but it's true. But what I'm saying is you have to listen to your body
Exactly. Oh yeah.
because
This guy, one guy here, Jimmy Boots. Yes, I am in PA. I just don't answer.
uh,
I'm sorry to interrupt everybody. I wanted to just
oh,
answer.
it's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. But
So
I've
oh
heard
yeah,
stories.
let's I can do that. We can compare that. I
I've
think
heard
that's
stories about
actually
our.
honestly, if you don't mind, we're going to stay stuck on this a little bit, Eric, because this is maybe you to me this and I when I looked at it first, I'm like, oh, this is cool. Like I'm not the smartest, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. So, but I'm looking at it now, I'm like, well, son of a gun, this is one of the most important. If far, but you got some
Thank
great,
you.
you got some great images, but this is probably the most important image because of
Well,
what it reveals to me, at
remember,
least.
remember I was talking about like some of the things I see, like the highlights, old highlights magazine, where you find the animals in the tree. Well, like right to the left of that orb, in where the branches are there, in those open spaces, each one of them looks like a face to me. You can actually see it. Where you just see the eyes and the mouth outline. You don't see the whole thing clear. I see a lot of that in there.
Yeah, I always used to. They're never alone. That's why I always say it is
Oh
like
yeah.
they're never alone. And when I say I'm not talking about other Bigfoot, I'm talking about
Oh
the.
yeah, yeah. I know. That was just something I wanted to make mention of. There, sorry.
Well, no, I mean,
There's
see,
Well, I've heard stories about like our national parks. They were set up for the national parks, but they are also set up for corridors for the Bigfoot to be able to move around the country. In some of it, in some ways, a lot of the national forests and parks were set up that they could move around because our government's known about them for a long time. I think Teddy Roosevelt known about them. Had stories from him. There's even stories from George Washington I heard already. But So that's what I heard about the national. Uh, yeah, see, with the thermal for a Bigfoot, you can tell if it's not a person because you have a heat signature the whole way through them. You don't have the shirt, the hands, and the head sticking out only. Even though it's darker in the other one areas, it's still a heat signature, not like a clothing would be. You know what I mean?
Right. So with this one, the heat signature is in the head,
The
whereas
main,
that other one is in the chest. But it doesn't mean,
that might be in the head when he's fully formed.
yeah, you're right. It's just it does, it's let's see if we can get a different image there. Is there something different? There might be
Stories
one.
about military pilots, they can always tell when they see one of them because their heat signature is full head to toe and not broken up by clothing and bigger, but they could tell right away by that. They just told them, "Look, just go, leave them go on."
So this is another example.
Well,
Oh shoot.
that almost looked like the orb was outside of it, the heat hot spot.
So it's going if it was.
It looks like it's side view to me. The little bright area is the eyeball. I don't know.
So we got the orb again here. We got the heat signature and an entity there.
Yeah, that's what I did. She's outside.
You can almost see the head of one of them. The entities there. So it doesn't necessarily, also part of his perspective on our part, right? So because the angle that we see it when it was been taken, pictures taken, so
Yeah,
it could it can't. Well, one angle or one perspective, it might look like it's the head that's the orb, where the next could be the chest, and then the next one, if you look at this one, yeah, I mean, you can see that there are. It's like
that might be two of them. What if it's two of them there? And the one is an orb and the other one's materializing. I don't. You never know. I've also took a screenshot and then thought it was clear as hang, and then when I go look at it later, it's not as clear as I thought it was. Now I don't know how that happened, but sometimes it's weird.
So there we got.
That's complete signature. Yeah.
So no, enough time. No, the whole body is
Mhm.
so. But it's like
I think it seems like they can control it.
depending on how big of this, how much energy is being emitted at the time, the more that maybe the body is emitting.
Maybe he was running and he just stopped and
Well,
he can't
we're
pulled
trying to
out.
put my words together, right? So let's say when if it's absorbed a lot more energy, the more energy that it absorbs, the more it will show throughout the body. The less amount of energy that it absorbs, the smaller the part of the body it will be seen. Does that make sense? So in other
Yeah,
words, this entity has a lot more energy in it right now, or electromagnetic frequencies or radiation than this one right here.
but if his emotions are,
I could be completely wrong.
if his emotions are high, he might be pumping blood faster and making it more heat. Or like I said, if he was just running somewhere, that is very clear. See, now the other ones might not be as bright because the head's out in the open. The other ones might be behind a bush and branches, so it
Yeah,
doesn't come out as bright.
yeah.
That might be for that one. The head is out in the open because it's looking over top of those bushes, the bluer stuff. So it's brighter. I don't. If that was, you know, yeah, it's
So
weird. You don't see the
you'll
facial features.
really save him. You're welcome, CP.
Well, yeah,
That's kind of
yeah.
scary. Uh, Me as well. What is it saying here? Oh yeah, okay. So that's probably why there's residual electro force on the footprints, is what I think, because there is so much energy after they have gone, they're still
Yes,
somewhere even in the, oh yeah.
I also believe that they can control the heat because in some video, some shows I watched, they had the heat signature there, and it just zips out. It doesn't like move; it just zips out.
So all thanks go to um cameraman for his the images, and anybody else was involved in that. I can't remember who else was involved in that. Well, as the same token, we have over here this image that you provided from us, and that credit goes to the person who actually filmed it, was Mark from Colorado Bigfoot, but you're the one that actually saw this and found it.
I seen the orb the whole time, but I didn't see the actual picture, the being, until I used a different filter. Like I said, I don't touch any of the picture in any way. It just filtered, like bring out different things.
All right.
Look, that almost looked like an eyeball on the other side of that orb, right right there. Wow.
Well, and I have a theory too that, and you can see it. Look at the memory gland. You can see the big nipple. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it kind of looks like
Yeah,
a. And
it could be a move too. Could be an older one that ain't as fit anymore and has man boobs.
could be a tree too, but it looks from there. It's very suspicious at the position that it's at. Let's put it
Yeah,
that way.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
one thing that I noticed too, or
I was looking at the orientation of
theory
the
that
face.
I'm still working on, it's probably gonna take a while, but it's that orbs are actually kind of like chariots for spirits.
Mm-hmm.
So an orb is not a specific spirit, but there's multiple spirits that hook onto that energy. It's like an energy source that these spirits hook onto to feed off of.
Which
And so, because what I'm finding is, not all the time, but I'm finding images of orbs. When you pierce into it, if you got a good enough image, you'll see multiple entities in it.
I've
That's just
searched
one.
story about of people that have seen these orbs around their house, and they've actually talked to the orb. Some mind speak, whatever, how they, and the orbs are actually, they said, were actually individual entities of their own, and they bring whatever through the portal.
Right, and
They're like the bridge,
and
but
you
they're
didn't
not.
know me.
This
Right.
orb is not this creature. This orb helps this creature come through. That's what they said that happened. But you never know. I mean, that was one story I heard like that, but it's another piece of the puzzle.
Okay, I got another question for you here too. Okay, what if that entity that looks like a Bigfoot is actually holding that orb, that light in its hand, and
So
that's
it's
what's
like
really
the
on.
hands are by the head, but it's still facing the
Well,
orb.
in
You
other
mean,
words, this could be actually heads,
yeah.
and this could be a hand that's holding on to this,
Maybe that boob you see is an elbow. I don't know. It could be.
which then would make more sense with the memory grab being there and not being seen here, because the hand and the orbs blocking the. Okay, so I did a show which we have to do in one soon, but one of the very first interviews I did when I started the show up again was the Orb Whisperer from Australia. Now he's documented and proved that he can call these things, move these things, and I'm talking about indoors, outdoors. I've seen him call these things and direct these things next to an ocean where there's wind, trade winds and stuff going on. So you couldn't say it was him like using his own personal, like some kind of static electricity or his breath or whatever, right?
Hmm.
He knows how to do this. And he said specifically that and I didn't even ask him, he just offered it. And he said they come out of the trees. The
Well,
orbs
yeah,
come out of the trees.
there's been a lot of videos on lately about trees walking. I've seen them. I've seen them a long time ago, but there've been a lot more coming up more now that in the last couple of weeks. I've seen about the trees moving around on their own. The trees have been around longer than some of us have been on here. And we tend to think that we're the highest thing in this world. There's things in multiple layers and multiple entities that have been here millions of years and longer than we have. I believe.
Well, yeah, why not?
It's just a small part of the whole thing.
I mean, we're here like a fart, a bit of, no, just a brief bit of time, like a fart in the wind. And so that's really how long our existence.
Geologic time, yeah, totally.
And so, and
we wouldn't even be on the face of a watch in our time around here.
And as inquisitive of creatures as we are, let's also be honest, we're not cued into a lot of what's really going on around us.
I think a lot of that's been hidden from us and dumbed down in us through the powers that be to keep us under control. Like we were talking about last time. Who knows? Maybe the Bigfoot really watch out for us and don't hurt a lot of us because maybe we're more powerful than them, even though they're bigger.
Or maybe some of them are. They talk about guardian angels, guardian spirits.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. The same thing. If we're going to continue this, let's do it for at least another hour, if you're willing. But guys, I need to take a break. I need to take an intermission. So if that's all right with you guys.
Yeah. How long are you going to do it? I could go out and finish my stove quick.
Yeah, I'm going to.
You come back when you want that, and I'll be back in a few. It won't take me more.
Let's all get back together about 5 minutes. I want to play some music, but
well, here you got this picture you got up there now has one of my favorite, the Amish guy there in the left behind the V on the white sticks. His mouth is right behind the V, and his eyes are above that on the left side. There's another one there, but that guy there, he has like the Amish beard, like the beard all below. Right, no, up higher, right in this triangle here, up a little. Up to your left, right there's his mouth, and you can see the beard under him, and then above the branches, you can see his eyes there. If you zoom in, you can really see his eyes in that. There's people in that one, yep. But he has like a beard. His face is no hair except for below his chin, like an Amishman. Yeah, there you know. Now right where it's at the bottom of the screen is where the beard is.
One of the things that might be your problem too with your laptop is like it's not getting enough air. So a little strategy you can do is like get two books that are about the same height since you're not using your computer anyways, and just so put one on each side, like, and that will allow it to get some air.
I do have the one side.
It's running pretty hard because it's probably not getting a lot of air. Probably needs to be clean too. It's probably been dusted. So, anyways.
I want to get a new base model that I can sit in. But this laptop.
Okay, but you send me your old laptop. Well, anyways, I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding, but
oh no, I ain't saying that. I'm just saying I would like to get a desktop type with just a base and use a different monitor.
Yeah, we'll get desktop and make sure you get two monitors.
That way, I can leave this laptop out where that use it out away from it. I just haven't got around to getting a new base.
So I'm trying to see which video I'm going to play. I'm going to play this. I tried to play something off. The audio sucked. Anyways, I'm going to play this. Take 5 minutes, and we're back. Here we go.
You're going to try. Go.
But I'll be back. I'll be back.
Wrong one. Okay.
You're going to try. Go.
I don't want to use that one.
What? No. I won't be that long. I might, but
I'm just yelling to myself. Okay, here we go. So let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. 2 comments. Son. See where are we at with all this? We're not done. So let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Thank you, LIB. Air duster works wonders. That's true. Yeah, I think that's what he needs. He needs to clean his laptop up a little bit. So it's running pretty hard. That's part of the problem. So, anyways, yeah, if you're Jimmy, if you're still in the room, let's get that going. Let's do a show. Maybe we can do it next week or the week after. And anybody else who wants to join in the conversation, I'll tell you what, I'm sure he will not mind. And I will have a link. And yeah, send it to me. I don't know if I should be able to find it on Facebook. Yeah. Or Facebook message me as that, because everyone, unless you want everyone else to call you. So
I'm back here. I had to use the bathroom too.
Yeah, getting older, you know what I mean? So is it all right if I invite anybody if they want to join us?
Yeah, I don't mind.
So copying and put it in the chat here. If anybody wants to join us, say hi to Eric.
Thanks, man.
Pressure him to get his YouTube channel going. That'd be a good idea. Yeah, interesting image here. Once again, orbs. I was thinking about that too. Let's take a little break about the Native American legends and lore about the lights and how they say it's to avoid them. And maybe now we know why.
Maybe especially you get sick from it.
Yes, like you get radiation poisoning of some sort.
Yeah.
Who's this is from again?
This one actually was from northern Michigan Bigfoot.
Okay. Here?
That was from a video from one of the first videos I saw of Mike along on Bigfoot. I just dug the shit out of that X.
Yeah, it's a pretty big.
It's like really cool.
Yeah, it's just really. It just kind of contradicts what I was saying earlier with Jared from Sasquatch Connect. What the hell is it called again? What is this? I'm sorry, buddy, if you hear this. Confessions? Sasquatch.confessions. It's like, I'm noticing that my X's are really black, really, really black, compared to the trees around, which are very gray. And I'm just like, but not always that way. But
I think the bark was peeled off these.
What's that?
I think the bark was peeled off these. The upper left-hand side, you can still see bark on it.
Right. Well, this is very much wider than the.
There's 2 or 3 creatures right below the center of the X. The one there, one above it, one right below the middle of the X, and 2 little eyes right at the top. Like 4 of them there.
Yeah. Do you think I should show that? I wonder if I should show that image that one entity that I filmed during the middle of the day with the 2 glowing eyes in the middle of the day.
Go for it.
Well, we will. This is Colorado Bigfoot, right?
That's one of my favorite things. That's huge. Huge. I mean,
this is where I say, it can be wrong, but I mean, it could be a single like mountain giant type Sasquatch thing that did that.
I've heard times they get up to 25 foot tall.
But it also could be a group of them, or maybe it's working together to make it happen. Right?
I think it'd have to be one holding the base and one pulling it down in, because where that one that goes across the top there, you can see the rub marks above it all the way down that one tree behind it. If you go down a little, Go up. I mean, go up in the
Oh,
picture.
I'm just seeing if there's anything in the
Oh
shadow.
yeah. Oh yeah. There's more there. Right there. Right there where you grabbed. They're always in them. There's one right to your left, right there, right to your right of your hand cursor, right there to the sort of like 2 o'clock, right there in that area. There's one lower a little, yeah, right there. There's always in there.
And there's another thing too. If they use some kind of heat to bend the first of all to straighten out the trunks, um, and then kind of like thinking about like working with metal, right? And you need heat in order
Malleable.
to bend it, right?
But maybe they just use their mind instead of actually physically bending stuff. I
Uh,
thought that too with Mike. I said they might be able to manipulate it at molecular level without physically doing it. They're mentally doing it.
hey, we got Mike joining us.
Hey
What's up?
Eric, what's up,
How
Mike?
you doing?
What's
I'm
up,
good.
brother?
Just here in the dark.
How you feeling? You feeling any better?
Hey, I'm still under the weather some, but I'm getting a little better.
Ivermectin.
Yeah.
Well, you got to take that stuff seriously, especially after what we're talking about right now, right? There's always that possibility that, especially with you guys, what you're working with, you know what I mean? If
Yeah.
there is any electromagnetic radiation or poisoning, um,
Was this after a specific timeout that you got sick? Was there
probably
anything different about the time you were out then?
No, well, it happened. It probably went back to Tuesday. Tuesday's when I started feeling it, but I don't think it was related. I think it was something else.
if you just
It's the time of the year too. I get sick in the beginning and end of fall and winter, spring.
I
So
know
basically,
you've been doing a lot, like doing shows with me, doing your own shows, and you work and everything else. So it's just
stress. Yeah, stress is a tough one if you have
Well,
it.
I'm off my power bank here, so if my light dies or my phone dies, it's just because I ran out of temporary power here.
it's no, it's not because of us, huh? He
Yeah.
didn't offend you.
Hit a couple of them Patriot set units cells blocks, a little hand block. They charge about 3 or 4 cell phones off of one charge. And you can get them at CVS, like the Patriot chargers. They're only like $30, but they get like 3 charges of your phone out of it. And they have the solar panel on them.
So this is what Jimmy
Change the filter on it, yeah.
he changed that. He said, I wish I had a good filter. I don't have a good filter, so thanks for doing that.
You don't have that in your editing on your regular picture?
I have, well, I do, but I don't know what's going on with it right now. So
Okay.
I need to get. I don't know. I really don't edit things that much. I just if I do, it's just just to be artistic about it, as far as the cover.
See, that brought out more of them around it too in the lighter areas. Like right where you're right to the right of your left of your, there was a dark circle there where he was sitting. To go to the right, down to the right.
Right here.
No, now go up to 1 o'clock on that, off of that creature, off of that one.
Right here.
No, it's out in the white there to the right of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's like a little round circle. That's like a nose of one.
Well, let's thank you, Jimmy, for doing that. Let's get back to your stuff while we're looking at. Well, I look. There's a big guy right there. Anyway, let's go to the next one.
That almost reminded me of a mask.
Is this Mike's?
Yeah, that's Long Island. That was
Well, maybe you guys could talk about it. Do I need to do anything with that while you talk about it? And I'll look for
dark
this guy.
circle on the left side there.
Glowing eyes in the middle of the day.
That caught my eye at first. Then I seen a lot of other things around on it. Like to the left, to center of the picture there, there's 3 or 4 of them really clear there. I need to zoom just a little. right where it's at, but just zoom right where it's, yeah, there you go. Now you can, right at the top middle, you can see a head.
What's the story behind this?
That was, he was out on a walk in one of his places, and he was getting to the end of where it was not it was going to go into somebody's property, and he turned around, and when he turned around, that head there on the left in the middle of the tree, that dark round circle there is the first thing caught my eye. Then the ones that are in the middle, they're sort of see-through, but they really caught my eye then. There's like three faces right there in the middle that, they really caught my eye. And there's a lot more in it, like where that tree branch bends on the right side there, right under that, after where it bends in the straight part going down, there's a head facing behind it there.
Now,
It's sort of,
is that in Long Island?
this one, I'm pretty sure this one was in up near Syracuse area, or where his new area where he's at. No, not Syracuse. Saskatchewan, maybe so far. Is that right? Mike would know. I'm sorry. I think that one was up near there more in closer in the center of New York, up around Woodstock area, somewhere up there. I'm not positive. I don't, because I'm trying to remember where this is where he's down by the big river, and at near the end of this path as it turns into private property. I know I can, when I have the original, see, I cropped off the name and the time stamp on here. In the original picture, it has the name of the video and that. So I'd have to look at that to find. Let me see if I can look at that here without getting out of here. There it is.
I even filmed a skunk in a tree. I had never thought I'd film a skunk in a tree, but I did.
There's lots of fun. I don't know. Is that where they sleep in the nighttime? Or are they ground?
Yeah, but I mean, it's like I never, in the middle of the day, I never filmed a skunk in a tree before until this past week. So
I'm looking through my pictures, seeing if I
got important, except that I kind of feel for the.
Yeah.
That one's making red eyes, but I don't want to show that one. That's not the one I want to show.
That photo there, the one in the middle, towards the upper part of the middle, I can like feel that one looking at.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right down the dead center of the screen. He looks like he has a dark line under his right eye.
Yeah,
there's like a darker line. Yeah, that guy. He's looking straight at it. I asked. Mike was interviewing somebody one time, and I asked the question: did you ever have a screenshot and it feels like they're looking right at you? And they were both of the guys. I think it was Tim and Bigfoot Anonymous was on. Tim from Florida, and they both looked and said, "Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen it." It's like boom, it looked like you seeing right through the video. However they do it, it's weird. I've also had a still that changing, almost like a hologram picture, and like I said, I had this one picture. I should have saved that in a specific spot, but it looked like it was flip flopping back and forth, like a hologram picture does. And it was a still shot. And I asked the girl, I said, "Do you see this?" I said, "Do you see this one here?" And she goes, I didn't tell her what I saw. And then she goes, "Is that flip flopping and moving?" It was really weird. I was like, "Oh man, flashback from mushrooms or something." But it was really weird how it changed, That could be some of the, like when you watch it in slower speed and the digital cameras, they move that fast and it's changing that quick that on a still it would capture movement. I mean, I've seen branches, some branches moving in a still shot, like just a little, like it's just sort of floating a little. It's weird, some of the things.
Well, now that you're mentioning that, one of the things that kind of makes sense to me, when I record with my audio recorder, probably more than half the time when I hear something, I've got to the point where I can recognize it as a voice, and I always have to slow it down to at least half speed or slower, and you
Yeah.
can hear it.
There was a guy that did a study on the tapes from Sierra Madre, and he's a linguist. He was actually in the military, and he actually broken it down. They actually talk in on the breath in and out. That's why they talk. The speed is so fast because they're talking as they're breathing out and in. It's what he determined, but he did say that fine determine the language. I forget his name, but if you look it up, at the guy that broke down the vocals on the Sierra Madre, if I'm saying that right, the recordings. There's a guy, an actual guy that used to work for the military and doing ciphering stuff, and he did break it down and found language. And he also determined that it couldn't be a human because they are speaking when they breathe out, and they're speaking as they breathe in too.
We want to. I'd like to share something with you too, Eric. I actually heard something audible. It wasn't just something I picked up on my audio recorder that I didn't hear. This was an actual, what sounded like a voice, but it didn't seem to make any sense, and it kind of got projected at me, almost like some kind of like sonic range. And
Like
I heard,
infrasound.
yeah, I heard, and I recognized it as sounded voice-like, but I couldn't understand it. But I did have, of course, my audio recording, and when I played it back, I actually picked up something speaking, and I understood what it said, and it did that 2 times to me, and both times it was documented because I was recording, and I have audio, and I actually picked up something it said to me that you can understand on the recording. But when I first heard it, it just sounded like some kind of sonic sound that projected at me.
Is what it said something you would recognize as only you would recognize and not somebody else?
Well, no, like you can hear it.
Yeah.
Like I said, the audio, when I amplified it and I slowed it down, you can hear it saying something. It's in English, and when I heard it though, it made no sense. Though when I actually heard it, it sounded just like sound.
Yeah.
Was like a voice, but didn't say what I heard when I listened to the recording.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I've found about that. I've learned new things all the time, and then again, I relearn something that I did know, but learn it better, take it a different way. If I hear somebody else's perspective on it, it changes what I think about it. So who knows? It's so difficult to be specific on anything because it's so hard to know. If you actually be able to sit down and talk with them, it would be a lot easier, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
I do know that the younger ones speaking English language a lot clearer than the older ones. It's just like not being raised, Mexicans that come up. Most of the younger Mexicans in our country speak perfect English, but they choose to speak Spanish at times. You know, they're not. These creatures aren't stupid. They're smart. So that I wouldn't put it past to be able to talk like us or talk in our language.
Yeah, like like I said, the sound was just like a projected voice, but it didn't make any sense. But then the first time I heard it, I was actually doing a live recording, and when I played it back, it said you have to stay. Is what I heard on the recording.
Was it like the sound waves hit you and it didn't hear anything till it got to you?
Well, when it hit me, it did like some kind of like expression or something. It didn't sound like it was actually saying what I actually heard on the recording.
Right.
It sounded like some kind of, like it made a noise, like it made a sound like it just went or something.
When you said when you slowed it down, you could understand it then better.
Yeah, when it was on the recording, I listened to the recording and I slowed it down, and I heard the first time I heard it say, you have to stay." And the second time I heard the same kind of sound again, and then when I listened to it on my audio, it said, "I know where he's at." So I had a feeling it may have been communicating with maybe one of the others.
Oh, if it was trying with you, maybe next time you feel that, maybe you can say you have to slow that down for me. I mean, if it was, I don't know. That might be a way to get them to slow it down for you, so you hear it then instead of the recording. I don't know. Just
Yeah, it was what caught me as strange is when I heard that the second time and it said, "I know where he's at." I wondered, it might not
oh,
talk to me
he
directly.
met you. He knows where you're at.
Right. But then why would it be speaking out loud if it doesn't, if it doesn't do that? That's what I.
That sounds good. That sounds like what it might be. I mean, if they could do it, that'd be, you know, like the Indians with different bird sounds. They know what the other Indian meant.
I don't know if I can take that off or not. Hey, so this is an image I filmed on the 21st. I am facing. This is 4 o'clock ish. I think around that time. I can't remember what time it is. Let's say 4 o'clock. Anyways, it's so camera's facing west, southwest. So the sun's actually in front.
Top left.
Or actually, it's not. Actually, it's not. It's you can see where it's shining from. So
Yeah, top left down.
it's from the south. Yeah, top. That's from this. So there's where it is. But anyways, I'll show you this. It's really interesting. This is the entity right here. You're going to see when it's pretty bizarre. This is in the middle of the day. This is only supposed to happen at night.
Yeah, I see it right by the side of the branch.
See his eyes glowing?
Yep. Maybe the eyes lighten up. It looks like a small beam. Maybe he was scared.
If Jimmy's still there, maybe you could take or one of you guys that got you could take a snipping. Well, actually, there's multiple entities in this picture, obviously.
They're always. Maybe it was scared. Maybe that's why he's glowing.
So there's a guy right here. But anyways, I don't know why it would be. I have a hard time believing that they're scared of me, honestly. I don't see any reason for them to be scared of a beat up old man like me. So,
No, you have no idea what you were.
No, why weren't all the other eyes glowing? So whatever. The point is, it's the middle of the day, and the eyes are glowing.
But there is dark area around it.
Here's a better example of it. Once again, up in the tree.
See, it is
up the tree.
The shaded side of this branch might be helping it glow more.
Now you can see
right on the other side of that tree is a bigger face, right to the left of that one. The other side of that.
Yeah. So the thing is, what I want to focus on is those two glowing eyes.
Yeah.
That's the anomaly that I want to focus on. I'm sure there's it's just you expect that there's going to be tons of everything else, right? But when you look at the eyes and you look at even the reflection of the sun off the branches, and you can see that there's that radiation thing.
Yeah.
It's so drastic. The eyes are so drastically different. I mean, we're not talking about red eyes.
The shadow part of that tree and some right beside it, maybe that's making it appear brighter. It's all darker around it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's contributing. But the biggest thing is, what the hell are two glowing? I mean, we're not talking red eyes. We're talking yellow, bright, like people talk about seeing orbs or seeing these two glowing eyes at night.
What if they're like
day? I mean, how many times has anybody heard? I'm just asking the question. Anybody that's with us still, or you, Mike, or you, Eric, has anybody else heard of anybody hearing of an entity that in the middle of the day, its eyes were glowing like two flashlights at you?
I have seen that in some, not a lot, but maybe the eyes are more like marbles and outside of the head a little farther, and it's catching the sunlight, and that makes it glow. You know what I mean?
Jimmy says yes. Uh, uh, I, well, I am going back. We're trying to. I don't know for certain, obviously. So your guess is as good as mine, Eric.
Mhm.
But if you talk about earlier and what we've been talking about electromagnetic frequencies and radiation and being emitting from certain entities, to me, this looks more something that's symbolic of that.
Could be.
Jimmy says, I have a video on that here. You do? Okay. Do you have video of one glowing eyes like that?
Look at it's weird that
You know,
is that a
Jimmy,
bluish color above his head?
if you like, join us, Jimmy. Just sent the link. Go up there and just join us. You know,
Is that sort of bluish color
what
above
was
his
it
head?
one time? The one time we had I don't know, Mike. You probably weren't there, Eric, but I think Mike was watching it. We had like 6 guys on it. You know, I was like, which is pretty cool. I mean,
Yeah, that was Diesel was on too, wasn't
Diesel wasn't on. We tried to get him on, but he just refuses to go on. So
he? Oh, that's right. He had what's his name? Brown Dwarf.
Round Dwarf.
Yeah, he's on my LIB
Okay,
a lot.
I'll send the link again. That's what I'll do. And if you got the
Yeah.
video, that you're talking about in particular, Jimmy, you can share screen from your computer and share it live, so there's no breaking up.
Well, in that white spot area where real light area,
And
it
you
almost-
gotta clean your laptop, brother. You gotta
Huh?
clean that laptop. It's so bad. Anyways,
yeah,
um,
it's
So-
been on the most of the day.
okay,
That's why.
so maybe I'm just seeing things, and it could be just reflection of the sun. And it's just, and then because anomalous things happen, and then there's some stuff there you can see, and there's little reflections here and there, but it's pretty darn strong in my book. I just wanted to bring that up because we have orbs where Bigfoot manifesting around it, etc. Whereas now, I mean, I have these intense, very glowing eyes in the middle of in the afternoon, basically, right? About 3 hours before. Actually, it had to be more like 2-ish, 2 or 3 at the latest. Now that I think of it, but anyways, because it soon got cloudy. I say within 25 minutes of me filming that, it got overcast and it got really gray. So, for whatever it's worth, you know what I mean? It's probably I don't know what it's worth. So, in the meantime, and like you said, it could be nothing more than reflection, and their eyes are sticking out, and that it's just, but it's weird, the reflection, and it's.
Well, it's not too much brighter than the tree bark around it that is lighter.
I mean, there's outside, like there's a couple of things that.
Like I said, right beside that, there's like a white triangle where it's the sky and the trees here. There's like a blue aura around the left side of that. It's weird.
All you have to do is follow the directions, Jimmy. It's right there in the chat. And what I can do is I can even and maybe, but you when you zoom in and on it,
See above its head, that's like a bluish.
there's that, and there's that.
Right above the head of with the glowing eyes, there's like a bluish tint right there, and almost.
The death mask one. It's like
I catch that all the time when I do looking through
it's like
pictures.
they use this bark or something, and they make it a death mask stuff. Anyways,
I gotta look for it. There's a picture I got from.
maybe
Colorado.
I'm seeing nothing, and I'm happy with it being nothing as well. So
It looks like wood, but it actually looks like a face with teeth. Let's see if I can find that quick.
oh, you're talking about this one?
No, this is one I got.
But you're talking about the comparison of this one that I filmed.
Remember, we were talking about well, they with the bark when you brought that up.
There's weird teeth they set up going on.
Yeah, there's teeth and whole face, but it looks like a piece of broken off tree.
I mean, this is the reason why. I mean, I honestly believe that most of what we're dealing with is really much in line with what. So I'm sending you a link via Facebook, Jimmy, if you want to join us, and just follow the directions. And it's a StreamYard, pretty easy to do. Just follow the directions. You can join us. And let's see. So I get this. Hell if I know what it is. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if they're creating something, because when I look at the top of it, he says it's kind of, he reminds him of like a hat or something. But it reminds me of a hat, a hand. The knuckles, the fingers, one. And you got the blurry hands. One again. But then they got, hey, Jimmy's here. Jimmy's here. I've been talking. Man, Jimmy, how's it going?
Hey,
Man, we're all getting gray hair.
Oh my God, I know it. Except where I dye it, right?
It's been like 4 or 5 years, hasn't it?
Oh my God,
2019
yeah.
at least, or 18? I can't remember.
Yeah, about 4, yeah. Because I've been working at this other place for 2 years, so yeah, about 4.
At least been then. Are you still busy doing your research?
I am, but I do a lot more of the paranormal side of the spirits and the ghosts. But I got really upset with the Bigfoot community, so I kind of backed off.
Imagine that.
Yeah. Small-minded people, man. They got to learn it's not all about them. It's about everybody.
Right, right.
So, what are we looking at here, buddy? I see stuff going on here, but what in particular do you want us to look at?
Oh, I just sent that. That's just not the one I was looking for, but I just sent that one there. That was something strange. The creature's like on all 4 legs there with like a rider on it. The one that's on the screen now, the one behind that little one.
Okay.
This is just a catch I got on there. It's right there behind where you're scrolling. When you get back there.
Yeah, I'm going to get out here real fast, and
no problem.
Meantime,
that was
have you guys met Jimmy yet? Have you ever met Jimmy?
Up, Jimmy? How you doing, buddy?
I'm good.
I might talk to him.
It'd be nice to have some power back here soon, but I'm hanging in there as long as my lights last me.
Oh, you don't have no power?
No.
For the storm?
Yeah, big windstorm here took everything out. It's been off now for about 5, 6 or so hours.
How high were the winds for you guys? Because it was
man.
constant, man.
I said you should see what it's like outside.
He's on the other side of the state, by the way. He's on the east side. I'm on the northwest side of Ohio, and he got hit. So
my family, my dad's side's from Ohio. I'm not sure exactly what part of Ohio, but I know there's a lot of Finfarers up there in Ohio. But you guys got a bad snowstorm, or?
No, we haven't had snow in PA for a while.
It's been raining, and today was just a huge windstorm today.
Oh,
like 60, 70 miles per hour.
Oh my God!
There's that Cubert thing. It looks like a Cubert.
Where's this again?
This was taken on Long Island. Bigfoot. I was taken on Long Island.
So this is Mike's.
Yeah, Mike.
So you're down south, right, Jimmy? You're
No, I'm in Pennsylvania.
Hey.
Well, Pennsylvania's down south for guys from everybody's down south.
We're across from you. Aren't we like east of you?
We're all Yankees.
Oh yeah, but you're on the west side of Pennsylvania then, right?
Oh yeah.
Harrisburg.
If you take Allentown, Harrisburg, and Philadelphia, make a triangle, I'm right in the middle of that triangle, ready.
So you're more east Pennsylvania, but Jimmy, you're more west
Central,
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, east central.
Yeah,
I'm probably about 20 miles from 25 miles from the on the east side.
So I'm surprised. Do you know about MT? You know about Mike? MT Paranormal.
I've seen. I've heard his name. You were on LIB once or twice, weren't you?
What was it?
Where?
Did you come on any of Long Island Bigfoot lives?
No, I've only been on with the cameraman, and I've been on O.R.D. Yeah, I've been on his live several times.
Okay. Were you on the time I tried to come on just the other week?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you and Jimmy would get along good. Let's put it that way.
You
I
know
get
where
along with everybody.
Jimmy
man.
understands a little bit about the paranormal, so
do you know where Hillview Manor is, Jimmy?
No.
Okay, I just went there for a few hours on a
Oh
tour.
no, wait a minute. What would you say it was?
Hillview Manor,
Hillview.
the
Where is it?
Newcastle, PA.
That's the one everybody goes to, right?
Yeah, I
thank you,
just
Sheldon.
there for a few hours just recently.
How'd you like it?
Oh, it was cool, man. I want to go back for a private tour so I can check out the whole place. It's too big to check out in only a few hours.
I heard a lot of times. I don't know. I just haven't been going to places that a lot of people have been doing, but I've been trying. Long story short, my family comes from acting, and I got a brother that's an actor, and I was going to do some shows and movies, and I decided that I wanted to do documentaries more with things I'm living through, and I like documentaries and reality, anyways. And so my brother's trying to help me get a production together so I can. I want to put a show out there a little better than a lot of these guys that are putting out this a lot of this fake stuff.
Okay.
And but I have so much trouble finding people that are willing to do the work. Everybody wants to do the paranormal. Everybody wants to be on TV or YouTube, but nobody wants to do the work. You know?
That's
Well,
because it's work, Jimmy. No one wants to do
so
It don't come to you.
the.
Paranormal don't come to you unless you're in the haunted house that you're living in.
or out in the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's this picture from Bigfoot Anon, and that's like a green dinosaur looking thing in the middle. They're pretty damn cool. I have 4 pictures in like second increments, and you can see it hardly there, starting to form, and hanging real clear like this. And down here to the bottom left of that one, the bottom right, it looks like an Indian feather there, the white thing with like an almost like an Apache with the headdress.
Oh yeah, I see it.
There's the feather, the headdress, and then his black face, darker face.
You guys missed it, but Mike saw it. MT Mike saw it. He was with me that night, and I shared it. I filmed a freaking knife, and it doesn't look like it's sticking in the wood there. It just looks like it just showed up.
It looks like a
It's
floating.
like just floating in the air. Literally a knife. I mean,
it looks like a knife. It's weird.
Maybe some kid threw it and lost it and didn't know where it hit. And
except if it is, it's like the most bizarre thing because if it is sticking in the wood, the bark, it's impossible without it falling on the ground.
It doesn't even look like it's a knife. Like it's not straight. The handle looks odd. It doesn't look like it would be a knife that you would just buy. You know, it looks odd, but it has a shape that looks like a knife, and it looks like a gut knife.
There was a property I lived on, and it was an old farm, and where they used to throw their dumping area. I found spark plug wires that were the tree grew around them.
Yeah,
the wires were in through the tree, so maybe that knife thing was there a long time, or unless you be there a lot.
Yeah, you'd have to see it just to look at it.
Well,
but there was an area like that in West Branch where I was watching Jack and Trapper when they went to this area by the caves, and they found an area where it looked like people had inhabited it. Who knows how long ago? And there was stuff up in the trees. An old like washer through a tree. It was up in the tree. There were pieces of all kinds of stuff that the trees had grown into for who knows how long.
Well, that's
this is the image I'm talking about, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
As time goes on, if anybody thinks that the paranormal and Bigfoot don't go hand in hand, I don't know.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if you look, there's the side of the trunk. It could be an optical illusion, but I mean, that looks like a knife to me. For better or worse.
Crazy.
Well, the original photo.
I saved that one. I want to mess around with that with a filter.
So here it is right there, right?
Wow.
And it's clear it's a knife. It's not a branch. It's not a branch.
Like I said, maybe some kid had one out there, was throwing it around, and he lost it and didn't see where it hit. And
So it's not, it's getting all pixelated there.
but maybe is it a screwdriver? Maybe.
I have no idea, man. Because here's the thing that doesn't make any sense: is the shape of it.
Yeah, look at the point of it and the belly of it. It looks.
Oh, I see it now. It's like a buoy.
It looks like it has a hook, like a gut knife, at the base belly.
And I just can't see how it could be permanently stuck in the bark with basically nothing in it. Basically,
where you took that picture? Can you go back to there to see if it's there? Or
oh yeah, I'm gonna go back there. I know the exact same spot it is. So yeah,
like the wires, it might have been there for a long time, and the tree grew around it a little more.
Maybe. I know there's where the road is, and when did I take it? 5:55 p.m. Yeah, I must have took that other one at like, yeah. So, okay. Oh, of course, it was the same time. Let's see.
I don't know if you drive up I-80 and I-81 in PA, you can see snaps the whole way up and down there. Tree snaps towards the highway. I've actually caught stuff just driving along, taking pictures along the road.
So this is really close to the same area where I end up filming this. And Mike knows about this, but I want to not make it myself. I've got so many images to share with you. But there's another one of the whitehead dudes that's just. I mean,
it's like Uncle Fester skull.
I know.
Bear, and then Uncle Fester wrote. Oh.
There he is. And there's like something opening what I think is. It almost gives me the.
Hey, Mike, that one. Zoom back in on that guy again. That guy. Yeah. There was something I noticed around him. So I want you to look at it. Yeah, zoom in closer, like you were. A little bit closer.
Like there's a big guy right there.
Well, if you look above his head, like pull it down a little bit, right there.
Yeah, I see the two eyes.
Yeah.
It looks like there's something else, like that's like on him or around him. It looks like a white round. Looks like another head.
It is, yeah. He's sort of in front of the mouth.
Again, paranormal goes with hand in hand.
It's just the same. Yeah, I mean, you just can't you can't, if you're serious about studying electric eel and squid DNA splicing by aliens could explain some cryptid abilities.
That's what I said about this guy. He looks like an alien.
Why would aliens want to create cryptids? I should probably put this. I don't know. I don't know who is this. Do you remember who this is?
That might be a creature that's been here. Like people say, oh, well, who lived at this house before when it was haunted? There's been things that lived on that property way longer than there's been a house there, and things happen.
Yeah, well, it's a good question. Why aliens would want to create? Why would aliens want to create cryptids, though? Yeah,
for the same reason that, like they say about the reptoids, they feed off of fear.
You know, there's plenty of speculation out there, no matter what anybody says, of why God created us in the first place as well.
Hey, Mike.
This might not be an alien. That creature might have lived here before we were here.
Mike?
Yeah.
Did you ever see the incident where there was two men and...
What happened to the other Mike?
Hey, he's gone.
His power might have went. He might have went out. His power might have went.
Shit. You're still there, Mike. We're still thinking about you, bro.
I think he's on reserve power, isn't he? You don't have.
He might be. So I would stop. Go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead.
So the other day I was watching a thing on my thing here on the internet, and there was two men and a younger one of the men's kids, and they were in Ohio, and they went out doing their squatch hunting. And they said this, they were saying like wherever they were at, it was so remote that you could set a table on the road and sit there for hours and nobody would come through and you had to move. But they got chased through the night by Sasquatches. And they almost didn't make it out of there. It was a big thing. It was over in your neck of the woods.
Where?
You know,
In Northwest Ohio?
in Ohio, yes. I'm pretty sure it was Ohio. I'm going to see if I can find it.
Well, as fast as they say the Bigfoots
Is it West Branch or just area where Mike where?
I'm going to try to look right now while I'm talking to y'all. But it was so they had the actual sounds, okay, of the Sasquatch, and how they were also doing the coyote howling. All the sounds that they had with their Bigfoot, I had here that I recorded, and I had them in front of me and behind me, behind my house, and they had the exact same sounds on what I had as well. I mean, to a T. It was just amazing. But I thought it was in Ohio.
Mike might know about it. I kind of disconnected from any kind of reports. I'll tell you the reason why. It's anyone that's followed me, I've been very open about my encounters and my sightings.
Right.
In my specific area, Northwest Ohio, if you look at the reports for it was a BF, what is it? The Bigfoot, whatever, BF, what is that? The organization?
That's BFR,
yes.
Rocky Mountain Bigfoot Sasquatch Organization.
No, but then they get the BFR, the Bigfoot. Whatever.
Yeah.
So whatever that thing is called, I stopped paying attention to it because there's like zero reports in the whole part of the state that I live, and so they pretty much their attitude is there is nothing happening in my neck of the woods yet. Not 350 yards away from where I'm sitting right now, there's a TP structure. Everything that I'm filming is within a few, a few miles from where I'm sitting right now.
Bogus.
Right.
Finding Bigfoot was bogus, that show. Yeah. Now, some of the people on there I like Bobo, and he did a great interview with Dave Pilates.
I
got into it, the lady that's on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, she told me Bigfoot ain't real. I said, why the hell are you even doing the show then?
Yep. The one that's a new show out, Expedition Bigfoot, is one of the best ones I've seen at all. They really got close to something.
Tell us what's going on here, Eric.
This is from Rocky Mountain Sasquatch Organization, Bigfoot Organization. Okay. They were saying they're hearing around them, and they always have Bigfoot around them, but they never see him. This is his wife's head, and right over that, in front of it, where I circled there, it's a Bigfoot with his hand in front of his face.
I thought she was the Bigfoot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can see.
Didn't mean to say that.
But that's the thumb and the two nostrils right under his fingers. And he's like holding his hand in front of it. I think
his hands right in front of his mouth. What? It's funny how they do that. Here they put a hand over their head.
Yeah,
like this.
So
right now.
Breaks up the shape.
Or they put it like this.
Camouflage. It breaks up the shape. It's like World War II when they painted the ships in square block colors, but there were colors that actually blended in. It was weird the way they painted them, camouflage.
So this is you suggested this could be the possible Jersey Devil?
Yeah. That's an actual bat that's from Indonesia or somewhere over there. And some of them hitchhiked across on boats back in the day. But they say the temperatures will get them. They can't take the cold, but what if they hibernate in caves over the winter? Like any other creature.
And what's the name of this one again?
That's the closest. What's that? I'm sorry.
Well, they call this a horse?
Horsehead bat.
Ah.
And that's they could get, like, the feet would be at your belt and the head would be up around your face somewhere, and the wingspan could get to 3 to 4 feet.
Wow.
You see that at nighttime? That was scary.
I wonder how they make his pets.
Huh?
I wonder how they would do his pets.
You'd have to look it up on the. That's when I heard about it. I looked it up on the internet and found the images, and it's like looks like a Jersey Devil to me, a horse head.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it certainly could be. Well, there could be multiple things obviously going on with this Fortean journey that we're all in, and the anomalies just keep coming and coming, and nothing ever seems to stick
Right.
long enough to say this is definitely this or that. It's
That's
certainly
right.
worth putting that on the shelf, my friend Eric.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Well,
And it could be a multiple of many different things going on at once.
When that story
You know what I
first started, it was back when it took a long time to cross the ocean in boats. Not like nowadays where they're across quicker, a day.
Hey,
So they hitchhiked on the boats back then. When when the Jersey Devils story
now
first came
you can't argue with Shelly's in the house, and
out.
she says actually it's a hammerhead bat.
Hammerhead. She got stand correct. That's right.
She corrected.
Of course, that was sticking in my head for some
She
reason.
corrected me too. I think
Thank you. I forgot
I've
it.
been calling
Look at the red
Mars
eyes.
Sirius for like a couple of years. I filmed the Mars.
Right. Thank
And
you.
I'm like saying that it was serious all this time, and she's like, "No, I think that's no." And I'm like,
Thank you. She does have it right there. But look at those red eyes.
It's good to have someone to correct us. Sorry, but
I'm bad with names. I can remember numbers like my phone number when I was a kid, but I can't remember names a lot of times. But Horsehead stuck in my head.
Oh, don't say sorry.
And I don't mind that. I don't mind being.
Wish you can get your butt in here and join us. Jeez,
I
she's got a lot of good things to share. She really does.
If you can't take being corrected, you'll never learn.
She's definitely one of us, right. And a little bit smarter than us. So it's not so bad to have a few people that are a little bit smarter than us. Keep us in check.
That one that I sent you in Messenger just a little while ago, that was a pretty clear one, and weird. That one from Colorado Bigfoot. It was like that big white creature on the left side of the screen. It was on right there.
Is that where you want to go? You want to go there? Look at it.
I just sent that one because it was pretty. That's a pretty clear one.
All right. Now, how are you going to repay me again?
Huh?
How are you going to repay me for this show?
By getting my shit up together and running in a month.
Right. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Excuse me. Yeah, it was on the screen there. Yeah, there's the one. Look at that thing. You can see the head and the four legs, and it looks like it has a rider on its shoulders. Because it looks like a foot right to the lower side of his chin, and the leg goes up on his shoulders. And
it almost looks like a statue.
It's out in the woods, way away from a town.
But it's
I don't know what it is. I caught it on one of the screenshots, and it was like, wow. Because you can almost see a beard. The dark line at the bottom is his mouth. It's one eye, and then the nose is sort of looking to the left. And you can see it's like the arms are almost longer than the legs.
You never know. I mean, I've heard that it's something like Plesiosaurus or pterodactyl out west too. You never know.
I really don't know if I have the picture, but I've seen ones that are like that where the front legs are longer. It was on one of How to Hunt stories, a picture of it. The lady caught it. It was three of them, and only the last one got caught on the trail cam. And it was really.
What is it? What? I don't know what you're using. What is the dumph?
What's that, buddy? I'm sorry.
It says here a dumph. I'm not sure what that is, Shelley. Is that a misspelling, or is that just me being stupid again? Anyways, it almost reminds me of a lion.
Yeah, but see how long that thing's tall.
How do you show a picture on here?
Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, that hammerhead again.
That's the actual size of it. How big did those things actually get? Do you know?
I think the waist can get to 3 to 4 foot wide, and they're tall about maybe close to 3 foot is what I remember them saying.
Well, that's damn. It kind of looked like monstrous. It
has the bat wings and it has a horse head looking like the Jersey Devil's supposed to be. It's the closest thing I've seen that could be actually mistaken for the Jersey Devil.
Sure, we can play that. We shall, if you want me to play it. Sure, we can play it. We try.
How do you show a picture on here, Mike?
You have to go to there's a button below. It's you see where it says like settings.
Yeah.
There'll be present. Is there a button that says present?
Yes.
Hit that button present.
Right.
And then once you hit the button present, follow the directions. You go to present. And then you should, I know for me, you'll have like two sections. There'll be, you want to hit the right section. Let's see.
Mine says slides, video file, and share screen.
So, maybe I can do it this way.
Why do we look uglier in these cameras? We look older too.
Well, yeah, that's because we are getting older. Therefore, we are getting older. It's getting to be ugly old men. So if we go here, there's present. Click on present. It's going to say share screen. Hit the share screen button.
Okay.
And then the share screen button, it should have Chrome tab, Windows, or entire screen. You want to hit the entire screen section. It'll be the very right. You click onto that. It's going to show two videos, screen 1 and screen 2. You want to hit screen 2?
Okay, I see screen sharing and either two monitors. Screen sharing works with best. Down at the bottom it says screen sharing. Okay. Okay.
So and then you want to screen 2 and then share.
Screen 2. Oh boy. Mine says crazy shit. Select add to preview. Oh my!
I just sent a picture to him on Messenger from Facebook, and you can pull it off of there. That's I didn't mess with going on here. I thought I could.
Shell, I'll be more than happy to share your video. Just it's very blurry but clear as it was happening. But what is this? Where's the video? Is this the video? That's just an image. What video? What's the video? Show me where's the video?
Who, me?
Oh, you think he's talking?
I'm talking to Shelly about sharing some stuff.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say no. I didn't send anything.
No, so let's get over to where you're at. So you go to there, share, and there's a click a button. What do you see under the top there?
So right now I have screen sharing tips, and then that's it. And then it says screen sharing works best with two good monitors. Some screens let you share audio.
You don't need to. Just follow go back to present.
Okay.
So you go to present, click on present, share screen. Sending in a minute. Okay. And then do you see where it says entire screen?
Yes.
Click that. Click that. We'll say just click that. Now entire screen, and below it now it will have screen 1 and screen 2. If it doesn't have screen 1 and 2, it should just have screen. And click the share button.
Oh, okay. So there's a share button. Oh.
There you go.
Well, I didn't put anything up yet.
I like that one thing, and it says screen share
now. You just did now.
What did I just do? Oh my God.
Infinity.
All right, so I need to find where to go. Oh, right here. This is what I wanted to share.
I think you're in the wrong screen. You're supposed to go
a bunch of windows open.
Yeah, I think I did something crazy.
Go back, go through the steps, and this time go to screen 2.
It didn't have that.
Okay, we'll try it. Didn't try it.
It has share screen. Oh, wait a minute. I just seen something. Follow these steps.
It is fun doing this, even if it's we're never going to be popular doing it. Who cares? We're having fun doing it. So what the heck?
Yeah, but we're very informational.
I'll have to. I got. You got to talk about the lights and stuff. I get all them outside, and I got this where they were going across 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 lights. But I had this. If you go on my Facebook and like just keep scrolling down, you'll hear that Bigfoot yelling, and then it was one. They were in front and behind me, and I think I got the lights on there too. But I was outside, and I looked over, and where there is nothing, this light just shows up. Like an orb, except it was a lot bigger. It was outside, and I got on Facebook and I shined the light over to it. So when I messed with that and went into it and fixed the contrast and all, there's a thing that looks like an Anubis in there, or a dog man.
Well, that's where they keep it. That's
I believe that. I filmed something similar to that as well. A shadow being on it, and it's projecting on a tree.
Oh wow!
It looked just like an Anubis, but I'm not saying it is. It just looked like one.
Right.
See the left front arm there? You can almost see the thumb down at the bottom where his fist is curled.
Right here?
Yeah.
It looks like a statue. It looks like somebody like chiseled it out and kind of. And then there's something on top of it too.
Yeah, it looks like it has a rider.
Oh my God, you're right. It does.
That's one weird creature I'd.
Well, you need to lighten that up and stuff and mess with it. Contrast.
Yeah, I never messed with that one.
Wow.
It's just pretty clear the way it is.
Yeah,
it's hard to see.
Michelle, you just let us know when you're ready to share that video, and I'll do my best to do it for you.
Now, right to the right of the X on that picture, the little circle near the top there. Look at that face there, right under the B out.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The words "be out" right at the top there.
Oh, do you see the other faces right directly across where it says woods?
Yep.
Look at that one right there.
Yeah.
I've seen something like that before.
Right under here, there's a white one.
I just filmed. What is up with these entities that have these 6 or 8-sided eyeballs? You know what I'm talking about? Like their eye sockets.
Seen that here, but it wasn't that many when we were outside one time at the other house. And she said it looked like it had like 3 or 4 eyes going across.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of stuff.
And then there's something came out of the pond in the snow, and it had the footprint with the 3 toes coming out, not the regular ones, but like a 3.
Yeah, up there in the words this
or 6,
right
like
under the word this. There's another white one.
You guys in Pennsylvania, you got these weird animals that got 3 toes and 6 toes, 7 toes.
Did you see that face I put up that was in the trees that I thought was a Sasquatch, and you can see his teeth? Did you ever see that?
I'm not surprised because I film stuff like that all the time myself.
Yeah,
I'm totally convinced they come in and out of the trees. Now you might think
I've seen ones with perfect teeth.
Well, first of all, I know they do because I've seen it myself. So
right.
They go in, they go through trees, and they come, and I've seen them pop out of trees. And I know people say I'm nuts for saying that, but I saw what I saw, and I'm not backing down. And I've lost a lot of friends, or kind of friends, people in the Bigfoot community. For speaking out that's exactly what happened.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
It's because it goes line in hand with the Native American folklore anyways. So
wait. You know what? Maybe I didn't get that one off of Long Island Bigfoot because right there it looks like NVTV symbol in the bottom.
Oh,
yeah, that is off of NVTV. It's right there in the bottom.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah. It's got some good stuff. Now, who's this from?
This one I'm trying to remember. I think it's from Long Island Bigfoot.
But the guy from Colorado, is it?
I don't think it is because I don't think he has maple trees out there like that.
Yeah, that looks like something for where we're from.
There's 2 faces there, and then over in the if you look around in the leaves.
Well, you can see that one really good.
And the one up right to his top left, right. But in the trees, there's multiple eyes. Like right there in the center, there's faces. There's multiple eyes all over in this, and faces.
Then, you know, when you pay attention to some of my videos, there's in the beginning I filmed a giant entity.
Mm-hmm.
This is dwarfs, and you see these two giant eyes, and you just undeniable eyes, and they're behind the tree, and the eyes have to be, each one of them has to be at least 2 feet.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean when I said I've seen heads that look like they're 25-foot round in the tree.
See,
I don't know if they're closer or
this,
just projecting themselves that tall.
the more you do this, the more everything doesn't line up. You know what? And so, and if see, this was so frustrating for me, and Jimmy, you know, is like, you know, you start sharing your what has happened, what you've seen, and if it doesn't line up with the official narrative, they just dump you. They just throw you under the bus. They just don't want anything to do with you because, you know, oh, no one's going to believe us. I guarantee you, if we were just honest about what's really going on in the woods, it might take maybe 5-10 years, but I guarantee you the majority of people would embrace the truth.
Right.
And there's not like you know, anyone who's been doing this a while knows that there's gatekeepers in this community,
Right.
and they're keeping people in their little boxes so that we can't see what's really going on.
Yep, and they keep the narrative wood knocks, whoops, and that's what they think it is. And I'm so tired of the word gigantic pickathis. I'm sick of hearing that word.
Nobody ever downs any of my paranormal stuff. But when I start seeing the Sasquatch, I was scared to death to tell anybody because I thought, okay, people know I see paranormal all my life. Now they're going to say, oh, he sees Bigfoot, so he's nuts. He's a liar. And you know, I believe that, you know, if you go looking for them in certain areas, especially way up north, in some places where people get attacked, those are places where they want to be left alone. If you see them in your property, your place, your home, around your area, that's because they want you to see them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I think my first one encounter I had, I believe, he actually saved me, probably saved my life from a very shady character that was a Crow Indian medicine man that was practicing the dark arts, and
wow,
it took somebody else to bring it up to me. We had in the conversation because some, you know, was willing to have the conversation with me that made me think, you know, I bet you that thing actually saved my life. Whether he intended it or not is another thing, but he did, or it did, and because that guy, he was bragging about being part of like human sacrifices and all this stuff, and I just really dark stuff, you know, in complete straight. It's just after we just had a Bigfoot encounter, and we only known each other for like a half an hour prior to the Bigfoot encounter.
Yeah. See, that type of thing with an Indian that's a sort of a shaman, that leads to the skinwalker.
It makes you wonder because he did. When,
now, that picture I just sent you from Long Island Bigfoot there, if you look, I'd say, yeah, what I'm talking about is up in the hill near the top, a little bit off center. You'll see big googly eyes if you zoom in there. It's near the top of the screen. Nope. That one, that one. Now, to the left of your cursor, right there. Oh, back, to the right. Keep going to the right. Keep going. Right there. Below that, you'll see two eyes. If you zoom in more, that's a big head that's out there. There's one other couple of them there. Like, what you mean? Talking about, look how big them eyes are, and how far away that is, actually. And it's got two eyes, big face, mouth.
I think I could do one. I think I could do one better than that.
There's a few in there.
Oh, I didn't mess you up, did I?
You didn't do anything.
Oh, okay. I was trying to line a picture.
We're still waiting for you to do something.
I thought I had one going here, but I guess maybe I'm goofy.
If you're friends with Mike on Facebook, just send a picture or whatever you want through Messenger, and he can pull right up there easy. That's what I've been doing. I didn't mess with that screen. I didn't want to mess with that screen because I'd probably cut myself off. But that's what I mean there. Now, if you zoom back out on that picture, you'll see how far away that is and how big that head would be. You know, that's what I'm saying. They're big stuff that looks big, but it's just a head.
Come on, don't do it too. Okay, good. And here we go. Where are you, buddy? Don't let me down.
Hey, thanks all the people, Jeff, for hanging this long.
Yeah, I hope you guys are having fun. You know, this is one of those things. Yeah, this is
Unscripted.
Yeah, well, this is like I've said. This is about me hanging out with fellow researchers. You know, sharing data. It's not about being popular. Not trying to, and I'm not knocking anybody who wants to do that. I'm just saying that's true. But we need to have this.
Yeah.
To have the opportunity to just have platforms. We just get together and talk. And
It's
have
like Steve
discussion about.
Says you only got to learn from the people that have been seen it and doing it, and not just TV.
So this guy, you can see how big his eyes are right there. You can even see the eyes. You can even see the eye. What do you call those?
Oh yeah, the whole socket. There's the pupil, and the white in the eye.
And it's like, and you can, there's the maple leaf, so it gives you an idea how big the eye itself is. And is it actually 2 feet long? Maybe it's 1.5 feet. I don't know, but it's still damn big. Whatever.
Well, yeah, like that last picture you're looking at, I showed you. If you pull back, you see how far that's on that hill. Probably a good 70 yards from you. You know, so
so we could also try. You know, I'll play this video, but I'd love to have you come join us too. We can try again. I don't think I don't. I want to see because I think the last time that we had problems, her joining us on Facebook was because I think I don't have any. The Facebook is not open on my end, and so I don't think we should have audio problems. If you want to join us as well, I can call you after the video if you want to talk. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, is that the one that it gets grabbed by the Bigfoot? And have you guys seen this one? I think Steve, I call him Steve McQueen from howtohunt.com because he looks just like.
Oh, yeah. Steve Ishdahl.
Yeah, I swear to God, he's a clone of Steve McQueen. If you look at him.
I know what you mean. He's a cool guy, though. He's really a nice guy. He gets hard on people that are assholes. But.
What is that video?
That is supposed to be, I think that's Shelly. I think it's supposed to be it's a deer or something being grabbed by a Bigfoot and into the forest. In other words, there's the black entity right there, and it's like he just gobbles up this white entity. I think it's supposed to be.
It's maybe a white Bigfoot that grabs a deer. There were stories on that Steve had read.
Now there's other things that's possibly. Well, there you can see it's almost like a deer or it's a wolf. And here's another thing: could it be absorbing into each other? There's that possibility.
Could be.
And thank goodness it's not. There might be audio. There's no audio good, so we don't have to worry about that because it would be clicking.
I heard different stories from Steve that he read that of these things. Bigfoot chasing down elk and breaking their neck and scooping them up as they're running and just kept going.
It is a fascinating video.
Maybe it's going back to the tree. After it got
it also looks like there's more than if it is a Bigfoot. Is there a possibility if you pay attention to the left-hand side? Is there two of them grabbing it? One on the left, one on the right.
Could be.
A gray one and a black one.
Oh, I see it now. It's about a couple feet away from it. But it stopped. It doesn't go along with it then. That just stays there. It doesn't go with it.
So it's easy, but if we just stop right there, let me see if we can stop it.
Put your playback on quarter speed or half speed.
So what I see is a black dude here, and there's a gray dude there, but that doesn't mean I'm seeing properly. I'm just saying that's what I can see. It's like there's teamwork. It's like let's just grab the guy and throw him. And here's the other thing. How many times people talk about, and I've seen them as well, pop out of the ground. And I've heard other people say, I saw a Bigfoot or Sasquatch pop out of the ground. How do we know it wasn't just dragged into the woods and not just drug into the ground?
Right.
Like I said, I saw some pictures. You see just the head of the Bigfoot on the
look
ground.
at it. It just goes down. It doesn't go like away. That could
But
be
it's close to that tree. It's close to that tree. It might have had an entrance.
And I remember we're at Sean G's show, Chasing the Truth, and we spent like an hour, or half an hour in that show, just staring at, more than once, staring at that video, because it's just one of the most perplexing of videos when you really pay attention. What are we actually seeing here?
You know, even with 480p, you zoom, it breaks down and gets blurry. And nothing. They always say about blurry. Well, yeah, it's blurry, but take it from what you see.
There's something going on there, regardless of what anybody
says.
Yeah,
it's not short.
Thank you, Shell.
Did you see the one of the?
Shell, would you like to join us? Yes, Sheldon, you do remember that, don't you? We have watched that thing numerous times over.
You see the one of the Bigfoot throwing a tree?
Try to call you. You want to try? You want to chance it, Shell, and I'll call you. Are you getting these? Yeah, are you getting these? Yeah, we watched it. Didn't you see us watching it? You didn't see us watching it. We were watching it live. Wasn't it showing, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we were watching it. Is there more than one video? Because I only see one video. So, should I tempt it and bother her? Should I call her and find out? I'm not going to pressure her. If she wants to be, she gets more than welcome to join. She's always got some good stuff to share. So, have you figured out what you need to do there, Jimmy, or should we?
No, it was. I was going crazy with it.
So this is that.
Yeah, when you zoom all the way back out, you see how far away.
I'm going to tell you. You talking about that deer? I had a deer trail that the deer took every day, and the Sasquatches came down. They took logs, blocked the trail off, and made the deer go to where they were for them to kill the deer. And then I heard the deer struggling and making this weird noise, and then he died. You could hear it die, and then you hear the Sasquatch. You know how like a gorilla would make a kill and he goes roar. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's what I heard. After the deer went quiet, then you heard that loud roar.
So like
I have that on video somewhere as well. That the sound of all that.
Sort of like King Kong does when he won.
Yeah. They showed me so much stuff here. Why they picked me, I don't know. But I've been sensitive all my life. I've been seeing things all my life. And maybe that's what they figured. I don't know. But the stuff that they showed me, and like when they run, I watched one start running across the field. Then he turns, as he's running faster, he looks like he's an L shape. So like his legs are straight up, straight down, but his body's bent over like an L. And then he's going faster, and then he's on all fours running.
I know. And then when you see them do that, they found you accidentally closed app. I closed what app? So we just watched the video. We actually spent like 5 minutes watching the video. Hey, what's up, WC7? What's up, or criminal? Yeah, I mean, when I saw my very first sighting of one, I mean, it was the beginning of. Um, that's okay. Um, uh, no problem, Shell. If you want, maybe you didn't hear, but I can try to call you in from Facebook and see if it works. And if there's, hopefully, there won't be any echoes and that kind of stuff. Like last time, the setup, I think it was just a little off. It's not normally that way. But anyways, where I was getting at? Oh, so when I first time I saw this first sighting, it was massive. It was it's beige, like um, like the inside of leather boots. That color, like beige,
Right.
right? But more on the light side than the gray side. Like the like tan leather like thing. Anyways, it was huge, massive, and it went like literally over 100 yards, and I was no more than I couldn't have been. There's no way I could have been more than 100 yards from where it was. I was on the north side of the creek. There was a creek, and it was on the south side of the creek. There was a path there, right? It's a walking path. It's not really maintained for racing bikes. Like a 20 speed or whatever they are now, 50
Right.
speed racing bike, right? This, but it's leaned over like a bicycle rider, and it just goes just from west to east, one, two, three, and it's gone. And I looked at it the first time, right, and I was stunned and didn't really know what I was looking at. And it took time to register, and I'll be damned, that thing, and it was massive. And I was like thinking to myself, if that was a dude in a hoodie, it's like 90 degrees, 92 degrees, super humid uh, at night. It was a Friday night, and I remember that. And there ain't no way in hell a guy in a hoodie rode his bike as fast as he could in that bumpy old trail without wiping out,
Right.
or dying from heat exhaustion. You know what I mean? And being that giant hoodie. So it's like, tell me, damn, it's the first time I saw one, right? And like you said, Jimmy is leaning over, but it reminded me of somebody riding 10 speed. It's that kind of lean over, right? How
Right.
does anything run like that?
I know it was very stunning. They were chasing a deer when I seen it. And that's sad because I have so much to offer people about the Sasquatch that they showed me for over a year, 2 years, whatever it was. You know, and one guy said, if somebody sees a Sasquatch once, okay, I get it. Twice, maybe. Three more, forget it. Doesn't happen. Well, bullshit. If they come to you into your house, your property, you know, and they come through the same area where the chief of the fire department's seen it. He's seen it. Chief of the fire department, the owner of the ice cream store down here has seen it. People that are well respected have seen them.
Their family might have been living on that property long before there was houses.
That's right. They was. And they go up to Pinchot. And the one that I seen next to the house when I went out to clean my camera was dirty white and gray. And he stood probably every bit of 9 to 10 foot tall. He was older. And when I seen him after I changed my underwear, I grabbed my gun because I didn't, you don't know what to expect. You know what I mean?
Right.
The only thing, and a flashlight, the only thing I heard.
Right. The only information you get is from all these shows. It's all one scary story after another, right? No one prepares you properly for any of this.
No, and I told them I talked to them when they were outside, and I would just say, this gun ain't for me to hurt you unless you try to hurt me. And that's what I would say. And they would do things like they would show me, they would bum rush me all around and show me there are plenty and there's nothing I can do about it. Once I put the gun away, I never had that feeling again.
That's what you were saying earlier when somebody was being chased by them. If they wanted you, you wouldn't get away. And they wouldn't make you know they were there.
Way.
Oh yeah, I mean it would have been instantaneous. I mean it'd be like what that video was if that was a deer, and I mean it was there and it was gone just like that. That's the end of it. I mean there's nothing else to say. There's nothing
and you know what? They know how to mimic, and this is what's funny. I listened to them mimic turkey one time, and they tried and tried, and they sounded god awful. But then when they got it, oh my god, they sound just like a turkey. and they would come up to our windows whistling. You know, they would whistle, and if I didn't come outside, they would throw rocks at the house. I would pull rocks off the roof.
Now, have you had any kind of encounters recently?
Well, we moved now, so I have a friend who lives next door to where all this is happening, and he said that I can come back over there and do what I need to do. So I'm going to, you know. But
so
you know, you don't know them, so we got to be careful. But I remember one time I looked up and I said, "Man, that's a weird bird coming down," and it was a rock. Not at me. He threw it like 10 feet in front of me.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, they're very skilled. I'm sure they could. If they wanted to hit you, they could hit you.
Yep.
Gentlemen, if you're going to keep this going, we can. I need my next intermission, 5-minute break.
Yeah, I'm going to go use the restroom too.
So I'll take a 5-minute break. You guys.
All right.
Do you want to continue this, Joe? Eric? You want to
continue this? I can, but it doesn't matter when we end or how far we go. I mean, we could always do another one some other time.
This is about having fun, introducing everyone to you and everything else, and you getting your butt together to have your own show. So, anyway, I'm going to stop my.
If you go back before we take right here, you can see it in the bottom of the screen, dead center. You can see small beans. There's one there, one right beside it to the other side. There's like 3 or 4 of them standing right there. Right,
there's so many. There's a gal out there on YouTube that's on Facebook. She's like filming really good. I mean, these are the true little people.
Yeah,
right there. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Go to your hold your cursor there, and go till 10 o'clock that direction, under that white tree right there. Oh, back down to the right. To the right. There's a real clear one. Yeah, real clear little one.
Wow.
There's one right there for sure.
There's a couple little ones there. Look at them, 3 heads right there on top of that branch. They're full body there. You zoom in a little on the left side of the screen.
Looks like it's got hands there.
Yeah.
This one stands out like a sore thumb right here. You can see it.
Oh yeah. Almost look like owl eyes.
Up to like 1 o'clock from that one you were just pointing out, that looks like a little Indian sticking over those 2 rocks. Little head.
I got to take a break and I got to pee. So
yeah, good for it, buddy.
So I'm going to play some more music again. This is what my friend wrote. You know, the closing credits is still good enough.
You're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you're going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.
Seasons don't change.
All right. Just a few of us. Just a few of us. Just you and I. I'm freezing. Anyways, you guys still there? Anybody left? If they're not, I'm gonna play another. Yeah. We back yet?
I'm here.
Okay.
I sent 2 pictures from this original screenshot. They're from the left side towards the top. There's some huge eyeballs in there.
Let's see what's going on.
And one that
looks like Jimmy's
a cane or
you get older, the longer the breaks are. I like to Jimmy shares some of his stories. He's got some pretty interesting stories, that's for sure.
Yeah, I just sent those 2 pictures.
Let's see. Once again, thank you, Shelley, for sharing. Always like contributions. It's a group effort, that's for sure. And
up there, the top left corner, you can see the 2 big eyeballs. One there and one over towards the middle, on the other side of that dark tree. And then there's a creature right in front of that eyeball on the right with a staff in his hand. It goes up beside that. His head
right. Is this a staff?
Yeah, there's a head right under the eyeball, and there's hands on the staff there.
What's up with the staff?
I don't know. Might be part of their veil hiding.
Or is there is there something else going on too? Because there's numerous.
It's just a walking stick.
Well, isn't it Will from Maryland Squatch Watcher? Doesn't he say he sees the one that was staff all the time?
It might. I don't hear it, but those eyeballs are huge. If you zoom now, if you go to the other picture, you'll see there it's at. It's a little bit. It's another crop one from the original, and there you see them eyes. Yeah, you can still see them eyes above that staff, and that's only the one corner of that top left corner of that picture where those two big eyeballs are.
Now, how big do you think they are in this picture?
Judging by that, maybe a foot.
See, they're not what these they don't qualify for Bigfoot. So
How
what
do you
are
mean?
well they're Bigfoot's supposed to be like 9, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, but it's even though it's just a head. It's like I said, sometimes their bodies aren't all out there. They can be partly underground and some above ground.
So
they're not. Just because that's sitting there doesn't
this
mean
entity right here that's holding that staff. Do you think this eye here right here?
Yeah, and the head's right under the left eyeball.
This is the head.
No, the head's under that eyeball that's above that. The big eyeball right there, where your cursor's right on his face.
And then his other eyeball would be on the other side. You're saying here?
Yeah, if you go to the other picture, you can see it closer. You see you can see the face of the one under that eyeball with the staff.
It's interesting how everyone sees something different too, because like my eyes, I focus. There's an eye here and an eye here.
Yeah, there is a face there too, but I would think the one holding that staff would be the head that's above that one.
Holding the staff.
Hey, I'm almost ready. Give me 1 minute.
Oh, you're missing out on a dude holding a staff.
Oh, wow. I
see how wide there's an eyeball on either side of that tree. That's what I mean. It's big, that head, but it's behind that thing.
All kind of faces in there.
I see all kind of faces myself.
There's all little ones up and in there too, all around them. I think, like we were talking last night, the little ones might clean up some of their tracks too.
I'll be right back. Almost done.
There seems to be a big one right here with a hood.
Oh yeah, and you can see his face right there. His the nose, and
he's got a cross or a sword.
There's all kinds of stuff in there, buddy. Yeah.
We're gonna have to look at this guy a little bit closer and blow up on him because
I might even have one closer on him through them screenshots, because all the screenshots here are from that one picture.
That is very fascinating right there. We shall look into this one.
Yeah, I see.
You see, there might not be a lot of people watching us, but do you see the value in what we're doing? Because where else do you get to do this? I mean, it's like, you know what I mean? We're all living in our isolated little bubbles, and we don't get a chance to get together and say, hey, look what I found. Look what I found. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but notice in the center of that picture, it was up on there to be, there's a clear face.
It's, I want to hear more about I want to hear more about Jimmy's stories if we can get that to happen, because some people have. I personally, oh yeah, by the way, tomorrow was Monday. Ev, if she still follows through, I need to contact her tomorrow and remind her. But she does counseling for people that have paranormal trauma, and and I think it's going to be, hopefully it'll be very useful information for everyone, because I think a lot of people do go through this paranormal trauma because no one tells us what's going on until, after the fact, or there's like no one to really go to and say, well, listen, this is what has happened to me. You know what I mean? What do I do about it?
Right where your cursor is. Right there underneath that arrow in the top corner, right corner. Before I just went there, it looks like Ringo's star there. Up under that, go up under, drop down under where it says 133%. Up the top of the right. I mean, just go up. You go. Bring the screen back down. And up at the top of the picture, there's a 133%.
Okay.
And there's an arrow below it. Right below that, there's a face there. Right to no, that little one right there. Up a little.
You see Ringo Starr.
Yeah. He has a big mustache, the Beatles haircut. I've seen ones that look like cowboys with a cowboy hat. It's like, what the fuck am I seeing?
Well, why do we always end up like? How many times have I filmed a guy that looks like he's like a wizard or a sorcerer or a shaman?
Yeah.
Or some ancient, like look at this guy.
Have you seen the white?
Can you not see this? The cross, or the it's like a shadow. It's like it looks just like a cross. Anybody is watching. Do you guys see what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
It has like either it's a cross or a sword.
Those two where the hand would be there. Those two eyes. Like if you right where your cursor is now, there's a face.
Well,
right to the left. Right here.
That's his hood. That's the top
and
of his
hood.
There's
his nose. Yep.
His nose.
Yep.
There's a little guy there. Now I filmed something similar to that. If it's all right, I'll share that this week.
Bottom right there. There's three of them, little ones. Well, okay.
Good girl.
Stand beside each other there. It's weird. Some of those things you see.
It's not. That's an understatement.
And there's so much in that one screenshot I had there.
We got this guy going on here, and he's got this going on.
Yeah.
This is his chin. This is his lips and his nose. You see
Native American. It almost looked like a mohawk.
You see a mohawk?
Well, the dark spot. He almost looks like an Indian.
I think it is an Indian. How many times have you? Well, this is the question they have: is why are we filming so many things that look just like Native Americans? Or many times I've filmed, at least my area, I film a lot of things that look like Roman Catholic priests, nuns.
Because there's been stuff on that land for.
Hey, Jimmy's going to share it. Look what's happening.
I did it.
What we're looking at here, Jimmy?
I took
look at that. Do you know how to blow that up? Can you blow it up?
I think.
There you go. There's a guy right in the middle there.
Yeah, I got to learn.
This, and see this guy peeking out right here?
For a show, you can use your cursor to show us.
Oh, I looked. Wait a minute. I hate the wrong one. Let's see. Where'd my other picture go?
Do you use a mouse or anything like that?
Yeah, that's what I'm using, but I think I need the. Why is it not doing it? All right, you see where the guy is on the bottom there, right?
Yeah.
Straight up. See the face picking out of the tree.
Well, maybe this might help. Let's see if I can.
Right up in from the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a few faces there, but yeah, I see them.
Now this, when I took these pictures here, it was, I think it was like, I'm going to say 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock. And what I do is I go and I take 5 pictures in the same area. I pan away, but I don't move. I take 5 pictures somewhere else, and then I come back and I take 5 pictures again. So it always proves or disproves anything.
Yeah.
That guy wasn't there, then he was there, Mm-hmm. And then I had pictures of him actually in a cloaking form as well. And then the guy up there on the top, him and another one are picking out another tree around the other side. But yeah, at first I thought.
Can you minimize? Can you zoom out so we can see their whole image?
Yes. Yes.
At least you can do that, right? Show us.
Man, what am I doing here?
That magnifying thing.
Okay, hold on. Exit. Okay.
Or the roller.
Why am I hitting it? It's not doing anything. Wait a minute.
If you're using a mouse, we're not seeing the arrow at all.
No.
Which doesn't make any sense.
No, it's weird.
Yeah. So
where did one picture go that I had right here? Oh, wait. Now do you see the mouse?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I get how it works now.
There, now you can point out what you're talking about. And Shelly, if you want to join us, as far as curious about
That's cool.
what you all thought, because I missed it. I also have a lot of recent paranormal situations at home on video. Huh, imagine that. As far as that video that we watched, we've been talking about it. It almost like, to me, it looked like there might have been more than one Bigfoot. And that white thing, it's still a mystery. What is it? Was it a deer? Was it a wolf? Was it another big? Who the hell knows what it was? One thing I know is it looked like it got it. Not only did it drag it into the woods, but it looked more like it dragged it into the ground. So that's my opinion.
Could have there been a drop off there? We couldn't see from our angle.
There could be. Yeah, listen, and man, check this. I mean,
there's a lot of neat. See how the pastel looking colors are? That's what really freaks me out.
The thing too is, Jimmy, because we have this, like, it's weird. Our neck of the woods, it's like when it gets overcast,
right?
Like everything turns like a very gray. Does that happen in your neck of woods as well? There's a tree.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Mike, Long Island Bigfoot has a lot of like bright pastel colors. Or it looks like in different lighting. It's weird.
I want to call Shelly in, but I don't want to force it on her. So
right to the left of that guy, there's one in the background, a big face. It's almost as big as that one he's pointing at.
So how big of a dude is this, do you think? And
my friend went over there, and he said that he believes it was like 7 foot, and that's on top of the levee right there, and then here's the pond down here, and this little tree thing here is actually over by me across the pond. I zoomed in. When I seen it, something there, I was like, what the hell? So I zoomed in. I actually have all the original pictures. And there's other parts of him where he's cloaking the same thing, but he's cloaking. And you can see the whole outline of him as he's cloaking.
Send some more videos.
Have your friend stand where it was and take a picture of him and then put the two beside each other.
Yeah.
She said
it's nuts. Videos. And then I got there's a white one. I think I just sent it to you on your messenger. Did you see that?
Call this one, not the video. What was that? Say that again.
That Jim? One I sent you on Messenger, that white one. Did I send that to you?
When?
Just a little earlier. Let me see. Pretty sure I did. Maybe not though. Let me look.
Well, let's look at what Shell's got going on here, and then we'll go.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, I got a sheriff. Duh.
Yeah. Good.
So this is what Shell's got this film, and she's got this thing that she filmed. I have no idea what the heck it is. Shell. It looks like a group of things.
That almost looks like a native witch doctor to me.
Hello.
Loading up. Let's see what happens. Hey, Shell. Yeah, you sound great. Can you guys hear her?
No.
Can you guys hear her now? Say something, Shell.
No.
Okay.
You can hear her.
You can call back, or what we're going to do? All right. But you guys don't hear her.
No, that's weird. I can see it moving when she's talking.
Right.
You guys
But
cannot hear her at all?
no, that's weird. It's you think we get residual sound from where you're hearing it.
No, they should be able to hear because my mic's right
Yeah,
here.
that's what I'm thinking. It should be catching it there.
Yeah,
No, but it's not.
I know. What the hell?
weird.
That is weird.
Paranormal.
And last time, what was the problem last time? Last time we had an issue, and it was. Yeah, but we're not having that issue at all today. And so,
If you hear it clear, then it isn't her microphone. Something else.
it's got to be translation from. I wonder what happens if I open my camera. If it'll make a difference. Does that make a difference at all, gentlemen? Can you hear her now? Or are you getting the humming?
Is she talking?
No, she's not talking.
There she is talking. I can't hear.
Oh God! Okay, we got to figure this because it should not be a problem at all. I have no idea what the.
She can't join the link.
Okay. All right. Okay, I don't know what to do about that. She's got some interesting stuff to share. But in the meantime, Shell, if it doesn't work out, it's not. Please don't take it personally, and I'm more than happy to take all the blame for my inept technical skills. So, but you guys can hear me. So in the meantime. What happened to the image? What happened to the Jimmy? What happened to the you sharing the images?
Oh, I just moved and went out of the way because I thought you were trying to talk to that lady.
Oh, well, we were going to talk to her as well, but we can still watch the images while we're talking, right?
Oh, oh my God! What popped up on my phone? Like just automatically. Where is it? What the hell, right? Like just turned on.
Is this Saturday morning cartoons?
I don't know where it came from.
This show's turning into one of them, isn't it?
They ought to have that back on. Teach kids Bill of Rights.
You hear it now, gentlemen?
I'm not hearing it.
No.
Sorry, Phil. It's not working.
It looks like the microphone.
Why can't you join us through the chat?
Is there volume all the way up for her mic?
If I send you a link to the show, will you try that and see if you can do it? Okay, let's try that. I'm hang up.
Turn off your YouTube if you have it on. I learned that.
That might be better. I want to see more of Jimmy's images. That was fantastic, Jimmy.
Oh, where'd it go? I just found one where it was cloaking. Where did it go? Where'd you go?
Yeah.
There's one of yours right here, Jim.
All right, here we go. Now I'm going to try to do this again.
Jim, what is this? What images are these you just shared?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Look at that. That was at night over beside of my house. That's the head. And I'm assuming maybe it was a Sasquatch or something. And I just blew that up so you could see it better. Because when you look at the other picture, it's a little farther back.
I got to check out real faster for a second and send her a link, and then we'll go.
Okay,
right.
That's fine.
So, Shelly, if you're listening, I'm sending you a link right now. Follow the directions. Hopefully, it works. Because it'd be nice if she can join us, because she actually has good things to say, and she's good at correcting my sorry butt too in this process.
Right.
I could. So, anyways, back to this one. This not a very big one, is it?
Well, look at the the other picture of it, where it's not blowing up. So see them back in there? That's farther back. So I was at the house. That's a really big tree right there, and the thing was farther back. Now, like I said, I'm not sure what it was. Now that, can you see what it is? See the eyes? Yep. That was at 10 o'clock in the morning when they videoed. I didn't realize I captured it at first. And that is like a 9-foot embankment there
Damien,
that he's hiding behind.
9-foot embankment.
Yeah, it goes like the other part of it, I think, is like almost 15 foot. Yeah.
That's my freakazoid thing that I filmed. So I shouldn't be that way, but it is getting a bit freaky. Not to take it personally, guys, but you know, I'm sure you think most people think I'm a little bit freaky too. So, this is not happening, and why did that happen? We'll do that. So hopefully she joins us. All she has to do is follow the link, and she can't do it. Oh, there she is. You got to be kidding. Is this working? Are we actually speaking to the one and only Shell?
Emergency. Emergency, averted.
Warning, Will Rogers.
So there you go. There is such a thing as miracles after all. It's
Right.
making me.
Wow.
It's
pretty funny. My $20 phone works with this, but last couple times my laptop, you know, my $2,000 laptop didn't want to do it. My $20 phone that works just fine.
So tell us more of Jimmy about some of your experiences. Jimmy, he's like out of the experiences with these.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Let's hear it, bro.
Well, I was trying to get that pic pulled up for you. This other one where that thing is cloaking.
What's stopping you?
I don't know what I did the first time. I don't know what I did the first time to get it up. So hold on.
Well, in the meantime, we'll talk to Shell. So Shell's had some paranormal stuff going on in her life, is ironically, or not, as we.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. When my brother comes to live here whenever he kind of needs to, and some weird stuff kind of happens usually when he's here. Shadow figure. And then, I don't know, I get the feeling I'm being watched sometimes. And so I pulled out TikTok because I heard about the filters, like showing, like you do the filters are supposed to find a face and like put little puppy dog ears on it or whatever shit. And so I had opened TikTok to try that. And right in front of me, there was this big ass thing on the screen. I couldn't see anything, but on the screen I could. Sure. And it automatically had a filter on, which I don't know if any of you guys have tried to use TikTok at all, but you have to hit the plus sign and then go to effects and choose an effect before you have a filter on. Except I literally had just reinstalled it and hit the TikTok icon, and it was already on a filter with the filter selected, and the thing was right in front of me. So that was really weird.
Wow.
And it was made of laundry. Okay, this thing was made of laundry. My brother had a pile of laundry hanging over a chair, and that was not where I was pointing the app, not where I was pointing my tablet, but that's what it was made of. And Mike, that's the other video I sent you. I can resend that one. So that was like last summer. I did that in June or July or something.
What software was that on TikTok? You remember?
What's that?
What app was that on TikTok? Was it that one that vibrates when it sees something? Like
no.
Colors?
That was actually, it was just a green screen. It was just a green screen, actually, was all it was. But it happened it selected a green screen it was a Christmas scene. Okay. It was very strange. Now, afterwards, I tried to find that green screen. I went through every freaking effect twice, and I could not find that green screen. Well, get this. So then, like this past week, maybe Monday or something, I fell asleep in my recliner, and I woke up when my brother was getting ready for work, and I just felt like something just said, pull up, do the TikTok thing. So I opened it, and what was on there? That fucking filter was up, and there was something behind me, like right standing behind me, looking at me. And and just because it freaked me out, I hit and took the filter off, and I'm like, well, fuck. And so then, I went back to, and I just went back to the filters, and I didn't want to look for that Christmas one. It freaked me out anyways. I just pulled up a regular green screen filter. And then the thing was still right behind me. I mean, it's just standing there over me, like looking at me. But its head it's made of laundry again. So it's the same thing. So, anyways, that's the video I sent you, Mike. That video that I just sent you. Huh?
Okay, all right.
No disrespect or anything. I'm not trying to hammer at anybody, but it sounded like when you said there, this stuff happens when he comes around.
That's the only time I've ever felt anything weird like that.
Yeah.
And
Seems like it's following him.
yeah, I believe it is, because I mean, maybe not, but I can tell you that one of the last times he came here, I was actually at a friend's house, and he thought it was in the house because he said at first he thought I was asleep, and so because I didn't answer the door, so he said he went around the back by the pool and was looking in the kitchen window, and he said that he was watching me. He thought just because he could see my silhouette, cooking or doing something in the kitchen, except I wasn't home.
You might need a cleansing.
What's that?
You might need a cleansing and washing the spirits that are attached to him.
Yeah, I mean, I need to cleanse the house of him as well.
Yeah, I get what you said. I wasn't trying to be meaner at it, but yeah, maybe start the windows.
Yeah, and I did that at my last house, and Floyd, stop. Of course, my dog hasn't barked all night. I did that. My first house was built in 28, and there were things. I don't know what, but like every night when I brushed my teeth, something would pull my pajama pants. Like by my knees, it would pull them out to a point. Like, when you have a loose like flannel, they were flannel, and it comes to a point, And every night, I brush my teeth, both of my knees would have, be pulled to a point. So finally, one night, I'm just like, stop it, and it stopped immediately. And I would hear, I'd hear music up in the attic. And
a young kid, a little spirit, young spirit.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
So
but I think I got jumped. I think I got jumped or something when I was there because, I was out of work just for a short time, but I'm bound by a confidentiality thing. But there was nothing wrong with something happened at work. Anyway, so I all of a sudden, okay, I'm shy. All right, if I'm gonna dance or sing or something, I gotta have a few beers in me. You know what I mean? And I didn't have any beers in me, and even when I do, I probably look like a fool trying to dance. You know what I mean? Well, all of a sudden, I started dancing like 10 hours a day and looking like I was a pro or something, and I don't know what the hell it was. I mean, I don't know.
You got the feeling.
I was in my, but I don't think it was me. I don't know. I was in my kitchen getting a drink, and I remember I was bummed, and all of a sudden I just remember like straightening up and like it was instantaneous. And then I just, it wasn't like I was a puppet or anything, but I definitely got the feeling, but I just feel it, the way it suddenly came and the way it was literally like 10 plus hours. I mean, like all day, like it wasn't 24 hours, but it was weird. And then, like, it was almost a month though, and then just as quickly as it came, it went, and then I was back to looking like a dork when I tried to dance.
Jimmy
and that's
works
the same.
paranormal, but you got to set boundaries for some of those things about what you can do and what they're not allowed.
Yeah,
to do.
And then that's when I did that. I went and I just I didn't have sage, but or whatever it was supposed to use, but I just used incense, and I made sure to get every corner and every nook and cranny, and I just said, this house is full of love and light, and I said, if you're not, then get the fuck out. And even if you are, I don't want you bugging my kid or my family or my dog. Otherwise, get the fuck out. You
got to be stern like that. Yeah, I've learned that.
Yeah, and I never had any issues. It was nothing bad, anyways. Like, fortunately, nothing bad had happened. But who knows? You know what I mean? I'm so familiar with things where they try and get your, they may be nice at first because they wanted to gain your trust or something, and then
you could in the long run.
I heard that you need to give them permission.
It depends what it is.
Right.
Okay.
I believe like demon type stuff. Right. There has to be permission, maybe express permission. Of course, that would work. But I believe from what I've heard or read, both, that permission can be in the form of not saying anything. In other words, just not voicing, opposition is considered permission in some ways. Or like, I've never screwed around with any kind of like Ouija board or any kind of weird, spells. You know what I mean? I don't do it. I've never even had, I had my palm read once when I was 30. And then I've never even had my, like a psychic do my thing, whatever you want to call it, a reading, until like maybe a couple months ago. And nothing has changed. Like, there's no weird thing about that. It was just something over the internet on Paranormal Soup. The guy had somebody that was really interesting to me on, and something told me to call him, So.
What does Jimmy say about this? What is your experience?
I was trying to hear, what was it about needing permission for what?
I don't know, but I guess they were talking about maybe coming into my house.
Well, I mean, no, they can just come in, but you gotta be careful. We had a friend down the street who had ghosts in her house, and she watched a YouTube show, decided to get some stage, and she went to try to get rid of the ghost and got hit. So me and Liz went up there, and I just explained to her that what she was doing wrong. But I told the ghost, I said, "Look, she just scared. She didn't know, and she didn't realize that you probably are the original owner of the house. You're one that probably built the house, and it's okay that you stay here, but you can't touch her. You can't do anything to harm her or the children. Yada yada
Right.
yada." And she didn't have a problem after that at all. So a lot of times, it's just sometimes it can be. I mean, it could be anything. You could have something that's jealous when a man comes around. You can have something that's, it could be anything. I mean, but,
I think this new thing is somebody that died here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please go ahead. I can say what I said.
Authority. Be authority. Oh my God, I can't even get the word out. With your voice, show authority, and just put your foot down and you say,
Right.
Whatever it is that you want them to do or not to do. And,
right. Yeah, it seemed to work.
Like you were saying about permission, what I've learned about evil, they have to tell you what they're going to do, and if you don't act on it, then they're free to do it. If you say something about it, like, no, do that, you can't do that. But they have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it, or they can't do it.
Oh, they're not going to get shit with me because I'm not a pushover.
Yeah, that's the evil part. The evil always has to tell you what they're going to do before they do it.
You want to hear something crazy, you guys? Because like you've heard of black-eyed kids, of course, needing permission to come in the house, and like vampires or whatever. But I found an obscure definition of invite. Vitae is to graft, which I thought was very interesting.
To graft.
Because yes,
type thing.
What's that? To become one. So in other words, when you're inviting them to become one with you.
Well,
if you invite
MT Paranormal Life and Cameraman are doing this, so they always are speaking. No attachment. You're not allowed attached. There's no attaching.
Yep. Right.
It's making this is speaking your intent and saying no.
Right.
I'm not here to be your friend or to be your little meat suit. So you know what I mean.
Right. I can't even be hypnotized, so much less. I'm not letting anything jump me. I don't know. I thought that dancing thing might have been my grandmother because she was a ballet dancer, and she danced until she was like 70.
Might have been. If it didn't feel threatening, it could have been her.
Not at all. I mean, not in the least.
No, for me, when I'm getting close to the Lord of all spirits, the Creator God, right, Heavenly Father, mm-hmm. I'm focusing, I'm thinking about it, I'm positive. There is a different kind of vibe that happens with me too. I also notice when I'm doing that my ability to film things and see things increases by what am I trying to say here? Magnitudes are shocking. I mean, it's like, if this is how I see it, and I'm not being religious in any way, and everyone knows me here, knows that I am not like pushing my religion on any of you.
No,
because I don't even have a religion now. So I do believe in the Creator. And there seems to be when you really have, and this, by the way, many indigenous groups throughout the world had the same idea, and by doing that, and by just focusing on the Creator God and being vocal about it, it like attracts these things to you.
Because you're connected to the whole thing, the source.
Like, yeah, they're more interested in the fact that you're talking about the Creator God, because most of the time everyone's talking about, the game or how crappy their life is, or they have to go to work, you know what I mean? Or how often do they hear anybody actually talking about out loud the Creator God? And you think about it, you know,
Yeah, I think that makes you operate at a different frequency that attracts them, including Bigfoot too. I think it attracts Bigfoot also.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't. What do you guys think from your experience? What you, Jimmy has experience with these things. Am I right? Am I on the right track at all?
It was kind of hard to hear you for some reason.
No, it might
I
just
was
be
hearing
me.
like a whining noise.
That's probably mine.
Oh, the
I
whining.
don't hear it now though.
The whining
Let me
noise
read
is my
my
voice,
mic and see if
probably.
you hear it.
Jimmy, he was saying that when he's talking about the creator, that he seems to have an increased ability to film and picture, get pictures and film of these things. I think that's what you're saying, right, Mike? Yeah, like a lot bigger, a lot better, or something more.
Yes. Just.
Well, I pray every day, and it's kind of funny when I pray. I always ask God to forgive me for my sins, and then I always say, "Forgive everybody in the world for their sins at this time," and then I say, "And forgive the sins of all the spirits out there, new and old." And help them to see the light, that ones that don't understand what the light is, and the light is you. That's okay.
I love that.
Some ghost spirits think that when they were alive, that maybe they weren't good enough to go to the light, and they're scared to go to the light, so they won't go. I've had that experience with them before. That once a bunch of us prayed for that spirit, he said, "I can see the light," and he went.
I love that.
But people thought that he was like a demon, but he wasn't. And people understand that what you were in life usually precede that in death. So if you was an asshole in life, you're probably gonna be an asshole in death.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It does. But like I said, prayers. I fought a demon for years. He only came after me when I took a nap, never at night or any other time. And the only way I was able to beat him was with prayer. When I
watch over you while you're sleeping. To watch over you while you're sleeping.
I tell you what, man, when he fought me, and it was pretty interesting because he fought me all the time, trying to get me to go with him, and this and that. And I explained, I believe in God. I would say the Lord's Prayer while I'm sleeping. People said they would see my eyes opening up. They knew I was trying to wake up, and I would tell them, when you see that, you wake me up. But I knew that when it was all over, be if I won or it won, whatever, I would see who it was or what it was. And when I was younger, I went past a graveyard, and this face come across my window, and it was like a green color. And I looked over at my first wife, and she looked back at me and said, "Yes, I've seen it too." Well, that's who it was. It was that person. So, yeah, and he fought me for years. And
So he was a person, not a demon, then, huh? I guess.
No,
so
he
it was a person,
demon.
not a
I
demon.
still see him. Every once in a while, I'll see him when I'm doing, when I take my photographs and stuff like that.
Right.
If you go to my Instagram, you'll see a lot of that stuff. And Facebook, Instagram, I think I got more stuff up on there. But, oh yeah, I got a lot of stuff, man. But
what I'm saying, what I'm saying was that it was a person, then, I get, right? Or was it a demon that was just hanging out at the cemetery?
It was some type of demon, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He tried to get me to go with him, and I knew that if I went with him, I would die. I wouldn't wake up. That would be it.
Right. I'm glad you prevailed.
Yes.
So how do we determine which is a demon and which is not? Because you can't really judge by the looks, can we? Because I mean,
that's right. Very good. Because there's things out there that I have pictures of, and people go, "Oh, that's a demon," but they didn't look at the next picture where he looks like me and you.
Yeah.
Those spirits are ghosts. So when they try to form to look like what they look like when they're alive, a lot of times they have to use other spirits and ghosts around to come together with energy to make them look like they looked when they were alive. And if you zoom in on them pictures, you'll see that. You'll see a lot of their other people there.
That's some words of wisdom right there. Good job. Good
job. Now, don't they always get something wrong though, like the eyes, or is that a misnomer?
They always mess. It does, yeah. I mean, we'll never know the total truth about any of this
Yeah.
on our time.
No, not that I'm saying, oh, you should have known because of the eyes, but I mean, like, if in your experience, did you notice? I mean, or if you've ever, I don't know if you've ever seen him. I guess you have seen him trying to look like a regular person. And did you notice anything about the eyes, or are they like totally normal? And so that's like bullshit when people say, oh, they never get the eyes right.
About the eyes with the one that came after me when I fought me all them years. Never. Actually, that's kind of funny you said that. And then, I mean, I've been seeing these things for so long that some of them just look normal to me,
Right.
Can I share a couple images before we get to Jimmy's Bigfoot? There is a translucent spirit one. This is a couple of ones I filmed just this week. And are these human beings?
That looks like a human to me. It looks like scruffy hair, scruffy beard.
It's stacking up. So there's this one right here, and then you go to the next one, and you can see the other head and how they morph into each other. And it's parallel, for the tree.
And now his chin looks like a head.
And I'm just like, well, are these human beings? I'm starting to wonder how many of these things that we're actually interacting with in the woods are actually human beings stuck in the trees and in the ground and in the underworld and the middle world, and it's almost
could
like
be fallen angels, as far as you know.
Yeah, no clue. Anyways, I just want to share, not to brag or anything. Now we'll look at yours, because I'm just like, I don't know. I'm filming a lot of these shadow entities. And I got some of the brilliant ones. They're projecting on the trees in the middle of the day, and it's clear that it's not coming from branches from another tree or from that tree. They're just
it drives me crazy how many faces and being looking things I see in the trees and stuff. It really just almost drives me nuts.
Like the whole thing is entities.
Yes, exactly.
I'm getting convinced that the trees, like I said, Shell's heard me say this, and anyone else is here. I feel like the trees are like the neurons of the system that connect the lower underworld, the middle world, and the upper world. So it connects all three, right? The underworld, which includes soil,
ether does that too. I mean, dark matter, ether, that's going through all of us. We just aren't seeing it.
Right. And so it's like it's a highway, and it's also a way for them to generate energy.
That's definitely a tangible connection.
Like, look at this Bigfoot too. Here's nothing. How many times have we filmed a Bigfoot that looks like it looks like a spirit?
Yep.
Yeah, see how this is that same one that you just looked at a picture of, Mike, and this is where you can see this is the head. You see his eyes.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And this is his body. Like, here's his arm, and this is the same one that was sitting over there. Except now he's more in the whatever you want to call it.
It almost looks like there's two of them. There's a little guy.
Yeah, well, the right eye looks like the left eye of the other one.
Huh.
Looks like there's two guys.
I think sometimes I have a theory why, it's one of the reasons why it's not clear. And it's not like my own, I'm not like the only one that has that theory, but cool. That they're vibrating at such a high frequency. You know how like what came, I think Jacob's Ladder maybe was the first movie where I saw where the ghost or the whatever thing was like, you know what I mean? Like real shaky, weird, like freaking its head was.
Back and forth.
So I think that its head is, they're in so many places within one frame, even on a high quality digital camera or video, that's because I see so many sets of eyes that are clear, like right in a very same spot.
I was saying earlier about seeing a still picture moving back and forth because it goes fast.
You guys go listen to my.
You got it right there. I'm glad you said that. I agree with you.
Yeah. Because it's like there can't be. I mean, I guess there could be, but I wouldn't think there would be. I mean, some of them, the eyes look different, so I would think it's a different entity. But in some spots, it looks like the exact same eye and the exact same distance apart and the same mouth, and you know what I mean. But so I think that's got to be what it is.
Like
some of that.
And Jimmy, make sure that your mouth is closer to the speaker or the mic so we can hear you.
Oh, okay. When if you go on my Facebook, there's a couple videos I put up recently.
Mm-hmm.
One of them. I was doing ghost box sessions.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be amazed on how they sound. Like I fell asleep on one, and when I woke up, he says, "You don't want a cup of coffee?"
Wow.
I mean, it's amazing. There's so many of them, they could see us. Not all the time, because sometimes they'll go, "Who's that? You know, who's here?" And then somebody will go, "Oh, that's Boots." You know.
What is this? If you guys have a little bit of experience, I showed this image to Eric on Friday, and I don't know if you guys see this head that's manifesting in between these trees, or am I just seeing?
I'm looking at like a little baby and a mama or something right there. I don't know.
Zoom
It's almost like a baby.
in a little more. I see two black guys right around that curved branch.
See
Right
the one that's
screen. There's a curved white branch here. There's two guys there.
see, that looks like the mom. That's like the mom's nose to me. That looks like the where it just was looked like the muzzle of the mom. And that's
oh yeah, the little baby's right at the bottom.
Yeah, like it's holding on to her tummy, and she's got her left arm, under the baby's butt,
Right.
and her right arm is on the left side, like that tree on the left.
Yeah, I can see the nose there.
Yeah.
It's amazing how you guys, nobody sees things the same. But I'm not saying you're not right. I'm just like I mean, when I showed it to Eric, I said, "There's something there. I have no clue what it is."
Yeah, but see, they changed like that. But then we were seeing once she saw the same thing I did there.
I see a predator thing to the right behind it, though, a little higher up.
Zoom back just a hair.
Yeah.
Oh.
You see that dog-looking face right there to the right, like, but it's predator style.
I see this face right in that little V of that tree.
No, I don't. Yeah, I see that too. What drives me nuts. I'm not going to keep this going. So hopefully, you'll next. Because the problem is, unless you guys have the control of the cursor to show me what you're saying,
just
and I know you're talking
up there, just a little bit. Go up. Move the picture up. I'm sorry. I'm meant down. Go up. Sorry. Go down.
Go down.
No, wait. A little bit.
How about zoom out?
I want to go towards the bottom of this picture. I should have said that there. Right there in the middle, right in the middle of the screen is the baby's face she was talking about, and the mother's face is above that, right? Is that what you're saying?
I think it's higher than where he is right now.
Right.
Yeah, I see now. Right where on my screen, it's at the top of the screen right now. The baby's head. Right now, the baby's butt was showing now. Okay, Mike, stop. Where your cursor is right now, Mike, move to the right, like an inch. Okay, up a little bit, like up an inch. That right. That's okay. That's the baby's butt right there. Right there. That's his little back legs. You can see, okay, his back leg is curved, and it's back, and it's like its foot is to the left, and it's on the mom's stomach or something. And it almost looks like he's got a tail too. All right, and that would be right there where you just were on the left. That would be the mom's leg, or dad. I mean, I don't see tits, so it could be, it could be an older sister or brother holding it, and that thing over it could be a parent. That could just be a kid having to babysit. I think I see one even smaller there. And I see something predator style on both sides, left and right, of this in several faces. A couple of canine.
On the outside of the tree.
So what I see is something human-like. I see like this Roman nose, nostril. There's the nose. And I'm not saying I'm right.
Yeah, I can see what you're talking about there.
I'm not saying I'm right. I don't know no
way. Well, yeah, I am not saying you're wrong. There's like I said, I've seen pictures where I've taken. And I've come back and it's completely different than what I saw first time.
Yeah.
And so it's in between these trees, like it's generating energy from these trees to have this whatever it is manifesting, because it sticks out like a sore thumb, is basically.
Yeah. Well, if you look below where I'm calling the baby's butt, if you look below that, it looks like something's peeking, like it's got yellow above its head. It looks like a clear eyes and nose and top of the head, but you don't see the bottom of it. Okay, stop. Don't zoom out. See right there? Right where your cursor was just now. Go down. Down.
Yep.
One more inch. If you go down one more inch, okay, that'd be right there. That's you're over the left eye. Nope, go back to the right a teeny bit. Right.
Yeah, I see that.
I know there's a little bit of drag. Like it looks like Chewbacca almost.
Yep.
No, like an inch to the right from where I don't know if there's a lag, Mike, but I'm sorry if I'm being bossy sounding, but like where it is right now, it's like a half inch off.
There's not a lag. I'm just looking and seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah. Okay. Like so, right there, you're just below the nose, right there. Like that looks like a very clear nose. The brow, the two eyes, the forehead. Like it's peeking from the right.
Of the tree.
Yeah.
No, it's like this is going back to what Jimmy was saying, how they hook up together and form something that
makes it look bigger. Yeah.
They're probably sharing energy.
But anyways, I'm gonna stop. So you got something to share, Jimmy, or what are you doing? I keep running away. He's probably like, I've seen this stuff before a million times.
Well, I want you guys to look at that laundry monster and tell me what impressions you get though before we go though. I want to see what Jimmy has too, but I'm very curious.
Video, I look like a witch doctor to me.
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yeah, that video you had, it looked like a witch doctor.
Did he show it? You showed the laundry one?
Yeah.
We showed it. We were watching. Yeah.
Looked like a witch doctor facing to the left with like a ponytail on his head on top.
Okay, I'll zoom back down here and we'll look at it.
Okay, because I didn't know. I wanted to. So, Mike, I did send you where the eyes. You can clearly see the eyes on those still shots I sent. Yeah, I didn't realize. Where the fuck was I? See, like, now the reason my picture is there because that's where my head was. You see where those little lines are? That's my head. Now, why is it not showing my face? Because it's supposed to be showing me in green screen, not me, in a green and then some fucking thing behind me. You know what I mean? Like, but it's definitely a person because I did a recreation. I had my brother stand behind me, and that's exactly what it fucking looked like. Except my brother's 6'2", or and it was taller.
That thing looks like a witch doctor with his face, the left side profile.
And I'll get this. You know what it reminds me of? Did you guys ever see back in the day Rotten.com and it had horrible pictures like where people had blown their heads off and terrible stuff like that, terrible accidents? Well, so there's AI Manga is another filter on TikTok, and it's just supposed to turn you like anything you point at to Japanese anime, but what people found was that it's showing entities. So
what's it called?
Out of curiosity, AI Manga, MANGA. And so I tried it, and 3 times in a row, the first 3 times I did it, there's an entity over my left shoulder. I'm sitting in the same chair. It's basically almost right where this thing is. And one of them was a shadow figure. One of them was a black cloaked thing. And one of them was like a man that was like staring very menacingly. And where my brother sits, there was like 6 little cloaked guys with fire faces.
That's where you play with stuff
you
like
can
that.
type it in.
You invite it in.
What's that?
That's where, like, if you play with stuff like that just to check it out, it opens the door for them.
It can. That's right. It can.
Well, I kept feeling like I was getting stared at and weird, and I wasn't even sure like what the deal was with that. I thought maybe it was fake, so I started taking AI mangas of myself, figuring, it'll turn me into like some weird looking thing too. It never did. Almost every time I have a halo or wings or like a third eye thing on my forehead, like every fucking time. It's so weird. It never ever got weird. Like I just thought it was like an algorithm or something,
But it showed you that there was something there, and
yes. Yep. And now this is exactly like the thing that I said, the Christmas filter, last summer, exact same thing. And it's, I'm 5'10", barefoot, and this thing was like, it was bigger than me. It was like, I've sent I sent that video to Mike before. It's not like, it's nothing really to see. I mean, actually it's kind of interesting because you can see its whole body, and there's legs, and you can see it's sitting there floating there, and clear as day.
It's the nose, the mouth, yep. Eyes.
Okay, so I got distracted. So, so when I was doing the AI mangas, every single one, it's like their face is messed up on the right side, and so I think somebody either got shot here, or shot themselves, or got in some kind of a horrible accident. And this almost looks to me like someone whose face that almost looks like the skin of a face that got shot to me, because I've seen those. And if you look,
that it's AR what?
AI Manga. All one word, AIMANGA. The thumbnail of it shows 2 people, 2 faces. It's yellow, and there'll be like 2 faces, and there's a line between them.
And it's manga.
And let me tell you, AIM is in Mary, N is in Nancy, GA.
Oh, okay.
I'd say like a woman on top.
But like, I don't know if you have the screenshots, Mike. I can send you one. But I think I saw you had the screenshots. You'll see though, there's like, it's like skull thickness. You can see like the thickness of like what looks like where the eyes are kind of you can see the thickness of whatever that is. It's like something like a shell of something, and then it's going into a void. And that it just looks so much like something that's either, I'm a paralegal and I see a lot of, people mortally injured. And it just looks like, unfortunately, it looks very similar to some of the stuff I've seen.
Yeah.
Did you say it had 2 people in the front of it or something?
Excuse me?
You said what's the picture look like when you look for
it's app? Yellow. It's yellow. It'll show 2 people, like just their faces, and it'll have a line in between them.
Okay.
And I think AI Manga is all one word. It may not be though, but I think it might be. It'll be under the trending section of the effects, but you can search for the effects and you should just be able to put that in.
I have no idea what it is. The more and more I do this, the more I realize I was sharing this earlier with somebody else.
But I don't play around with this stuff. I don't play around with it. I literally I'm very scientifical. I love to say that word. But I wanted to. I had a portal actually too. I showed a portal in my living room.
Right.
When you do use it as a scientific tool, you still
wait a minute. You saw a portal in your living room?
Yes. I have the picture of it. Yeah, you're right. You know what? Opening myself up is opening myself up. And I should more I don't want to say ritually, but kind of, ritually, like, say a prayer, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but I kind of live that way. Like the way I live is like, you can't, you're not welcome and you can't touch me, because I have conversations almost daily with somebody that's going through a situation where they're having to deal with different entities. And so I'm in the habit of, just being a bright light that, that I just feel that like the energy is like bounce something off of me. I know it sounds stupid, but that's just how I feel and picture it. I feel like a light coming down out of the sky into the top of my head, and it comes out of me from all directions. Like, just stay the fuck away.
That's the source helping you, because you're trying to help somebody. It's giving you the power to help them.
Yeah.
You still got to protect yourself. I know that with paranormal. You got to protect yourself against that stuff.
Yeah, but part of the problem is too that once it's opened up, it's like I don't know how you shut it off. You can try to.
I mean, I don't open up. I just
it's coming back with vengeance. I guarantee you. From my own experience, at least. I guess I can't guarantee it, but I know from my own experience, it's like I think it's at some point I just like. Well, one thing is I got rid of all my condemnation and my my judgment and all my
judging, right, and dwelling,
I mean, I'm trying to get rid of it, but I've got rid of a lot of that religiosity and judging all these things and judging this experience and saying everything's a demon, because I don't know that everything's a demon. And sure, they're ugly, but you know what? There's an awful lot of ugly human beings too, and there's a lot of people that find me ugly. So now where am I at with all this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, definitely looks doesn't help. When you guys are ready, I do want to tell you my little take on this video.
Sure. All right.
First of all, where I got this is from How to Hunt, not the Facts by How to Hunt, but I watched How to Hunt all the time before Facts even existed. Right. I'm a tomboy, and so this is the background of one of his videos. And he doesn't even know this. And I've written him emails, but I guess he hasn't seen them. But so that's very far away. This is one where he was filming coyotes, and there was a couple of deer that looked like either whitetail or blacktail, or maybe muleys. I don't know. Just bounded across the screen, and then this tree line was way in the back. So I saw something white, and I zoomed in on it, and this is what I saw. And obviously it's blob squatch in a sense, but since it's moving, obviously we get a lot more. I've watched this 100 times probably or more. So what I see is this. To me, it's an ungulate because I see it grazing. All right, and then when and I have different amounts of zoom here, but even in part of this, you can see above its head. You'll see there's a distortion over its head. It has a rack. All right. So when it turns its head to the left, because it's grazing, right, and then it lifts up its head. It's right now, I believe its head is down grazing. Oh no, that's not it. But I tried to. Okay, so its head, he was down grazing. Now he just looked it up and looked to the left, and that thing comes out on 2 feet. It comes either from right next to the tree or behind the tree, and with one hand it pushes off the tree, and right then it grabs one of its horns and the end of its nose, and it twists, but it didn't fucking go down. So then he grabs it around, like bear hugs it basically. And I was thinking to myself, is this a bear? But you can see at one point when it grabs, I can see a tricep and I can see a pinhead, what looks like a damn pinhead compared to the size of the width of it, and every bear picture that I pull up, its head is almost the width of its shoulders. So I believe it's a Bigfoot, and it's whatever type of ungulate it is. I don't know. It's a lot lighter than I know that, like mule deer, for instance, and I think elk, they have a lot more white on the back of like their butt, but this looks even lighter than that. So I don't know, but it definitely has a rack, and it was definitely grazing. and I see this thing. I see the thing after the twist of the neck doesn't work, which is right there. Boom! It twisted it. See now, but then now it's grabbing it over the thing. Now right there, it swept its back leg out from under it. That's why it went down. So I don't know if there's a dip, but it swipes its back leg out from under it. The animal's back right, and with the creature's left arm, it swipes it out from under it, and then it basically folds that bitch up. I don't know. I don't know if there's a dip or a lot of times, I don't know where. I imagine this is Canada because it's Steve Isdall. I don't know if there's like a fire break ditch along the tree line. But a lot of times there is, that because they don't want the fire, reach in a different area. I don't know.
The fire break, you mean?
I've never
I
been
just
to
sent
Canada.
pictures to you, Mike, that I got off a recent video of Steve Isdall, and you can see him sitting, and then the picture I zoomed in on is the barn behind him. In that second picture, you can see the real tall, big Bigfoot right there, a couple of them.
Really?
I just sent you 2 pictures. He has stuff all around him all the time. He knows.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. Somebody had mentioned it in one, sometime earlier this year, and because this was last year when this happened. At the end, this is November, I believe. Well, somebody mentioned he's showing there's a lake, and I don't even think Steve's in the picture. It's a pretty big lake, and then on the far side, on the shore, somebody said, "Oh, there's a Bigfoot running across there." So I found it. It's really hard to see, but you see it walking from left to right, walk, and then you see it come back, and then it seems like it notices. Now you really can't see much except that it has huge stride. Anyway, like my brother's a total skeptic. I'm like, dude, look at the size of that. He's like, oh, those are just bushes. I said, those are like 100-foot fucking pine trees, dude. Yeah. And I'm not saying it's 100 feet tall, but I said a person you probably couldn't even see, really. You know what I mean? You'd barely be able to even see a person, for one thing. And then like the stride was huge, and then it's like there's a little like a beachy section on that far shore, where the trees are, it's almost like the trees are set back, like a half moon shape, it's just like an area that's a little bay type, whatever you want to call it, but it's
might have been out.
And that thing starts moving fast, and it books like in 1 second, it books it all the way across there. Literally, I mean, in 1 second, it's out of sight. It goes so fast, and there's no way the person can't do that. Huh?
You have the name of that video? I'd like to check that one.
I'll find it because I don't know the name of it, but I'm pretty sure I took video of it.
Is it a recent or older video?
I would say older. It was this year. And I wrote down. I have it written down so I can look on my notepad and see and find it. I'm sure it's just that my notepad is like really scribbly, like I'm barely reading my own writing. It'll just take me a little bit.
Was that some of the videos where he was taking a smaller boat up the river? Up the inlet.
He was not in a boat. He was just on the shore in that particular video.
Yeah, and he was on the shore to do the video or read the stories, but
right. Yeah, it was kind of different. It was a little, because I mean now he uses that one like as an opening for a lot of his videos, where he's on the boat and they get rushed by that one little thing real close or whatever. But it wasn't that scene. It wasn't that scene at all.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. It was a large
pictures they sent you if you check them out if you get a chance.
Yeah, I will definitely. I'll find it. I will find it. And I don't know if you guys like. I'm on Messenger and Facebook. I'm Nunya, and I'm also Lamia de Fucklone. So
my name's Easy there. Eric?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, he was doing the talking here. I noticed what's back by the telephone pole in that barn. And the next picture I zoomed in.
Yeah. This is the one you're talking about. I zoomed in on this too. This very video. I did the same video.
Something between the pole and the house there, barn. Yeah. Down there between the pole and the telephone pole and the barn, you can see a face sticking through there.
Yeah.
Right there, and then there's a big face up top, right above the roof. Right above the roof, there's a huge Bigfoot.
Yeah, I see. I was looking at that, and it almost looks like a hand down there in the lower part where you were, but it looks too big, maybe too big to be a hand. I don't know.
Yeah, in the middle between the pole and the wire.
Guide
wire. Yeah, that I catch stuff in his videos a lot. He never see that,
Mike.
That's too funny though that I had zoomed in on those same ones because I can't watch his videos without zooming in. It's like I'm like, what is wrong with me?
Take skills and look at them later.
What's the story here, Jimmy?
That feature on YouTube.
See how big they are?
using your phone where you can actually
do
stop
see
and
how
zoom
big
in
they
on the picture right
do
away.
see
That's
how
pretty
big
neat
they are.
picture.
They're very big. You know, it's amazing.
Is this the one where the bear? Is this the one where the bear was in the video?
I think this
It
is
might
one
have
of
been.
Jimmy's.
Like from the trail cam where the bear, and then at night there was a light, the controversial light. Almost looks like that.
No.
This is one of yours, isn't it, Jimmy?
Yeah. See the right there, the heads up there. See the
Yeah, the whole
body.
shadow is a Bigfoot. It's like almost like not saying it's gorilla, but say it's like a gorilla from the left side going to the left of the script picture.
I'm not seeing a cursor.
Well,
Where's
hold on
the
a
cursor?
second. I'm copying them right now so I can
Yeah.
I can blow them up for us so we can see it.
Yeah, it
better.
looks like the whole shadow is the part where the top coming down is the back.
It's type
And then
of type of
around the
image.
top,
That looks like a face at the very top. It looks like a giant face, like somebody with a cloak on or something. And ew.
that looks
That's
like
as tall-
a
you know what,
gorilla standing
that's
towards
tall as
the
them
left side.
trees.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, I see that one now.
It's freaking huge, man. There's
Yeah,
two
yeah.
of them.
You can
There's
see
Yeah.
that.
two of them.
The left one, or the smaller one, I didn't know if it was like an arm with the cloak hanging down over it too, or the arm part, or if there's another face. But it actually looks just like the other one, like a face. Now that I think it, like with a big, almost looks like an owl person.
It's like a couple of them at least.
Oh, yeah,
It's
off of the end of
pretty-
that white branch, there's another face in there.
What the heck?
Doesn't it look like an owl people?
What's the story behind this? It looks like a group of them. It looks
And I
like
see more. I see more to the left. If you go to the left, you'll see it, but it's a little bit lighter. There's
Yep.
another one.
And they're up in the top corner there.
There's a big one here.
Yep.
There's a
Well, yeah, I see that one, but look halfway down. Oh my gosh! Now I see another face. Halfway down, now I see like a regular face looking towards the right. But it doesn't look like if there is a cloak, it's different. But that looks more human. Whereas these things look like animalish. But do you see the man's looking face?
Right there under the white branch on the right side, it looks like a guy with a beard.
Yeah.
Under the white branches. Looks like a round
right
face.
here, right here.
Okay, yeah.
Under the white
I see
branches.
that one now. I was looking at the light spot, the bright spot on the left. Oh my God, there's another face right above
So
it.
what's
Okay.
the story
I'm going
behind
nuts.
this? What is the story behind this?
But like,
Jimmy, what's the story behind this image of these this
you were taking over, Jimmy. Sorry.
The way it was over there, it's just so much activity with things, Mike. That was
What's
yeah.
over there that caused them to be so active? Is there anything in particular that's attracting
no.
them?
They came to me. It was
Jimmy's there.
the first time I was shining the light around the pond, taking trash out to make sure that there were no coyotes or anything coming around me, and there was two of them standing by a tree on the other side of the pond, down on a little levee part, but farther down. It wasn't that far down where they were at. And I thought it was bear for a while, and they were like, they had their hand on a tree and like peekabooing around it at me. And so I went to go get Liz, and next you know, one of them pushed one of the trees down. So I was like, holy shit. So then I went, walked back out, and I thought, man, I need to let Liz see this. So I went back to go again, and they pushed another tree down. So I said, I guess I ain't going in the house. And then there were two more that would have been our height on the levee. And that's when the whole thing started.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
But so would you consider these to be Bigfoot, or are these some
I
kind
don't
of
know
forest
what they
spirit?
are. They're, if you notice, those are trees. And down in the bottom there, that's the pond down here all the way down. So just to give you an idea, right down there is the pond.
How tall are these trees?
Yeah, and these
How
are
tall?
trees.
20, 30 feet? How tall are they?
Bigger.
Oh, more than that.
Yeah.
It's
70.
huge.
70?
I could see. I'm totally convinced. I mean, the more I do this research and the more of my own filming, they live in the trees. They live in the top of the trees. They come down from the top of the trees at night to the
I
ground.
think they are.
They are the trees.
That's
Yeah.
They
what I
are
was
the
gonna
trees.
say.
They are the
What about
trees.
are the elementals? You know?
Yep.
Well, I thought I was in the impression that elementals were like smaller in nature, like the small ones.
I don't
know.
know.
I mean,
Those are little people.
the more we study, it's very Fortean in nature. I mean, there's anomalies and the paranormal. It's like the more you do this, the more you realize you don't have a damn clue what the hell's going on. I mean,
by design, we don't have a clue.
I think so, which that raises a lot of philosophical and questions about our existence here.
What it means to me is that we're powerful, because you know what, you don't hide, like I know dogs can bite me and whatever, but I don't teach them that they don't have a mouth or whatever, because I know they really can't get me, but the only reason I can think that they're gonna fuck with our pineal gland and tell us all the lies and whatever else is because we're fucking dangerous. I think we have the ability to have 0 point energy and manifest it and manipulate it.
Remember I said that earlier, Mike, about we might have more power than they do.
I think we do.
Out of us by society.
Well, then what happened to it? How come we don't?
We got it suppressed by the powers that be in schools and curriculum and
I think DNA too. I mean, we've been bumped up in DNA. I think they bumped a couple things down too.
Well, here's a question for you guys. What if they themselves are kind of responsible for the dumbing of us down? In other words, if they're this clever enough from what they're doing now, let's say they're interacting with, say, the elites, as they like to be called, the power brokers of this world.
I see.
Maybe, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying.
And they might be scared because they might fear repercussions.
I don't think they're capable of the frequency that it's required to have 0 point energy or to manifest those things. I don't think they're capable of it. They're too low vibe. So they had to figure out a different way,
They lost some of their light to do what they can do now in this point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, another question is about us. What do our spirits actually look like? Are we one of these things on the other side?
Well,
you guys ever?
I deal with a lot of ghosts and spirits, and I've lost friends in the past couple of years, and other people, and they still track me down and talk to me on my ghost box sessions.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like what? What do you mean? Tell me about it.
Well, okay, here's something interesting. All these ghosts, spirits, I'm hearing them saying there's a fight. And then I hear them say there's a demon. And then there's one guy that was there, and he said, Boots, it's Knuckles. He just died about a year ago.
Moose? Did you say Moose Knuckles?
No, they called me Boots, and his name was Knuckles. But what happened was, and then I had these kids here that are spirits and ghosts, and one of them they call Boy. He's 10 years old. So, anyways, they're saying, "Oh, there's going to be a fight," and they said the demon's here. And the one guy kept saying to me, "Turn your camera on, film it." And then I said, "Where are they?" And he kept saying. Then he said, "The room," and then eventually came out to the bedroom. Well, then they said the fight's on, and I said, I asked them, I said, well, who won? And they said, Boy. I said, Boy? And they said, yeah. I said, Boy's 10 years old. Well, he was 10 years old in life, but not in spirit form. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so
well, I think I know what you mean, but I'd be
it's a lot. I know.
You got knowledge over the time being dead. I made it over.
Face there.
I filmed so many human being like things. What's going on here?
This picture here, Long Island Bigfoot took a picture of his shadow, and the shadow looks bigger than him. But look at the head, where the head is. There's a face in there. This is Long Island Bigfoot's picture. He just took a picture of his shadow, and I seen that face pull out of it right away. And it's face is proportion, but the body is bigger than like him. That was a weird one there. That was probably 2 years ago.
Where was this?
This is in Long Island, one of his videos, and he just took a picture of his ground there. There's more to it. I cropped it, but there's more. But took a picture with a shadow there. But in the shadow, I noticed something in the face area. And then when I zoomed in, you can see a face over that area.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. I mean,
but the shadow looks bigger. The head looks small for the body there. It's weird. And it's just I was like, what the hell? There, and a lot of people saw it.
I mean, the number one. So like when I filmed this on the 21st last week, I mean, it's not. It's just. It's weird. It just stands out. Okay, where's the rest of the body?
Behind the tree.
Yeah, he's behind the tree.
Or is it in the tree?
Or in the tree.
But if he's in the tree, he wouldn't have to be behind it to peek out. What do you think? He'd be more towards the side of the tree to peek out?
Well, if
you know what I mean?
Maybe the proper term for these instead of tree peepers is tree poppers. I have no idea. But I know one thing, it stuck when I was like, holy crap. And the thing is, pretty brave. If the entity, it doesn't seem to be too concerned. I mean, there's a road right here. I mean, anyways, I've seen it earlier, but it's just, I want to know what's going on, right? I feel like there's a drive for me to know what's going on. I know I needed to know what's going on for some reason. And it's like, I don't know if you guys ever felt that like maybe you're part of your destiny, your purpose here in this plane of existence is to share some of this fundamental truth so that
maybe
more of it, hey, there's Mike. He's still here. Hey, Mike, why don't you join us? If you're not doing anything, join us. I'll send you a link. What the heck? Let's have a party.
I'm like, maybe look at that orb picture I found with the orb and the creature behind it.
I know. I mean, you think about it. I mean,
some guy looking at pictures.
Yeah, Long Island, come join us, man. Come have fun with us. Let's talk about what we're filming and stuff. I
think it might be the one grabbed him around the waist. I'm looking right now. Sorry to jump there.
Which one? Which
the one where it shows the ones in the background. I'm just before I forget.
What's going on?
I think it was Jimmy. Johnny, Jimmy, the one where that I was talking about that shows him in the background. Yep, it is.
This one?
Okay, it's Steve Isdall's. It's called A Huge Hand Grab Me Around the Waist. I'm not trying to go to it now, but I'm just saying it's a huge hand grab me around the waist.
That's the title?
And then, that's the title. And then the day, let me go, I'm trying to find that. Fuck, where's oh man.
Are you sending it to us, or do you already get
it? She's telling me the link so I can find it.
Yeah, but I'll do it. I'll clip it while we're talking. I'll clip where I see it if you want to. I'm happy to do that. It says a year ago. It says a year ago, but I guess he must have re-released it on the other. Okay, May 7, 2021. Wow. I'll send the link. I'll just send the link. It'd be easier.
Okay. The thing is, they're everywhere.
Oh yeah.
But, I mean, you can see it's so clear. You see he's walking up along the beach and go far back. It's far away you can barely see it, and then coming back. But the only way you can just tell by there's so much space in between the stride, and then how quickly it goes from this one open area to the next is just unbelievable. And it's just walking up.
If you don't mind, you're more welcome to hit me up on Facebook there, and then you can message it to me there.
All right. And what's your? I can't really see the thing. What's your? What are you on Facebook? Because I don't have the chat show.
My name's Eric Monroe, and it's just me with a yellow shirt and a baseball hat on.
Okay.
It's a hat that says.
It sounds like someone's listening to another show. Is someone else listening to another show?
That was me for a second because when I went into that, it started playing, but I already stopped it.
Okay.
I just message that later.
You got a beard? You have a beard, Eric?
Yep, gray beard.
Okay. All right.
I left Biden hat on.
Okay. All right. Nunya, I think, just sent you a link. All right. Sorry to interrupt you guys.
Yep, got it.
And if I recall, it's around.
For doing 90 down the road.
Did I film another one here? Eric is still. Yes, I'm making them become one. I'm not letting them go, Mike, until he makes a firm commitment that he's starting his own show by the end of April.
Thank you.
Anyways, Hey, so anyways, here's another one of my entities that I filmed on the 21st. I mean, or did I film one?
I think it's 1345. That's just from memory. But
Is Eric, when you looked at this, is this an entity that I filmed? Did you guys see something, or am I just delusional here? I mean, there's an eye right here?
I see a weird face up in the top right there, in the middle, white, and there's another one sort of crouched over, sort of going at the bottom of that tree. It's on an angle.
Right here?
Right on the tree. There's like a woman, a female with a right there, going right up along that tree. Right there's the head. Whoop, you went past it. Down, right to the left.
Right, I see. Are these two eyes?
Oh, well, I see. I'm looking at the lighter color.
hey, Mike, question for you. How come you're doing live on here and not YouTube? Just out of curiosity.
The stream.
We should be living on two YouTube channels and Facebook.
Oh, okay. I'm doing Facebook. Yeah, I got to find you on YouTube then, because I like that I can up the quality to 1080. At least like on Isdall's I can. I don't know what yours is, but especially when I'm doing the evidence review, it's a world of difference. Like that video the link that I just sent, you can't see shit when it's regular, but at 1080 it's much better. I mean, okay, I'll put it on YouTube.
These are some of the entities that I filmed just on that day. And I'm not, well, I guess what I'm saying is I don't see myself filming Bigfoot or Sasquatch. I mean, what is this thing? I know it might be a fair, but you can see the eyes right there.
I see a couple of them in there. Wow. That's paranormal.
Yeah, it looks very paranormal, and it's in the woods. It's manifesting out of the tree. And once again, it's coming out of the tree.
My shit's locked up.
I just wonder if, a lot, I mean, or am I just seeing things? I mean, I don't even know what I'm seeing.
No.
Half the time I wonder if I'm even seeing anything, but like this one, I've filmed several times, this bark-like face or skin-like face. It's got like a hand over it, but I don't know what I'm seeing. It's not, I don't believe it's Bigfoot. I just think there's something going on here. Anyways, these are just some of the images I filmed just in that one spot.
Oh, wow.
These are in that one. And by the way, there's an old cemetery in this park. It's called Secor Park, and it's got, I don't know how many acres of woods around it. And then it's got an old cemetery, and my theory was to see if I would be able to catch more or get more images on the trees or the wooded lot or areas around the cemetery, and it's starting to be maybe coming true. Have you guys had any kind of that experience as well, or anybody here? Like you notice that you hire a number of entities being filmed, maybe even encounters or whatever, near not only where the woods are, but where the cemetery is.
I don't do cemeteries.
Well, I didn't like spend much time in the cemetery. Actually,
so
all these things
I don't do
all
anywhere.
These things are filmed outside, just at the edge of the cemetery, in the woods.
Got you. Yeah, I'm a hermit, like the Queen of Hermitville. So.
See, I got some photos you would love, bro, if you like this stuff. Well, come join us.
This leg I'm seeing with the canine.
Mike, come join us. I sent a link. If you didn't, it's right there. There's a StreamYard. Come join us and share some stuff, man. I mean, Mike, this dude is like filming. I don't know if Jimmy knows Long Island Bigfoot, but I mean, he's filming like 30, 40 foot tall teepee structures in Long Island.
Wow.
That's not supposed to be happening.
And what about that X?
Yeah.
Oh, you should see the X I got on my property, or had on our property. Jeez.
I mean, that's what they told us, right? Or at least they gave us the impression that it was supposed to be happening on the east side, just in the Rocky Mountains. But yet, in all places, Long Island has giant teepee structures. I don't like. None of this makes it doesn't make it. Probably it's very logical, but the approach that we're going, it's very confusing.
Are you guys seeing digigrade legs at the in the on the left and this blurrier part, then kind of like behind the face, not where the face is, but further back?
Which one are we looking at?
The ones on the screen.
Oh, this thing right here.
Yeah, I see like digigrade looking legs, almost like very blurry. And I see arms like in the front, but they're hanging there like little T-Rex arms almost, and maybe a face too. But this is super blurry, but it just looks very digigrade. No, to the one behind there, to the left, like to the left side of the picture. Not where that face is, and nowhere where you're looking at. I see those faces, but I'm seeing something else too. I don't know why I saw that, but you guys, I definitely see the faces.
Oh yeah.
Where you're looking, but back there, these legs are just bumping out at me, and then the
and I'm filming like gargoyles too. It seems to look like gargoyles.
Yeah.
And trees. A lot more. I mean, and this is I don't know. I'm getting to the point. It's like, is it worth being afraid of any of this? I know they're scary looking, and they can scare you, but is it worth being afraid? I mean, there was a while I was totally convinced all these things are nothing but evil demons, right? But the more and more I look at these things, I like, what kind of condition are they really in? What are these things really? I mean, I'm not trying to be their friends or be their buddies. I'm not trying to do any of that kind of stuff. But you know what I mean? I just want to know what exactly is going on. Why are these things everywhere? I mean, I can't believe I'm doing something terrible. That, like Christians would say, I know a lot of Christians would say the reason why this is happening is because you're demon possessed or you're and I'm like, no, I'm not.
They don't know what they learned. They don't know what you experienced.
Well, it's like, why is it open? The window open for us? It's not just because we looked.
You open your mind is more your.
What happened there, Jimmy? You lost us there with the presenting. You dropped your presentation.
Oh, I just threw it up there for a second. That was
Thanks,
one of them.
For the comments.
Yeah, try to get him to get on here. She said
his son's sleeping. He said.
Oh, I see. My apologies, Mike.
Oh no.
I'm pretty aggressive. But I want to share one more thing, and then because
I just sent you a markup of what I was looking at, just so you have it.
So I'm finding these things that look like gargoyles to me, right?
I've seen some of that
about
too.
This entity right here is that when you look at it, it's like so like here, at first you think it's a branch, but it looks to me like a hand. And then there's some kind of foot right here. It's all like
that's like a dinosaur. That's like a dinosaur jaw to me. Looks like the bottom jaw of a dinosaur, and something with a rhino with a horn on the end of the nose.
Yeah, I see it. I see it too. Have any of you ever seen the white?
It's like a mass of these entities, right? I just are popping out of the tree. And they're not. No one's told us about this. No one's talking about this, right? This is. I think it's really important, especially when it comes to Bigfoot research, because we're out in the woods. We're looking at this thing. Yeah, I mean, what are we really dealing with? Hey, what's up, man? What's up, Sasquatch Seeker?
Have any of you ever seen the white-faced entity that's the long white nose, like Pinocchio nose, in different pictures?
I've seen one. It looks like almost like Darrow's. Like they explain Darrow's. It's like a hanging proboscis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! Look what is this your place?
Yeah, that was my living room.
Yeah, I see that.
T-shirt.
Can you magnify that a little more? And Sasquatch Seekers, if you want to join us, the link's up there. You don't have to, but I'm just an invite. I'm more than happy to have you join us. Just follow the invite a few lines up, StreamYard, and you can talk. He's in British.
That looks like a canine to me.
This?
Is that what it looks like to you? No, where the light in the corner there where he just was, that looks like canine to me.
Over here?
Yeah. Yeah. When you zoom in, it looked like it had a snout and a little bit of ears. Those ones I got
right by the TV. Or right by that picture above the mantle.
Right there.
You see-
No, that one looks different to me. That one looks different to me. But the one on the right, I thought I saw.
This and this moved on the second picture, and then there's stuff here. See the face?
Yeah, I can see like 50 faces right now. Realistically, 20 at least already. The whole room is lined with them. Look along the ceiling. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Look at behind that chair.
No problem.
Like in the very right corner, right there. There's a big time face right there in the right hand corner, lower right corner. You see that? No, in the lower right corner.
Yeah,
all the way in the
here.
corner.
Yep.
Well, what's the white thing? Is that
That's nothing. That's a
No.
skeleton I have.
Oh, that's right.
No, I was talking. I see him everywhere, but just now when you zoom back out, there's a very clear face in the lower right hand corner, wherever that whatever that piece of furniture
eyes
is.
sticking out there.
If you gotta go, you gotta zoom back out though. No, you gotta zoom out. Okay. Okay. Now, it's a little hard to see now. Zoom back in a little bit. Sorry, I gotta tell you.
Oh yeah, it's under that corner, under the lamp.
Right where the lamp is, it's underneath that lamp. But you got to it's harder to see right now. But when you zoom in a little more, it was like really obvious. It's close now. I can see it, but not as well as I could before. It's right there. But if you zoom in a teeny touch more,
You got pulled over.
yeah, it's
There you go.
I don't know. There was a point where it was like extremely obvious.
I see it.
I'm not seeing it as much now. I see it, but not to the extent that before it was like really freaking. Oh yeah. Now, okay, there you go. See it now better. I don't know. It's like to the eyes, nose, mouth. I don't know. It's pretty crazy.
I see one right.
But I see them everywhere.
There's a lot of them there. You're like me. You see them everywhere. There's one at the foot of the chair there.
Yeah. I mean, there's one in between the two on the left. There's one in between the chair and the couch or whatever the other chair is. There's something. That's
what I was just saying.
That was just a regular picture with the cell phone.
Right.
Of course, and you were prepared for it.
If you look along the top of that picture, wherever like above all the furniture on the very top, that whole brown, whatever that brown paneling or whatever, it's lined with faces. It's lined with heads.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Up there at the top, along there. If you zoom on that, it's all heads, all right next to each other, a whole row of them.
I mean, it just begs the question.
Very active in this corner. And then one day, me and Liz were playing ball with the dog, and the ball hit the little curtain at the doorway. We went to go get the ball, and we couldn't find it. We couldn't find that ball anywhere. We looked under the couches, under the beds, everywhere for days. We never found it. And one day, Liz is in front of the mirror, and the ball comes flying past her face out of the wall.
Oh wow!
What Hagrid came back at.
It came out of the wall.
Yes.
That's crazy. Not crazy, but you know what I mean. It's nuts, though. Yeah.
It's a data point in what we're dealing with in the woods as well, though.
That guy was.
I had an actual entity in that old house, which I'm not trying to steal or rain on anyone's prey, but I'll tell you about it whenever. Not necessarily tonight, but whenever you want.
Yeah, tell us now. We're here. We're here.
Well, I don't want to take away. I want to let him finish with his picture or whatever. I don't want to just cut
the
in.
second one to it real quick, and then where is it? Let me get it. I gotta find it.
While you're looking, I'll say. So mine was I was in the living room. And it was around the same time as the dancing thing, and but I'm just sitting on my couch. I got an L-shaped couch, and I call it my command central in there because I have like a couple of computers, and I have a thing set up where I can take the signal from whatever's going into my TV and bypass it and record it and all this stuff. So, but my computer's off, and it's directly to my right, and so I'm looking at it, and I went to turn it on or something, and I see a reflection. It looks there's something sitting on the other couch, like the opposite, the L part, but not the one I'm on, not the part I'm on. And I look over and I don't see anything. I look back at it. It looks exactly like Alf from the TV show. I mean, the legs barely hung over they definitely didn't reach the ground. They didn't even reach halfway down. And it's just sitting there. And I look left, and I look back at the monitor. I mean, it's clear it was there for like 10 or 15 minutes that I saw. I don't know how long it may have been there before. Didn't do anything. It just kind of kind of made itself comfortable a little bit, maybe, as far as like shifting its seated position. But I mean, that was it. I mean, it just sat there looking at me.
I got one little ghost story that I experienced, and then I got to head out, and I'm going to give you a confirmation now before that. I've lived in multiple haunted houses over my lifetime. The last one I was living in, I was like, we've always seen entities there. like my neighbor that would live downstairs, we'd tell him, "What'd you see?" Oh, this time it was like a rat size. Sometimes they were full, big size. You always point out a corner of your eye. So one night I'm sitting there in my bedroom, and I'm like, "All right, show me." And I see this silhouette of a head. There's almost like a bust, the silhouette of a head and shoulders in dark, slide down the baseboard till it almost got to the doorway. And I said, "Okay, that's good." And then it went away. That one there was pretty freaky.
Yeah, that is freaky. Oh, by the way, I think this fireplace is a portal. I see a ton of stuff climbing out of that fireplace.
It is. There were several in the house, and above the clock here, if you would come back like 8 feet, I had a anomaly come through. Okay, so I've had portholes open up where it sounded like thunder coming through it in somebody's house.
Wow.
And this did the same thing, but it's like a light, and then you hear it. The only thing is, this one was where you had to wear the headphones, but you definitely hear it. So I actually got a picture of something coming through the porthole. The video, I got the video of it actually, and
we gotta get back together again.
I think I put the video up on Facebook.
Yeah, because I have no, I'm sorry. I want to share. Like, there's so much, like more to even the stories I've already told that I know people got to go, and I want to hear more of what you guys are saying too.
Can you blow up that image a little, Jimmy?
Of the fireplace.
Because I have the picture of the portal, but it's using AI manga, but it's clearly a portal in my living room, in the upper right hand corner over a thing that belonged to my dad, and I have SLS. You know what SLS cam is?
Yeah.
So I have SLS cam. It's like a ghost dog eating my brother's hamburger. It's just mowing down on his fucking hamburger on the table.
Man, there's so much strangeness out there.
Oh, and the SLS cam in the same room where the laundry entity where I told you was the TikTok, the Christmas green screen. The reason I even went in there was because, and again, like a year before, I was having that same feeling, and in my room. So there was a little entity like dancing around on my bed. I got that. And then in my spare room, there was something sitting at the desk. Like it's like typing frantically. It's, just moving around. Like looked like it was typing or something. And it's weird. And then AI manga catches a ton of girls in there. But one guy, he's in the background. I can see him. He's like hiding out.
Stalker.
Yeah. But, it's weird because a couple times when I did that AI manga, normally they're just somewhere around the room, and the closest was, that's like behind me a few feet. But a couple times it was like right up, like all you can see is part of the face because it's so close. And I remember saying, "Back the fuck up," and it did. But then another time, I saw it because the way it works is like videos 15 seconds, and so so it came closer and completely blocked the lens to where it was black. Twice it's done that. When I told it to back up. Freaky. I have 12 minutes video of a blue orb the day after or 2 days after my dad died, and it came out of his picture. And 3 white ones came out of a picture of his mom, his aunt, and his grandmother. I have 12 minutes video, but unfortunately all I have left are the screenshots because that fucking a boo-boo with the phone, but I still have the pictures. But just that I had screenshot it.
At one time we did try to share it on the show, but we had audio problems. So
yeah,
but now we don't have audio problems. We
clear as day though. I mean, they do TV shows over like a 1 second orb. I mean, this is like so clear as day because what I was doing was trying to get still shots. I uploaded it to my the video to a laptop, and then I got still shots where it's like real clearly not a fucking. It's not that it looked like dust ever to me, but I mean it's a bright royal blue orb. It's pretty definitive, and I took it myself, you know what I mean? So it's like obviously, I know it came out of my dad's picture. Kind of crazy.
It almost looks like there's a woman in there.
There is.
There's a woman with long black or brown hair.
Yep. Liz
on the left side of the fireplace.
Is it Native American?
That cloaked looking thing.
Yeah, right there. You can see the woman's face and you see the long hair.
Yeah.
What is it, Native American or what do you think?
I got her in my mirror, and then Liz seen her one morning. Excuse me. She woke up, and she was over there by the couch or the chair in the bedroom, except you can only see from the shoulders up, like just the head. And I was like, how'd you stay so calm?
Is there like any Indian area here? Because it almost looks like a totem pole in the corner. And Indian looking faces.
Yeah, we got
That's what I said
video
earlier.
of you can hear them circling like they're on horses yelling above our heads outside.
Yeah.
That's like I said earlier. There's been things on the land where that house was built long before the house was there.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah. It was the Susquehanna Hawks up here. Susquehanna. How you say it?
Susquehannocks or something like that. Right?
Susquehanna. Yes.
Where is that, up north ways, or because I thought I heard about those in Canada, or maybe northern Michigan. I don't know, on the peninsula. I don't know.
They all up the Susquehanna River. I'm not sure how far up they went.
Where are you at,
I know
Jim?
that a lot of the people killed them off by giving them blankets with smallpox in them.
Yes, that's terrible, man.
Yeah.
That's one thing I'm ashamed of being American of what happened to the Indians because they had the way of life.
I'm getting ready to
Holy
film.
thing.
I've been told I was Hopi in a prior life.
Jimmy, where are you at if you're in the Susquehanna?
So we are outside. We are actually between York and Harrisburg. So York.
Okay, I know where
area.
you're sort of like Mechanics. A Middleton area.
By 3 Mile Island.
Yeah, I got you. I live right outside of Reading.
Oh, okay. You're not far.
Yeah, that's why I knew where you meant there. Our band used to play at the Tourist Inn a lot.
Oh,
back in the day.
Okay.
All right.
You might have crossed paths sometime.
I tried to sing in the band, but they wouldn't let me sing E-I-E-I-O stuff.
Raise some Skinner, man.
Hey, I hung out with Skinner.
I love Skinner all the time.
It's been a pleasure meeting every one of you, and I enjoyed the conversation.
Good job,
My stomach is kicking me in the ass because it's been 4.5 hours or 5 hours now we've been on here.
That's right. That's how it works in these lives.
I usually feed my belly every 4 hours. So, but I'm
research.
Thank you.
I see one colored face. The rest it's black and white, but one face in color, like a reddish brown.
With Eric here because he's saying goodbye. And this
We'll have to thank Nanya for me, girl.
Eric, this is your first time ever doing something live, right?
Yep.
Good job. You did an excellent job.
Hey, Eric.
Yes.
Do you do paranormal research or no?
No. I've lived in haunted houses and I've lived around ghosts my whole life, pretty much.
Right.
So I've always dealt with them and never had a problem. You got to be serious. Like, hey,
time out here. Time out here, gentlemen. Time out. He asked you if you do paranormal research.
No, and I don't do the paranormal.
Well, what do you think? What do you think Bigfoot research is? Come on.
Well, I'm more
they're the blind. There's no.
I don't think Bigfoot's paranormal. I mean, we have a spirit and a physical body, and I think he does too. I don't really see it as paranormal, really, personally.
No, the connections do blur. They do blur. I mean,
they have a paranormal ability, I believe.
No.
I mean, I think people do too, though.
If there's a Bigfoot, there's going to be a ton of other entities and spirits.
Oh my God, there is. Yes.
Yeah, you can't tell me that there's no paranormal connection. I've been doing this for a long time. I figured it out 6 years ago. There is a paranormal connection.
Right. Well, I mean, what I mean is that not necessarily. I don't believe it's necessarily much more than what people have. I think people just don't realize it that they do.
It's
I don't think it's as woo-woo as what people think it is. What I'm saying that I think it's just that that's what's being hidden from us.
Yeah, you bet.
I guess, yeah. Well, the woo thing, that's just being
like their cloaking thing. Like, I believe that's everything. To me, it's scientific. I believe that they're creating a magnetic field, and that light it bounces off of a magnetic field, and
But Sheldon, you have to explain to guys like me who have seen them go through trees and come out of trees.
Frequency,
right? True that.
I'm not alone at this. And people have seen them pop out of the ground too, so it's
right. No, I got you. I don't know. I mean, to me, there's a scientific behind it. I'm not saying there's nothing spiritual either, but I believe it's both.
Well,
I don't think one or the other. I don't think one or the other.
as far as the spiritual, I wouldn't be surprised if we're like mislabeling all this, right?
You could.
Right.
Because of religious indoctrination and what people have told us what is. So we
Yeah.
don't know what better to call it. But I mean,
Right.
Yeah.
the lines
look,
are very much crossed.
Yeah,
Teddy
what seems
Roosevelt-
paranormal to us is normal to them.
Right.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm heading. I enjoyed the hell out of this. I'm going to watch that Steve Ishko video that Nunya sent me. And
Good job, Eric. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. And thank Nunya for me.
So
I'm here. Thank you. It's my pleasure. I'll send you the timestamps of where I saw it too.
I can't wait to see your new channel.
I got to get my work working now.
If you need any help, there's plenty of us here to help you. It'll take you like literally less than half
Well,
an
maybe
hour.
I'll give you a shout then. I just got to set it up because it's all new to me. I've never done it.
Yeah, it's easy.
Hey, I'm a certified trainer IT, so I can help you out too.
all you need is a Google account. All you need is a Google account, and you can start a YouTube channel. So,
all right.
So,
nice meeting you.
What were you going to say, Jimmy? Before we all talked over it.
I think I forgot. That Teddy Roosevelt, the president, Teddy Roosevelt, actually had a encounter with Bigfoot.
So did George Washington.
Huh?
So did George Washington.
Oh, really?
Was Roosevelt the one that was hunting, the big hunter guy? He's really into that?
Teddy Roosevelt.
Yep.
Even Daniel Boone and David Crockett had in one. I'm sure they had.
You had to,
yeah,
right? If you're actively involved out there, you had to.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no denying it back in the day. You know, it was just, yep, another wild man. Yep, they chased a wild man. And wild man did this, wild man did that. You know.
Well, you know, Mike, they were pulling.
Goodbye, buddies.
In Iraq.
See you, Eric. There you go. Thank you. Good job, Eric.
Bye, Eric.
Yeah.
Later. Go feed. I'm assuming that's what he meant when he said his stomach, but maybe he meant something else. But
right.
I'll just say go feed. Go feed.
So
I think
there's a story.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll be real quick. But there's a story over in Iraq. Apparently there's caves over there, and there's these the giant redhead people, very big people, and they sent the special forces in, and they actually the first one happened in
Kandahar.
Well, the Korean War or something. They got that one. They killed that one, but the redheads are really big. And he killed several of the special forces, so they went back in and got it. And there's a big thing on YouTube about it, actually, I think, too.
Yeah.
But
I mean, they were here too.
Living in caves. I think they called them redhead giants or something, red-haired giants.
Right.
And they were here too. I remember, I forget which aliens, which Indians, the American Indians, the name started with the P. I don't know, it's the Paiute or whatever, but they were talking about, the tall red-headed, light skinned, red-headed, and they ended up burning them up in a cave. That's how, they finished them off,
Yeah,
and
Lovelock Cave.
Yeah.
And the Pebbles.
Yeah.
It's very interesting, that for sure. I mean, but
I think they were saying they were cannibals, even that they were those redheaded things.
Yeah, that's what I heard. But are we talking about the same things? That's as far as Bigfoot or Sasquatch, are these like these giant redheaded beings?
I don't think it's the same as Sasquatch. Personally, I think
no, not the same as that. No, I thought you meant we talk about the same thing as far as Iraq in here.
Yeah, I think that's what I meant. That it's not like they weren't like, they're giant fucking men with red hair and light skin and very brutal race.
Let me show you guys. This is an image that I filmed once again on the 21st.
But I've heard there are Bigfoot over there too.
Now there's the giant axe, right? But I want to show some of the examples of forest spirits and how they are so much different than what Sasquatch is or Bigfoot. Well, first one is this guy right here with his red eyes, and then the other guy's going to be this one right here. But we'll go to the red one first, and there's a lot of other ones, obviously, as usual. But this one stands out, right?
Wow, he does got red eye.
What is it? Is they can't? I don't believe it's. I don't know. I don't know what it is. To me, it seems like we're dealing with something that's a different type of spirit or some kind of interdimensional being that's popping in and out of the tree again.
Well, Mike, how many people's in the world today?
Well,
Almost 8 billion.
Yes.
How
7.9 billion.
8 billion?
Yeah, like 7.9 something billion.
All right. So if you figure this, Mike, all the people that die every day for thousands and thousands of years, they're all over the place.
But not just people, though.
Well, right.
Well, what if this place is something? Have you guys ever heard of the concept of the reincarnation soul trap matrix? In other words, there's a lot of people right now floating the idea that a lot of people keep coming back here over and over and over again, and in the meantime, our spirits by the bazillions are it's trapped within the within the three layers: the underworld, the middle world, and the upper world. And until I guess the conditions are right for you, like the Native Americans talk about stars being portals, and there's the way back to the happy hunting grounds, or what we call heaven, or the pleroma, or something like that. It seems to me they're just. I mean, I can't. I don't. Unless there's just multiple dimensions, parallel dimensions running side by side, and we're just seeing bits and pieces of it, and we're not really seeing what's really going on in their spectrum. Is that?
Well, there's a lot of dimensions, Mike, and Liz will tell you
theories.
anything that I want to know about would appear to me or come to me, and you could see it in pictures and videos. And one night, I remember about 9-10 years ago, I said, man, I wonder if there really is dimensions. And I went to go sleep that evening, and I just sat down. I didn't even have a chance to go to sleep. And next thing you know, there's somebody talking to me. They had me at the shopping center that was up the street from the house that I grew up in. At the shopping center, it looked like it looked when I was younger, not like it looked today when they rebuilt it. While I was there, it was a bright sunny day. I could hear all these people talking. And I asked the guy, I said, well, who are all these people? He said, well, that's the people outside the dimension, the regular time. And I could hear car doors opening, shutting. I could hear the store doors opening.
What?
And he also was telling me, I wish I wrote it down because I can't remember everything.
Yeah.
But he said, I was hearing people that sounded really like yelling and stuff like that. And he said, don't ever go there. That those were very bad, evil, mean people, demons. And I remember if I get it right, it would have been south, if you would say, because the store was facing west, so or almost west, maybe north. So I think it was south. But anyways, he kept like trying to show me everything. And I wish I wrote it down, Mike. I really do, because it gave me so much insight on all these dimensions.
Ooh.
And
So what do you think, in a nutshell, are we dealing with? And is it just kind of people just slipping in and out? Is it more of a time travel type thing, or slip in time? I mean, are we just seeing something like that in the
I
past?
think sometimes that too, because I know that some of the Egyptians, for instance, on their artwork, they have where they show UFOs on their artwork, in these pyramids and so forth. And I believe that in my mind, the the people they seen there, the aliens, for instance, are the same ones we kind of see today. I think they travel through the dimensions. You know what I mean?
Right.
My God, there's so much into it. I can't even
Well, I know
begin
that
to
like the Native
really.
Americans, they would have the certain rituals and ceremonies that would last over a month, and the whole idea was to have these visitation from these what we call aliens, right? They would see
Right,
the lights and I just well, here's what I think I'm dealing with too, is because like I was really hardcore Christian, and I'm slowly letting go of a lot of the indoctrination and all the false teachings and all that, and letting go of all this judgmentalness, and
right,
trying to just appreciate what it is. I'm right now. I'm thinking of it like the insect world, or what's on the bottom of the ocean. You got these freaky looking creatures and all that. To us, they're ugly and scary looking, but they really aren't doing anything to us. They're just part of the creation. They have their own role in
right,
all this, and so, but and we have the technology today where you know, we're filming them, and there's no point in avoiding or pretending it's not happening. So the next question is, why is it happening? What's going on all along? You know,
right.
how wrong have I been? I mean, I've been wrong probably 99% of my life, except for figuring out how to use the bathroom and put food in my mug. And
Right.
outside of that, I've been wrong about just about everything. I mean, I went to college and university. I have my own businesses. I did all sorts of stuff. And I look back and I'm just like, I'm one of the dumbest dudes there ever were. And I'm not, I'm not in a very small group. I'm in a very large, I have a very large community of people that are pretty dumbed down. And I'm like, what is going on? Why has this stuff been hidden to us? Why is this stuff? I mean, it's you guys ever heard? I've talked about the loose. Maybe Shelly reminds me remembering me talking about
Mm-hmm.
it. And I just wonder if, in some ways, do they feed off our emotions, or our feelings, our confusion, or bewilderment? Is this? Are we uh, like? Are we performing for these things? Or
Right.
am I totally wrong about this? I don't know. It's
We're
just
an ant, we're an ant farm.
it seems that way. And it seems like we keep coming back and keep back for a reason. They say we're coming back to learn lessons, but what lessons? We don't remember lessons from the past. And what lessons are we actually learning? And I'm just like, I know the only thing I can think at this point in my age is just like to learn to let go of everything and just say, you know what, it's okay to actually be stupid as a a box
It's
of
all a
rocks.
learning process.
Yeah, but where do we go with this? I mean, you ever
Right,
thought about that? I
right.
mean, there are philosophical, ethical, moral uh, questions with all this stuff, right? And here's the problem: the people that told us to avoid this stuff are the worst people on the planet.
Right.
So now where do we go from that? And it's okay. I'm going to ask you, Jimmy, because you spend time doing this stuff. Certainly, someone's come in your life and demonized you for even doing any of this stuff or talking this way. So, um, I mean, how did you confront that? Was it ever an issue for you? Did you even give a shit of what anyone else thought? I mean,
All right, say it
yeah,
again. Hold on. Let me turn this up a little bit because I couldn't hear you. Hold on one second.
I'm
All
saying,
right. So,
this paranormal research and having experience with Bigfoot. Did you did you give a crap of what anybody else said, or did you have to go through this what do I want to say here, Shelley? Not decompressing, but de-indoctrination. That's not even a word. What's the right word? To reconstruct yourself.
Bullshit.
Yeah, to remove all that BS inside you, and so you could. And because a lot of it's like taught fear, right? It's like indoctrinated fear. I mean, you act like it's no big deal that there's there's Bigfoot in your backyard and there's spirits around you. Why is that
right.
not a big deal to you? What was the difference? You know,
Because I seen it. I know it's there. I know they're real. I mean, growing up, my parents thought I was nuts talking about ghosts all the time and dead people. And And then as the shows start coming out, people start getting interested in paranormal. So people like me were like, "Thank God," you know.
Right, and
And
plus, it sounds like you're a confident person and you're intelligent. So, you know what you saw. You're not questioning yourself about it. So the combination of that and it becoming more the norm now,
and
it's
that's what I tell people: don't doubt what you see. And my
right.
uncle, I was talking to my uncle on the phone before he gave the phone to my mom, and I was telling him about some of these things. And he gives the phone to my mom, and he says, "Good luck, Diane." All right. So he was basically making fun of me. Well, a couple months later, he got a visit from his mother. And he was so scared, he threw a blanket over her. So my grandma basically came in, to show him, Jimmy ain't full of shit. But,
Yeah,
the Bigfoot thing, I did stop talking about that for a while because I just got tired of hearing bullshit and people running their mouth. And then these people that think they know all this about Bigfoot who's never even seen the darn thing. That's what really got me. And then they're going to tell people, no, Bruce never could have seen him. No, no. He don't. Nobody gets visited that much. Well, they came to me one time in my dream, and they showed me there were many, and they like to watch us through the windows. They just like to be observant. You know.
interesting you say that. One of the things I decided to do, when I first had these encounters, I was like, close the blinds and that, oh my God, but like my kitchen window, I don't have curtains, and I know they're looking at me, and I'm just like, it's not worth living in fear.
No,
It's not. It's just a drag. I mean, it does bother me at times. I'm like, I wonder who's going to show up today, and I'm just like, I mean, but at the same token, I know that it's not worth. It's just not worth being in. I do believe that some of these entities actually feed off our emotions and fears. You know what I mean? So the best
right.
thing to do is just to say, screw it.
I sent you a couple. I sent you a markup of the picture you're showing right now, something that I saw, and then I sent you a couple other ones from some in Mississippi from last night.
Oh,
Yeah, in Messenger from Nunya.
From Jeremy's show.
Yeah, but I also sent you the one I just sent you is from your thing we're looking at now.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. And so you're seeing like a translucent type of Bigfoot.
In that one, right? I can tell you what I'm not sure what I saw, but in this one, that's what I'm seeing. I marked what I was seeing.
Let me see what you got here.
Yeah.
Right here.
So yeah, I sent you the original, and then I sent. It started with the peeking out. Yeah, it's like a face. I see a face right there in the corner of where the branch.
And it amazes me that each and every person sees something different.
But I see a hand too. I see his hand, both hands actually. I marked in the markup one.
There's a head right there too, and then we got this. Yeah.
I mean, there's so many, but that's just one in particular. But he has a nasty looking brow ridge and eyes.
Yeah, but what is it?
I don't know.
That's the question. Is it what do you think it is? Can you see what I'm pointing out, Jimmy?
I can see what you're looking at, but that's not exactly where I was. If you show the markup again, I don't know if you can show them next to each other or how you can do that. If you open the other one in photos, you can probably put it on top right next to it. Yeah, because it's part of what I see what you're seeing, but that wasn't the particular one I was marking out. God, there's so many though. There's so many.
Yes, there is so many. And how much do these things actually influence, like the weather, the wind, water itself?
I don't know.
Well, that's from chemtrails and stuff.
I don't think that's the marked up one. I don't think that's the markup. Is it?
No, I'm hold on a second.
I have a theory about why they're around the trees. Because water is a conductor of energy, and trees have veins full of water and so they could be traveling along that. That might be a way that they, a pathway for them to travel.
I totally agree with you on that one. I think that's, like I said, it's clear that they're the neurons of this world. I mean, they're the
Yeah.
where everything is connected. They're the,
Yeah. If
so
you move that to the right, it'll. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what you got. Yeah. Okay. So. And it's interesting how the all the vines in that are in circles. They're like circles along there. It makes me think it's almost like focusing energy somehow. I don't know. It's like not normal. Okay, so right there is where the face is kind of, and then go a little. If you can see, bring out a little bit more of the left of that picture because you're not. Well, anyways, you can see the hand. To me, the hand in the face there. I kind of drew like where I saw like the brow ridge.
Sure. I see what you're saying. You can see the hands. You can see the hands.
Yeah. Anyways,
Very
yeah,
good.
just one of many.
It's very good eyes. Very good eyes, and I just fascinated by the whole dang thing.
The other hand too. You can see the other hand. To me, but yeah, you got it in there. But there's another one peeking right around the other side of the tree that has the same looking kind of face. But these are like really demonish looking faces. The same tree.
God, Mike, I got pictures that look like gorillas sitting in my trees,
Yeah. I mean, these look kind of grillish, but like really mean gorillas. But like,
and
yeah, everywhere.
Mike? One morning, I was outside taking pictures, and I heard something hit his chest just like a gorilla would. You know what I mean?
You know what's interesting?
You saw the fingers just like that. You saw the hands just like that.
Yeah.
And the sound that they make a lot of times, people don't realize it's a clicking sound when they, depending on how the gorilla is holding their mouth when they do it, it's
right.
like not what people think as far as like they think it's like pounding sound on their chest. It sounds like a clicking almost. It's really weird. And this is just from what I've seen on nature shows, but it's just really really weird. It's and again I think it's based on how they're, whether their mouth is open or not, and then if it's how they have they're holding the shape of their mouth. It's very very not what you would think it sounds like at all.
And then, of course, right there, they have one of those heads, the pink heads.
The pink heads. By your house, Mike?
Well, I got the most amazing images just around my house, but right now this is a place called Secor Park that is maybe 4 miles away from where I'm at. Maybe 3 miles. It's about a 5 to 10 minute drive from where I'm at. So, and I don't go here very often. I just decided to go there because I've been, I'm trying to prove that you don't have to go anywhere.
Right.
And so all I've been for the past year is just filming stuff, the same group of trees in my neighbor's yards. And I've got some of the most amazing images of things that look like aliens. And, I mean, it's
like they all go hand in hand.
Yeah, they do. Aliens and things that look like bugs and people, shadow people, and things that look like Sasquatch and things that I don't think Sasquatch and Bigfoot are the same thing. Do you guys think the same thing? I don't think they're even close. I mean, they're close, but I think they're Sasquatch.
I think that there's different aliens, or whether they're interdimensional, interplanetary, whatever, that have done a lot of DNA messing around, and there's all kinds of different stuff.
So are we what am I trying to say here? We are, my brain's not working right now. What do they call that when you're genetically modified a critter?
Yes. We're chimeras are people genetically modified with animals, or animals together, but
we are the true hybrids.
I think we absolutely are, without a doubt, in my opinion, based on, yes.
We are the true hybrids. And I just, we are the true freak show. I mean, maybe that's the reason why they're so interested in us. It's not so much about.
I kind of think we're AI. I think we're biological AI, sort of. Isn't it odd that every fucking thing can be grown in a human woman's womb and have a baby with it?
Right.
It's kind of weird. It seems like, okay, if you know anything about computers, it's all zeros and ones. It's binary. I mean, that's what DNA is. DNA is the same thing. It's just zillions of combinations of on and off. You know, and that because that's what our DNA is, it just makes me think that we're some kind of biological AI. It doesn't mean that I don't think, huh?
Oh, go ahead. I'm listening. I didn't mean to show the images.
No, it's okay. No. I just, I don't. There's no foundation for that other than just kind of like the basic things that I'm saying. But it just, and I think part of it too makes me think that because, if you've seen the images of intrauteral, a fish, a chicken, a human, a whatever else, at the first trimester, they all look the same. They all look kind of like a newt, gills, a tail, whatever. It's not until the second trimester when DNA really starts kicking in that then they start to develop differently. But until then, we're a blank canvas. It's like a blank, and it reminds me of the stuff they're doing now with the cord blood and the cord cells, the spinal cells, and, you know what I mean? Basically they can print into 3D print into any type of thing. They just have to put cells or DNA from a certain type of cell. You want a heart? Okay.
Yeah, tell me about stuff like that.
Right. So it kind of seems like that's what, if anything, if all these animals and people, it's all the same until they start putting the DNA in that tells, okay, these switches are 0, these switches are 1, it's extremely complicated. Don't get me wrong, but like ridiculously complicated, but it's still, the basis is that though. It's a blank until it gets the instructions, like a computer, it doesn't do shit until it gets the programs to tell it what to do,
And what if these interdimensional beings we call spheres have some kind of influence in what will be what?
What do you mean? What kind of influence?
They are working. They shrink into a small size, right? And they are actually operating within the woman's womb, manipulating the DNA of these. So what will be, a human, and what will be a tadpole, and what will be a lion? They're like little elves, if you will. I know it sounds kind of bizarre, but
we have nanobots that do that. So why couldn't something else be a nanobot or a nano whatever?
Or they were the inspiration for it in the first place.
Right. I mean, also think about this. There's so many factors and what determines something is. Temperature. An alligator is either a male or a female based on the temperature. So it's something as simple as that changes a lot. Everything, there's so many factors in everything. It's crazy.
I want to share some entities because Jimmy, I'm sure he hasn't seen this. So this is something I filmed, and I'm hoping it's going to happen again this year, Jimmy. Now these are very small. You can just pay attention to the maple leaves, but pay attention to the white faces, the red hair, the Fu Manchu beard, and the eyes. You should be able to see it quite clearly now. There's an eye here, the Fu Manchu beard, there's eyes, the white faces. What are these things? Are these the same things that we're calling orbs, or part of what makes up an orb? You say, by the way, they show up. I will see.
I know, but it looks like they're smoking a double bong.
I know. Or they're like Chinamen, but there's like images of some of the, what do you call it, Bigfoot or there's a guy that filmed it.
There's all kinds of faces. Why do they all have a tube coming out of their mouth, though, is what I'm wondering.
What are they? Are they are they like the gardeners of the maple seeds to make sure they germinate, like they're the tenders or the gardeners of the maple tree seeds, the helicopter seeds? Why are they there?
Wow.
What is their role? They're not a flesh and blood entity is what we consider a flesh and blood entity. And I think it's just one of the most fascinating images that I've ever seen in my life. And it's honestly.
Well, who says they're not flesh and blood though? Too, it's kind of crazy. I mean, think about it. A piece of paper is two-dimensional, kind of sort of, but it's still tangible. But then a ball is 3D, but it's still tangible. I don't know, like it's probably tangible somewhere.
And so
it's not here.
Shelley has seen this, but I want you to pay attention to this. There's this dude, and this dude in the back, and there's something else there. But it's in the same tree, in the maple tree, and boom, maybe you can see it better now.
Think about it though, a maple property, the properties of a maple, they're very wet.
I mean, you can see some of the real detail of this entity.
It might be a kind of creature that feeds off of the sugar that's in that. Maybe they particularly like that type of tree because they can, it's conducive to them being there, like conducted there, but also feeding on that. That's a lot of eyes and faces there.
Yeah, well, if you pay attention, there's two guys. There's three guys in particular. There's this.
I see like seven right now. At least
there's a creature here, and but this guy right here, right? He's all beat up. He even got some, but something's wrong with his nose. You can see the eye there. You can even see the eyebrow, the wrinkles, the shine of his forehead.
Like 15 at least.
Look at this guy here, the eyelashes, his eyebrows. You can see the wrinkles.
Doesn't look a guy to me. He looks like he has a snout.
No, but look, if you look, and there's his nose, like a human hooded nose. This is his lips. This is where his mouth goes. He actually even has a beard. This is where his forehead is.
Well, his nose is part of something else's ear. I mean, there's so many different things here that's crazy.
All right.
But most of them look like they have a longer snout, like not human looking.
Well, is this what big?
These look
a lot of people say that Bigfoot looks like a human being.
They look feline.
What's that?
They look feline to me. Most of them.
I don't know what to say because everyone sees things different, but I see as clear as day that there's at least this dude.
I'm not saying that's all there is, but I'm saying the majority of what I'm seeing are feline-ish looking. Not all of them. Though.
I might don't get me wrong. You might be absolutely right. I don't know. The thing is, everyone sees things differently. I just find it's fascinating how they created this illusion that is, we can barely agree on what we're looking at. How did they do this? It's like we're all being tricked into.
I don't see it as disagreeing. I just see it as.
No, it's not about disagreement. I think it's about, and if it sounded that, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's we can't. They designed this so that there's so much confusion. They use the confusion of the trees, the branches, the leaves. They use the massing up together of the different faces of shape shifting, on and on and go. They reveal their presence, and yet at the same token, then they become this distorted whatever. And I just like, it's a question that everybody asks at some point. Are we doing the stuff like? Is this all just? Is it all in our heads? How much of this is imagination on our own part? Or is it, does that make sense? I mean, the more you ask the questions, the more you're like, what the hell's going on? That's all.
Well, think about this though. If reincarnation is a true thing, how many lives have we had? How many remnants of memories do each of us have that are different? How many different, my radar, my antennas don't work exactly like your antennas do. You know what I mean? No. And so, you know what I mean? Like when you put it all together, it's, we could all be right. We're probably all right about it.
Yeah. And are we meant to even see the same? That's the question. Are we meant not to see the same? That we're all meant to see the world just a little bit different, and that's exactly what we're supposed to be. Now this goes back to this whole idea about the AI. If we are just just a little spark or just a little piece of this giant computer we call AI, God, whatever, that all we're doing is we are just little points of data for it to learn and grow. And that's the only thing that we're ever meant to be in the first place. Does that make sense? Because it doesn't seem like we're meant to really master much of anything.
Right.
I mean, I think that I think we're definitely different than what we were created to be, and that I think that we surprised whoever it is by being a lot, more ingenuitive or whatever you want, ingenious, whatever you want to call it. Who knows, dude? I mean, I don't know. I know that's one thing I'm sure of. I don't know shit.
Yeah, that's what this is all. This is an exercise that reveals emphatically, at least to me, that I don't know shit, and then learning to be at peace with that.
Yeah.
Right.
And then learning to be at peace with the fact that what I've been told my whole life is a horror show and a freak show is the norm all around us. You know what I mean? That it's me that has the problem based on indoctrination.
I mean, for all I know, they're trying to distract us into this shit because what they don't want us to do is maybe focus on, love and compassion and focusing on being the best thing we can be and learning how to, again, like, let's say if we do have access to 0 point energy, like, we're only going to get it if we really learn to really control our minds, which we're never going to do if our minds are all over all this other shit. Who knows?
Yeah, he has a good point. Did you just send me something?
Yeah. Just a markup of that. So you can see where I was seeing the buy-in looking things.
And here's another, here's a lesson in humility, for me at least, is because, instinctively I want to say, you have to see it the way I see it, right? You got to see what I'm seeing. And the more I do this, and I just like, shit.
I do see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying.
I'm just like, what I'm saying is, you don't have to see what I see.
That's right. I don't have to, but I actually do. I just also see something else that you were saying you didn't see, so I wanted to show you.
Right.
But in 5 minutes, it might be hard for me to find what I'm seeing, and then because what you're seeing is like my brain is focusing on.
I'm sure that's what's going to happen. You're going to be like, man, how did I miss that? And it's, I mean, you guys see what I'm getting at here, especially if you've done this a while and you've had these debates with other people, and at least for me, maybe I'm unique, but I've had moments I'm like, why don't you guys see it the way I see it? What the hell is there something wrong with me, or is there something wrong with you, or are we not meant to see the same thing? And so this is exercise in humility, or what it really. Humility is being teachable, but also is this.
Well, I avoid people and I go towards animals, so maybe I see animals more first or something,
Yeah, why not? I mean, maybe there actually is animals there. Heck, you just pointed something out to me in that other picture I didn't see. Hell, you saw the hands. I didn't even see them. So, I mean, if you were, like here, if you look at this.
I'm kind of off on my drawing. Well, there's a few I did like 3 or 4 different things, so it kind of messed up what you could actually see. My bad.
Look, there's an entity right here with the mouth.
Yeah, that's one. Right? I surrounded that one, and then to the left there, I didn't do the eyes, but the one to the left is one of the lion-looking things to me, upper left from that, and then to the right, the big one is like a lion-looking thing, but then there's a smaller thing tilted that looks like more of a canine thing. Yeah, there's tons more, shitload more, but I just happen. I mean. I see pit bulls too, and people.
Or am I just overthinking this stuff? Do you think
no,
I don't think you can overthink it, Mike. You know what I mean?
I don't think you can.
I think we can never overthink it.
It's just this endless list of questions.
I mean, supposedly, like, basically, at any given time, there's a fucking room full of shit that we can't see because we have such a limited range, as far as the color, the type of color that we can see, which doesn't even exist. Color isn't even real, I guess. Well, it is kind of, but it's just light, how light interacts with matter. That's what gives off a quote unquote color, is the matter and what kind of light it's interacting with.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if the real intent, like, let's think about Catholic cathedrals, all decorated with these gargoyles, and they make up all this nonsense about why they're there. But maybe it's a right in your face revelation that it's symbolic of what's all around us to begin with. I wouldn't be surprised if something that looks just like a gargoyle sitting 10 feet from me, and there's another thing that looks like a giant Bigfoot over here, and there's all these other. I mean, you know what I mean? They're
Well,
all
it looks like a laundry monster behind me.
yeah. And so I think it's like learning to. Is it a test on our part to, or for them to find out about us if how much are how accepting are we? How non-judgmental are we?
Yeah, I mean,
What's
I guess
the
it
next
depends.
level?
You know, if they're not going to fuck with me, I'm okay. I'm not judging. You know, if they're going to fuck with me, then I'm going to start judging a little more.
But we have a greater chance of somebody being hurt in the mall by somebody than one of these things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, I'm not trying to bring them, but I'm not trying to make them uncomfortable either. If it's not messing with me really or whatever, you know what I mean? Because I guess we're all here to share. You know, I kind of see like this, like bubbles in the tub when you're a kid or whatever. You know how sometimes when the bubbles are touching, like it'll like come together and they're actually sharing. The bubbles are not just next to each other; they're part of each other in a certain section, right?
Right.
What I'm talking about. That's how I picture dimensions. So this could be where several bubbles come together, and that's why there's so much happening right there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, cause you know what I'm talking about, where the bubbles that are like the wall of the bubble goes inside of the wall of the other bubble next to it.
And that's how plasma actually works as well, right? It's like our cell phones work. It's not like a laser beam, a straight line that goes from the tower to our phone. It's like a big blob that shows up, right?
I don't know, because I mean, most everything, to my knowledge, it's mostly in waves. It's not a line. It's waves.
Right.
It's just different wavelengths. You know, different heights and widths of the wave.
And then I've also heard that also if you think of it like they're blobs, you're like this big. There's a wave that's also made up of a bunch of blobs, kind of like a bunch of orbs or a bunch of entities or something like that.
Well, yeah, a blob in a sense as far as where it can interact, and you know, outside the blob, you can't reach there because you know what I mean. So that makes sense too.
So where was it going?
Yeah.
So what is it? Yeah. So the thing is it's like.
Because it's going 360 degrees from that spot, so that's more towards your blob thing too. You know what I mean? It's not like just one wave, you know, one laser beam, whatever you want to call it, right? It's like everywhere. It's going in every direction, filling up every inch of space in that radius, or what have you. Does that make sense as far as your blob thing?
Yeah. And what if a lot of our famous scientists and alchemists and famous men and women in the past, the reason why they ended up developing these great inventions is because they worked with these things, or some of these things at least. Is there? Yeah, I know. So they put us in this pickle where if you do something with this stuff, then you're going to be demon possessed, and you know. But if you don't do anything with this stuff as well, then you're screwed as well, because they're the ones messing with this stuff and getting whatever they get, secret knowledge and information, right? So they can stay on top of the proverbial hill, right? And the rest of us were just like scrapping and for just a little this and that, and lost most importantly, our identity is completely shattered. You know what I mean? I mean, for the most part, it takes forever to figure out anything. And I'm harping about this stuff, and I'm interested in stuff, not so much to be in the paranormal field of the Bigfoot communities, but I really think this is a key to unlocking a lot of the missing knowledge that we're supposed to have and who we are, but understanding this, right? Does that make sense? These things, if we can understand the world that's around us better, we should be able to understand ourselves, right? And our circumstances, because we're not going to learn it in the church. We're not going to learn the public school system. We're not going to learn it on the television. We're not going to learn it, and 99.9% is on the internet. Where else are we going to go?
Inside ourselves.
Yeah, but if I know I understand what you're saying, but if there's nothing there, if you don't, or if it's just confusion, or you're just, I mean, are we just, I mean, what does that really mean? Going inside yourself is going inside yourself is actually and interacting with these things that might just be already inside yourself. You know, I've gone through deliverance and all this other kind of stuff, right? And I'm just like, I'm thinking to myself, and I mean, there is never a person, and you'll find a lot of people who are, you know, recovering Christians who are the most devout Christian, praying, fanatical, reading the Bible and everything, and you come out the other side and you're like, a couple times, by the way, and you're just like, this is not the answer. This is not going to work. They're not giving us the answer. This is a trap. This is part of the trap. And so,
yeah, and that's what I mean by going inside yourself, is because the more you seek an outward answer, the more you're opening yourself up to be influenced by who knows what. And I think our intuition is better than our logic, that, you know, more than what we think. And I think that's why they specifically pound into us that they don't teach us about intuition. They only teach us about 5 senses. Why is it that starting in kindergarten, sight, sound, taste, sight, sound, touch, smell? You know what I mean? Like, why? Why is that so fucking important? You know what I mean? Because they don't want us to know about intuition and other things that, I don't know, but that's not particularly helpful, but it's just part of what
the true internal dialogue that we're all supposed to have at one point has been corrupted and stolen from us by putting their language, their ideas, their concepts, our heads. You know,
I don't believe there's free will anymore.
I was listening to a guy the other day who says, true maturity is when you are independent, your own man, and you have your own thoughts. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me if you think you have your own thoughts.
I mean, maybe before, you know, neurological, you know, EMF weapons that are, you know, that specific, you know, before they learned every part of the brain and what every emotion and action and what part of the brain it comes from and what frequency it's active. And, you know, when they're telling us about, oh, we've done the brain scan of the psychopath killer and hopefully one day we'll learn. Right. They did that, like I said, because that way they know when they want a bot to act like a psychopath and kill somebody or whatever, then they know what frequency to shoot at us. And it sounds crazy, but I sent you those documents showing exactly that, Mike. And those are old. So how do people even have free will anymore if they're able to read what we're thinking and send, activate parts of our brain that, you know, when that part's active at a certain frequency, that we're going to be agitated or we're going to be upset or we're going to have a headache or we're going to want to kill somebody or what have you? How do we, you know, it started with propaganda and subliminal, and now it's just directed weapons. And, you know, when they did 5G, if you notice at the same time, they were putting high-speed internet under the ground everywhere. You know, that's not a coincidence.
And all the trees are dying too. And I wonder.
Yeah, Liz says that too. And
in my town, all the trees are dying since they put the 5G
in.
So I wonder if these things are manifesting too, or some of us are willing to see it as a way of saying, hey, listen, they're destroying not only your home, but our home too.
It was just in the last couple of days that I sent it to you.
Right, I'm trying to...
Oh, yes, they're in February. I'm just telling you so you can try to help. So I read that, well, okay, so the guy that ran NIDS.
I apologize for my tone of voice. Don't ever... I'm not looking down on you or speaking.
Oh. No,
if I sound like that, I think that's probably the wrong thing. That's what it is.
I'm like trying to scroll up. I would just put my hand on my tab, whoops, that's an it. It's right above. It's just a little bit above. It's just just go up a teeny bit. It'll be, you know, regular paper documents looking things. There's 5 of them I sent.
And some great stuff too. And you know, they're affecting us. They're affecting everything. Anything that's got water, anything that conducts electricity, like trees, they themselves are conducting electricity. Well, here's a question to ask. You know, these entities that I'm filming, maybe the reason why they're so rough looking, ugly looking, is because of what we're doing to them.
That's very possible.
what somebody's doing, us and whoever else that, that's playing God.
This stuff is what this stuff is doing to us and to them and to the trees. If they're made up of energy,
Oh yeah. Oh, so they did a study. I saw this on PBS years ago of soldiers that were guarding supposedly non-radioactive uranium or whatever it was. I don't know how uranium could be non-radioactive or whatever, but some kind of safe, plutonium or uranium, whatever the fuck it was. And so they did their DNA sequence before and after. You got to look at the one. Oops. Okay, so yeah, while you're looking at this, so anyways, they did it before and after. And you know how our chromosomes are in sets. Sets. What is it? 23 sets of chromosomes. They look like an 11, basically 23. Okay, so they color coded them. All right, so the first set's yellow, the second set's blue, whatever. So they went and guarded this stuff, and then they did the same study when they came back. It's all mixed matched. All the colors are all over the place now. This one's half red, half blue, half purple, yellow.
Really?
Yeah. So there's so many. So think of that's just one element that the person was around, one different element, and it literally changed their DNA, which is going to change how everything expresses, how it looks, how it acts, how everything.
Yeah, they changed their DNA with the shots.
What's that? Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, they were showing me some stuff the other day that the computers inside of people, the microchips that were coming together on their own.
Yes. I saw a thing on where, I think it was University of Washington, where they've been developing that for years. But finally, what happened was now they're able. Why it couldn't work before was because they didn't have a way to power the chip, the nanochip. But now they're able to. The power from our own bodies, that's small enough now. The chip is small enough that our own body is enough to power it. So I don't know if you saw a year or so ago, they came up with a thing that you wrap around your wrist, and then you can plug your phone charger into it, not into your wrist, but into this thing, and your own body, your body energy charges it. So there you go. I mean, it just shows so now.
And just like you shared with me about the trees, now you can plug in.
Mm-hmm.
You can run a light bulb, plugging it into a tree.
Right, and then it's music that comes out of them. It's crazy.
We don't even drink the water. She got us buying water and stashing water now too, and food and my different foods, putting them up.
Yeah, it's 4 feet of concrete or 10 feet of water is what it takes to be able to keep these energy weapons away. So here, like what you're showing right now, the frequencies. Up to 4 hertz. Okay, well that's part of it. If you go to a different part, it's going to show what part of the body these. One of the other pages, it'll tell you what part of the body the different frequencies interact with, and then the one that shows the woman, or it looks like a woman. That diagram of that person, so many systems they can f with, and what it does to people. Okay, so this one right here, you see brain. Go back to the other one though for a sec. The one that shows the house, like the diagram of the house.
This one?
No, the house one. I want to do that one first, and then I'll tell you that one. Okay, keep going. Yes. Okay, the bottom of this one, kind of zoom in a little bit. So brain. So it tells you the brain. No, the one you were on, the other house one that you were on.
This one right here, right?
No. No. You were on it a second ago.
Okay. Hey, do you know you could do this now, right? Do you know you can did you know that?
No, okay, stop. Sorry.
Why don't you present it? Because that way you can
I don't have it up on my machine. I don't have it up, but I mean, but you're on the right spot anyways. But so in the bottom left, it shows the brain area and then the frequency and then what it does. So
right.
Motors, I can barely see it. Something cortex, 10 hertz, and then if you can zoom in a teeny bit, I can read it better. But you see.
Once I download it, if you give me a second, I can download it.
Oh wait, I zoomed in from here actually. So brain. Okay, so motor control cortex, 10 hertz, and it says your motor impulse coordination. Auditory cortex, 15 hertz, sound which bypasses the ears. Yeah, I can't see it now because okay. Visual cortex, 25 hertz, images in the brain bypassing the eyes. So in other words, hallucinations. Somatosensory, 9 hertz. phantom touch senses, like nerve damage type feelings. Thought center, 20 hertz, and imposes subconscious thoughts. That's so. This is like 30 freaking years ago from a patent 30 years ago.
Right.
And it coming through. You can see they park little vans and whatever, but now we have wireless that they don't. It's so much easier. They can basically pin anybody up to 10 feet away. So now if you go to the one that was the woman, like that one, the diagram, it's sickening. It's so scary what they can control now. And then what I was going, this one, yeah. So if you see
electronic weapons effects.
Right. So they're pointing to genitals. That's right in my face here. Special attention to genital area, itching, forced orgasm, intense pain. Then the one pointing to the upper and lower leg, intense general pain or hot needles pushed, something, flesh sensations.
Really, I wonder if that's all, because I was diagnosed with MS after receiving the swine flu jibbity jab back in 2009.
Yeah.
And I wonder if there's a connection with that, along with,
yes,
because we're not, FIVEG, but before that there was another G, and I just wonder how much of, like, my neuropathy and everything has everything to do with what's floating around in the ether right now, and especially my feet and my back. I noticed that, like, I'm getting incredible back pains in my shoulder and in my shoulders. I just had I don't know if you use Botox or whatever. They use some kind of these needles. They put like 24 needles up and down my spine and my neck because of so much pain I'm in. And my pain all started with doing this, starting this show. And I started in January, and it has progressively got bad to the point that this week I just was begging my neurologist. I said, "Listen, you got to do something because I cannot even function. It feels like someone's like poking me with a hot iron in my shoulder blades."
Yeah, I think that has a lot to do with the poke that you got, because that's just we're looking at number 19. Well, that was probably number 12.
Yeah, and I think there was a lot of people that were damaged by that one. And the damnedest thing is, 30 years. That happened in 2009. And they mandatory that. Now, if you go back to the 1974 or 6 is when they even had on television how they outlawed it back then because of the number of people that were, and there was only a couple people that were injured.
Right.
They stopped it. But you know what? They never stopped it. They just developed it and made it so more efficient to do.
They privatized it too. They privatized it, so it's
playing Russian roulette with us. Is what they're doing. This is part of
absolutely. It's fucked the fuck up.
Did you get your shot, Mike, for the this virus crap?
No, I spent from 2020 to 2022. Actually, I lost my original channel because of it, right, on YouTube. But I spent every single day 24/7 warning people about it. So I don't want to say too much about it. You got to be careful to be coded about stuff, right? But
yeah, they took all business.
My mother ended up having a brain aneurysm and a stroke, and I had to bury her on the first day of spring 2021. She did not want it. They forced it on her. I knew in the summer of 2021, I was out there in the middle of my town in the heat, and you got MS. It's like the worst thing you do is being in the heat because you got heat intolerance, and it really set me back. I almost died that winter every single day for 17 days in the middle of town with signs and all that, and offering up people to do the magnetic test. Now, if you know about that.
The magnetic, they say something about that too to me.
And only 22 people out of the hundreds that I asked were brave enough to do it. Out of the 22, half of them were. And I'm talking about they are having keys stick to their triceps. And it's not because they're hot and sticky and all that kind of stuff. They weren't sweating. Their foreheads, their kneecaps, all over the place. It's true what would happen. And I tried, and I spent an enormous amount to try to warn people. I still have a BitChute channel that I haven't done anything with, because after I watched what happened up in Ottawa, Canada, I knew exactly for sure. Everything was settled for me, what's going on. And then when the Ukraine thing happened, I'm just like, you at this point, it's now 2000, middle of it, 2022. Either you're so lost, you cannot see at all, and no matter what I do, you're not going to hear. So I actually, I spent then the next year really doing textual criticism of the Bible and really studying it to the point that I've lost my faith in it. So, and completely. And so now I'm just like, okay, what's really going on? I'm going back to what happened to me in 2017. What's going on with Bigfoot? What's going on with the spiritual? Why these things? I can tell you this with absolute confidence. Bigfoot's real. I know it's real. I can also tell you that 90% of everything that I was taught, although there are words on pages, never ever were true.
Right.
So where am I now at it? And I don't think I'm alone. There's a lot of people right now questioning everything at a different level. And then we're talking now about spiritual things, but I think it's even deeper than. I don't even know what spiritual means, guys. After all these years,
Liz was doing what you guys are doing, and everything she would save, she would research everything. They go in now and wipe her phone out. Google does.
Oh yeah,
they went in and wiped her phone out.
They censor the hell out of me, and they yeah, I'm just listening to Shell. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty clear that I'm actually being. Listen, I've had guys that look like Blackwater, agents in my garbage. I'm sitting right here, and it's like, well, yeah, because of the stuff I've researched, and because I was exposing the Vatican and everything. It was everyone, you know what I mean?
That's what Liz does the same thing.
I was revealing all the truth, and so next thing you know, it really started happening. They really started going in my garbage when I started researching Bigfoot, and somehow, after I had my first encounter with that Crow Indian medicine man, that's when things kicked in. As far as them like showing up in my garbage, and I mean, I'm talking. They took. There's nobody else in the quadplex I live has any reasons for them to show up. Right, one gal's just suffering from her own thing, epilepsy. The other guy, I was watching them. They would go in. This is what they do. They take all the garbage bags and throw in the back of this pickup truck, and then you have the khaki pants. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they're like these young guys that are really healthy and buff, like they're military guys, and especially, and they're taking my stuff. I'm like, why? What did I do? The only thing I could think of is that there is a connection with what we call the spiritual realm. The things that we're filming. Not all of them, right? To me, this is a dualistic system that we live in. There's good and there's evil, and there's night and day. There's darkness and light, and everything, right? So you can't just label them all demons or angels or it's too complex, right? So,
right.
But for some reason, when I mean the truth about Bigfoot, I'm talking about that they're interdimensional, ultra-dimensional beings. They can go through frickin' trees, pop out of the ground, come out of trees. And just like the Ojibwe said, just like all of the other indigenous tribes said, that they're spiritual in nature. They're not what people, they're not what, all the big shots in the Bigfoot community are saying. They're not even close to it. Now, at times they can manifest and be in the flesh, or at least appear to be in the flesh. And there are times they seem to be able to even kill a deer or whatever. I don't know. I don't even know why they do it. But did you drop off?
Yeah, but I'm back now.
Okay. So, and so I'm sorry about the rant, but I'm very passionate about this because in the end, after all this time, I'm talking about, I spent all this money in college, university, all these different things that I've done in life, and all this training and everything. My life experiences, marriage, kid, you name it. The only thing I can definitely say for 100% for sure that I know, Bigfoot's real. That's
Right.
screwed up in my book, but it's the ultimate truth that I know. So where do I go from here? I mean, how do I even present this truth to my son? But there's only two people that have trolled me on my show. One of them is my 11.5-year-old son.
Yeah.
Because, hey, Dad's talking about this stuff. And it's like you said, they think we're crazy for talking about this.
Yeah.
But I know they're crazy for believing in what they're believing in because it's all a lie. And I could spend all day proving it to them, going document after document after document. Shell's showing this stuff as well with us. It's self-evident what they've been up to. How many people are going to listen?
I can see a big difference in you just from 4 years ago, from your Christianity and how when you was more of the following the Bible, and so you were more how can I put it?
Condemning.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. Now you're more open-minded. You're more open-minded now. You're more, hey, wait a minute, what is going on here?
Yeah, I've changed a lot in this journey, in my truther journey, and where she just dropped off again. Where did you go? Maybe she doesn't want to be with us anymore. I know that sucks. I enjoy her being with us. Anyways, yeah, so one of the things is like, okay, so when it comes to Christianity, and us, we're gonna piss off some people, but no one's listens to me anyways. I know it was all finished by 70 AD. None of it has anything to do with us. I know that they know that it was all done by 70 AD. And that's all it talks about over and over and over. And I can name dozens upon dozens of scriptures where they all expect it was going to be done by that generation. Yet they've been telling us since then, every generation since then, the world's going to end. The world's going to end. This is the end of the world. And I'm like, this is okay. I'm going to say something pretty extreme. Satanism and Christianity are just two sides of the same coin. A big giant deception. Right. You're going to say the Abrahamic faith. It doesn't matter what religion it is, right? But this people just played this game with us to divide each other. And the damnedest thing is everyone's wrong.
Right.
And so where are we at with this? I mean, that's why I'm obsessed about Bigfoot. Oh no, there she goes again. Maybe she doesn't want to. That's why I'm obsessed. I mean, why are you obsessed with Bigfoot? Is it just because you saw it? Is it just because you just? I mean, you got it. You yourself have to be a different man than you were 5 years ago.
Oh yeah, it changed me. It did. I had so much stuff happen at that other house. I mean, I've seen spirits and ghosts all my life, but at the other place I lived at, I went through more than I've ever had my whole life there. And I've seen so much. I mean, I've seen it between a Bigfoot to Anubis to hearing it. I mean, I've seen it. I know it's there. I've heard it. I know everything out there. It's nuts,
It's not us. They're nuts. It's what's around us, right?
Right.
Waking up from our delusion that we've been in, the spell that we've been under.
That's
and
right.
I'm just like, where do I go with this? Because I really don't want to follow the group. I don't want to go down another rabbit trail, another rabbit hole, or whatever the hell they call it. I don't want to just be led down, another proverbial ditch into nowhere. I mean,
Right.
I'm tired of it. You know what I mean? And I, as a father, have a responsibility somehow to share some truth to my son. And
that's what Liz says. That's exactly what she says about her kids. She says it's her responsibility to show them and tell them what is happening today. And like I told her, you do that. If they don't listen, you've done your part. You've done your part. But they give her a hard time. They do.
What if this thing we call Sasquatch, Bigfoot, or these entities actually can help us?
They can either do two things. They can either help us, or they could be a fallen angel and go against us. You know?
Well, it's we're at this point. We're all at this point where everything's against us. So what we're at this point. Where do we go with it? You know, because they've gone so much out of the way to mislead us about this stuff.
Right.
And you know, and people say device is not connected. Shall try again. Your device is not connected. You're trying to get on, but you're not connected. You have to try one more time, Shell. I don't know why she's having problems, but because we're ready to hear you. Gosh darn it! Try again. Open up again. You can't get in, Shell. There you go. So you know, I know this sounds really crazy, or like when people say, "What? Are you talking about being a Satan worshiper or a demon worshiper?" No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying,
right.
Where is the help going to come from? Because it's not coming from that Yahweh, that dragon, you know what I mean? The dragon Yahweh, you know, the day mirrors, you know, it's not happening from him. And the God that everyone's been praying to doesn't seem to be listening too much either, or else we would not be in this situation. Unless the whole idea, like they say, is that it's to force us to. It doesn't make sense. A loving God is not going to do that. We're fucked here, and there's something's got to help us. So,
God, you know, we got to have faith in Him. So I kind of see that part a little bit with Him, you know. But you know, I had these dreams on and off in my life, and in these dreams, I'm walking up and down these, per se, mountains. And it looked like that movie, The End of the World. There was tornadoes and lightning. Yet I had thousands of people behind me that I was leading. And I keep telling Liz, I feel like that. At first, I thought something was going to happen, like after I died or something, you know. I feel like that might happen now.
Well, to me, that would be a blessing, to be honest with you. I know that sounds, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? And I'm like, well, listen, if all is just is going to be is just one more lie after one more lie after one more deception after one more, we all would be better off to go somewhere else. That's the ultimate. What are we supposed to do about it? You know, I mean, you're supposed to just like,
Well, every day she tries to teach me stuff about what's going on in this world, everything that's happening, all these train derailments with them burning stuff they shouldn't burn, going into the ground and killing people with poisons. And I get so upset.
Poisonous
with try to tell her it's not her I'm upset at. I'm upset at everything that's happening in our world today. You know, you can't trust nobody. Our government, our presidents, nobody. You know,
and it doesn't seem like God's listening to us or listening to our prayers. So
it doesn't seem like that, does it?
And you know, we can rationalize all day long about this and say, oh, you know, you just got to have faith. And I'm like, listen, I have never demonstrated more faith in my life, and I still believe in the Creator and in the Lord of all Spirits. But I still also believe that we have been thrown into a trap.
Yeah,
we are the ones in the rat cage.
Yeah,
and so it's like, okay, I faced the darkness of what is humanity over and over again. So what's the difference now if I face the darkness of what's in the trees and what's around us and what's in the ether and what's in the ground? You know what I mean? I mean, do you ever get that point, or were you just like, I'm just like, you know, I'm not asking to be a wizard. I'm not asking to be an alchemist. I'm not asking to be a sorcerer. I just want to know the truth.
Right.
I'm tired of the psychobabble, Um, just the endless delusions, illusions.
Lies, all the lies. You know,
I mean, what
lie
kind of
after lie.
existence is this?
Look
Really?
at like the laws. If they don't like something, they rewrite the law right away and change it. You know, they'll vote on certain things, and they'll slide something in the middle of it because they know it won't be read. And next, you know, there's a law in effect that we had no clue about, nor did anybody else. You know, everybody does what they want to do anymore. Right? Between
Well,
Pelosi,
I think that we've been dumbed down our whole lives, and I think our
yes,
parents were
that's
dumbed
what it
down, and they
said.
couldn't help. Hey, I think she's on.
It's just coming out more
She's
now.
back now. Yeah, finally. What the heck's been
phone
going
died.
on?
My phone died.
You can
I don't
save
know why.
everybody. You can save everybody from my rant.
Darn, I missed it. I'm just kidding.
So where are we at with all this? We were just, laying the groundwork for why this is important.
It's hard to say.
It's just, well, there's no. I say yay.
I think
Tell
it's
us
important
more.
because we need to, the best decision is an informed decision about anything.
Yeah. But
But sometimes I think that, it's part, it could be part of a distraction too.
Oh yeah, you know that too. That's part of it. Oh yeah, that's what of course it is. It's a Hegelian dialectic, right? Problem, reaction, solution. So, and they throw this stuff at you. It's like you said, it was technology from 30 years ago. So God knows what they're doing now.
Right. Oh, and that's what I was saying. That Bigelow's head of research with NIDS is John. I want to say Anderson, but that's a singer. John B. Whatever the fuck his name is, Alexander, and he formerly worked. He's a retired Army colonel, but also he's former CIA and worked at Los Alamos, and he specializes in electromagnetic, neurological, non-lethal EMF weapons as they relate to world politics.
Say that again. Just remind everybody who you're talking about, because this is
the
important.
head of NIDS for Bigelow's head of research for NIDS. It's Skinwalker.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
The Skinwalker Ranch is 100% what? A government.
Well, I mean, that at least the way Bigelow's part of it was, backed by the DoD. And by the way, DoD is who owns 5G and who gave a portion of 5G to be used by the cell companies.
Mm-hmm. So what could they possibly be up to over there with their 5G?
Well, I think that geographically and geologically that Skinwalker has, things can manifest there and there's portals. And I think that it was basically, no matter what they were messing with, they could use a cover of, well, it's there's all kinds of crazy stuff going on there.
That's right.
And but I can tell you that right around the time they were wrapping up, you know what I noticed? Havana syndrome.
What happened?
Havana syndrome.
Oh yeah, yes.
Okay, so I think that they tested what they were working on people, people there. I know it's off base sort of, but in a way, it's all tied together though.
Like basically like myself, many people are suffering some form of it, right?
Oh, yeah. So 5, you were asking about the 5. You know what? So that there's graphene in the.
Yes.
You've seen that, okay? So when 5G is applied to that, it I think by 10 times it magnifies of radioactivity 10 times, or 10 times stronger. So.
And it moves too.
Right. Well, right. It vibrates. Well, it's vibrating, so it not only will make physical cuts, but it makes it any radioactivity that may already be in your cells, which we get naturally, like in minute amounts, it magnifies it by 10 times.
And so there's chops up your beautiful white blood cells, doesn't it?
Think about all the cancers that are new. Like normally there's like around 38,000, 40,000 new cases, and we had like 126,000 last year or the year before. Since the thing, the jab.
And yes, and so when they realized that almost 50% of the U.S. population did not take it and will not take it, they already had planned, Z
Right.
to the power 20, 10 to the power 20 of, well, we'll put it in the vegetables, we'll put it in the meat, we'll put it in the water.
That I saw that you can get administered a vax through red laser. And what were they doing to take everyone's temperature?
Please, I let you zap you with your forehead and please. Oh my!
Yeah.
Gee, this is a new technology. You really can read my temperature with a zap on my forehead, right?
Well, that's not so new. But administering medication through it is relatively new. But and it could be done supposedly from like 200 yards away.
Well, they now you just your blood pressure. Now they have this wrist thing they wrap around your wrist instead of around your bicep and tricep there. And I'm just like, when it comes to that, how. Well, no, the aerosols. Let's don't forget about aerosols. And let's go back to, you guys talked about the stratospheric aerosols, right? And they up there in the sky, those lines in the sky. What do you think? Right. So those chemichems, that have been dumping on us. People have become accustomed. They don't even think about it. No one's done anything about it.
Those have nanotech in them too.
Yeah. So you're breathing it.
Can move and generate things, and
so they're trying to turn us into antennas. And if it's happening to us and they're doing it through the air and the water, then there's no reason to think it's not happening to the trees and the plants and everything else.
Right. I mean,
and I can't believe, that's one of the reasons too I'm very interested in this stuff, is because the number of dead trees in my area. We're talking about 100-year-old beautiful oak trees. Everything's dying. And you can't blame Sasquatch for all this.
No.
And so, because you look at the stuff and they're rotted from the inside out, you can't blame the emerald ash borer. They've been, it's like this. I see clearly what they did. First, they prepped people with the emerald ash borer thing. And then, what was the next thing? Oh, yeah, the chemtrails themselves, right? And then so by the time we get to the 5G, it's like everyone's so numb by everything and confused about it all. They can't figure out what's causing all this. In fact, I'll be in parks and all that, and then people will come to me with my camera, and they go, "What are you up to?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm filming the trees." "Well, why are you doing that?" "Well, I've been observing that they're dying." And they just look at me like they didn't even notice it. And I can't believe you can't notice that there are all these dead trees around you. But
that's by design, like I said, you know how many millions of dollars they spend to figure out how best to keep us distracted so that we'll pay attention to marketing and buy things.
Well, if that happened to the trees, then what do you think is eventually going to happen to us and my son and our grandchildren and everything else?
All right. As long as they can, get us to pay them for medications and other things in the meantime, they don't really care, as long as there's a new supply coming.
And in a strange way, if there is some way, and that sounds crazy to talk this way, but if there's some way to work with these things, Sasquatch, because to fight against this evil, I don't know where else to go. I know it sounds like really bizarre. It's like, what are you talking about? But listen,
I don't think it's that bizarre at all. I don't think it's bizarre, period, actually.
So if this doesn't work, I don't know what else is. There's no, I just throw up my hands and say, "Okay, God, you don't give a shit and nobody else gives a shit." So, but I give a shit, and regardless if you give a shit, God. So, you know what I mean? And if nobody else gives a shit, if it's one the only person left in the world, that will give a shit, then it will be me. And I don't. It's very much.
They're going to be making this look like District 9 is what I think their plan is. I've seen the map of the United States of what their plan is for where we're allowed to inhabit and where we're not. It's ridiculous.
Smart cities and Hunger Games, basically.
But this is actually, our where the world governments are, meeting, having, meetings every year or two, working on this, publicly. I'm not talking about like Bilderberg or something,
Hey, Mike, I'll hit you up tomorrow.
Is it time to go? Let's all end. I had a great time. Thank you. And thank you for allowing to go deep into this a little bit. And we can go a lot deeper. There's a lot of things to talk about this.
Where we can only access it with a link, because I don't know if you want YouTube listening to it.
What's that?
Nothing. I'll tell you about it later.
Okay. So, but thank you. And there's no one else listening anyways. So those who will listen in the future, hopefully I will be talking to Ev. And she's going to be talking about her understanding of what to deal with paranormal and anomalous trauma. It should be interesting, to say the least. Because, the problem is, too, is a lot of people, when they do have these experiences, because we've been dumbed down, they convince us that everything we see is a demon, and that is because it smells and looks evil, and it's scary, right? They scare the living shit out of you so many times. So, anyways, how to deal with it? I don't know. It would be good or not. I mean, so hopefully it is.
And when's that going to be?
Thank you, Shell. Thank you, Jimmy.
All right, my brother. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Talk to you,
guys.
I think I'll play a song out and then end it. Closing.
You're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you're going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.
Seasons don't change.